Hello, welcome, runners and sysops, one and all, to the Accelerated Meta Test. Please let me know if you can hear me. My name is Mond. I'm joined by my friend Jai here.
Hey, how's it going?
You may remember us from the last Accelerated Meta Test in April. We're excited to be back. They've entrusted us with the reins. We'll see if that's a good idea.
Ha! Alright.
Just want to pull up the stream so I can make sure. One indecisive dame, also known as Bub, has confirmed that we are both audible. Wonderful. Pairings are up. Let me turn this down. And close out a lot of my windows for the things I was doing to set up the stream. How about that? Oh, it's been a while. I haven't broadcasted since 2013. Jai, you ever streamed?
No, well, stream, locally to friends on Discord, but never on Twitch and such.
Yeah.
Can't trust my internet connection enough for that.
Yeah. I hopped on the bandwagon. This is still the same microphone that I got when I started streaming in 2013. Yeah. So let's take a look here. Let's move this out of the way. And be rather confused about what identities are being played in this event.
That's someone's running with missing no today, it seems.
Oh, heck yes. We've got some data corruption going on. We've got some real hackers in the building today. Well, let's take a look. Let's see where we have our pairings today. We have Sokka, the world champion from 2022.
Alright, but Acme and Hoshiko today, it seems. Okay.
And of note, just during the player meeting, you'll see we hit 20 players, which means that we have enough for 2 invites to the Circuit Breaker Invitational. So, without any further ado, is there anybody that we want to see in particular?
Well, we could go to Sokka's game, but I suspect we'll be seeing more of him in the coming round, so we can...
It's possible. Let's see, we have A419, a Sable, 419 over here. Just getting a feeling for these. Let me...
Lots of Hishiko today, it looks like.
I am hearing null from the chat, so that's... Well, it's what the people want, so let's go with it.
Okay, yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Give me 1 second here, because there is one thing that I have neglected to figure out how to do, and that is, how do I keep the screen from moving? You know what, we'll just do that. That's easy enough. Oop. Just checking with the players to make sure that they're alright being streamed.
Shout out in the stream chat from Ed. Thanks for all the support.
Yeah, glad to see somebody here already. participating in the accelerated meta test. We've got confirmation from both of our players. They are cool with being streamed, so let's just unhide this. See if this
Alright.
needs to
It's
be
time, it seems.
moved a little bit over here. Alright, so I think that we are waiting on... We're waiting on the round to start officially, or it looks like we have done it. Alright, cool. Good luck, have fun to both players. So, we have on the runner side as requested, Null Whistleblower. Anarch, 4515. Once per turn, when you encounter a piece of ice, you may trash one card from your grip. If you do, that ice gets -2 strength for the remainder of the run. And, on the other side, Acme Consulting. The runner is considered to have 1 additional tag, even if they have 0. During encounters with the outermost piece of ice protecting any server, 4515 NBN. These...
Soccer 234 on the corp side today. Well, pretty decent play. Might have heard of him. You know, starts with Ice, Hedge Fund, Credit.
A wonderful turn 1 by all accounts.
Yeah, you know. You do wonder if it's what kind of influence this null deck is running, whether it's on just Anarch good stuff, or if there's some more spicy technology that's at work here. But in any case, Soccer opts to Ice R&D instead of HQ on turn 1. That's probably indicative that he doesn't think that there's any extremely spicy things like diversion of funds going, because honestly, you never really know if Anarch these days can play whatever cards they want.
Yeah, at least with Zoof, if I remember correctly, that is a 5 influence card, so a third of your influence for each copy. It's not unheard of, but these are 2 identities that, I mean, I admittedly am not a very close follower of the meta. I enjoy these big events because I get to see all of these great players, but these are 2 identities that I don't think I've ever seen played.
Really? Okay, I mean, now admittedly is shading onto the much less popular side of very far down the totem pole of Anarch identities, I dare say. Of course, everybody's played against Hoshiko by now. Definitely the most popular Anarch and the most popular runner in general by far. And of course, you'll be seeing some ESA today. Of that, I don't have any doubt. So yeah, now quite uncommon in terms of Anarch identities.
Yeah, if for the I do try to keep up on the streams that I can. Can't be present for many of them, but I do watch them on YouTube. Shout out to Andre and Pat and Jeff, all y'all streamers who upload on YouTube for those of us who can't be live. You're the real ones. But yeah, there's been a lot of ESA come out as well. Just Ghost Tongue going hard with the sabotage, and ooh, that's a Wildcat Strike to draw 4 cards is what that is.
That's a chunky hand, huh? That's a draw Wildcat Strike. And cards with 1 click left. You have to imagine that there's going to be some Windbreaker discards at end of turn, which is probably why Sebastian K is fine. It's fine with this decision being made.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
It's not very often that you see Rogue Trading. Okay, that is 2 influence if I'm reading that correctly. 18 credits from the bank on Rogue Trading, and 2 clicks to take 6 credits and a tag. So
this already kind of tells us a lot about the intended direction of this null deck. So now we see this rogue trading. You expect it to be a tag me kind of deck, and of course, that brings to mind cards like Obolus, like Counter Surveillance, the classic like tag me payoffs. But I do want to talk a little bit more about what we see on the corp side. We do see government subsidy in archives being played by Soccer on turn 2, so that's probably quite indicative that this is kind of like a big money, maybe a more glacierish kind of Acme deck, which is, to be fair, what you normally expect to see out of Acme. Oh, please pause. Runner's acting. All right. Okay. No issues. But yeah, so Soccer ending turn 3 with 20 credits. That is a rather large sum, and normally, you'd be especially against NBN as the runner. You don't really want to run in the extremely early game, especially with that big of a credit deficit. Although, as I say, that Sebastian K already pumps himself up to 19 credits with a drop liberated accounts. But as I say, the threat of the omnipresent NBN card, hard-hitting news, normally would put a bit of pause into most runners. But of course, the Tag Me archetype doesn't really care about having that number of tags, at least once they've gotten their setup and their Obolus, and then make sure they don't die to boom or any other kind of tag punishment that the corp has.
Apologies for having you carry the weight here. Been doing some technical support on myself with OBS. Everyone pretend you've seen nothing. We've got a server being set up here on top of the Spin Doctor. No trash on that, so we have an upgrade.
Okay. So no actual agenda in server 1 as of yet. So, Sebastian K isn't actually pressured to do anything, but you do have to respect what possibly could be in server 1. It could be anyone's guess what kind of like defensive upgrades that Soccer is running. Of course, like popular NBN like options include, well, not an NBN option, a neutral card, but NBN has always liked price X in their scoring servers, especially if they are on like tag punishment plans. We've seen Warwind Tracker be quite popular in the past few months, although not sure how many assets that Soccer is running to take advantage of it, if at all.
Yeah, Warwind Tracker posed a massive, just had a massive impact on last month's AMT. I believe was in, if not first places corp decks, then second places. I'll have to double check on that. We are popping a Spin Doctor to add back the Attitude Adjustment and the Government Subsidy. Attitude Adjustment, I'm not sure how prevalent this card is. Draw 2 credits operation. Draw 2 cards. Reveal up to 2 agendas in HQ and or archives. Gain 2 for each one and shuffle them into R&D. Sokka shuffled a Bologna from HQ into R&D and got a refund of 2 credits.
Alright, and we see actually a very important development going down on the runner side here. The Obolus has come down, the console for most tag me runners. Your hand size is increased by 1 for each tag you have, which has let Sebastian K actually go to 7 hand size after taking the 2 tags off rogue trading.
Yeah, Obolus being a very strong console in the tag me, just being able to counteract the boom and the end of the line strategies with the hand size increase. We see here already grip size of 7.
Yeah, And what's actually cool is that he actually placed a Stone Chip Chart Room down the turn before, which means that uh, normally with your hand size only being 5 on the turn, you install the Obelisk, but then with the Stone Chip Chart Room, you can spend your entire turn taking rogue trading credits and still be able to clicklessly draw off the Storm Chip Chart Room, so you don't have to worry about being boomed on the turn that you're taking your money and still setting up, which is a very nice efficiency touch.
Alright, that
But
rogue
of course,
trading getting trashed.
yeah, 2 rogue tradings in a bin now. Of course, very important for the corp to, of course, as long as they're in a decent economic position, get rid of these rogue tradings because they are both an outlet for the runners, a way to get the runner their number of tags up, as well as an economic engine, one of the best economic engines in the game if you don't actually care about the number of tags you have.
Or if the number of tags you have, cough cough, is a positive somewhere along the line. There are ways to punish the tag me strat, and we'll see if that's what Sokka built towards. We're up to hand size of 8 now on Sebastian's side, and taking the last from Liberated account to install the Fermenter and a God of War.
That looks like infinite tags to me.
Take 1 tag to put 2 virus counters on God of War and spend it to break a subroutine. Oh. Very quickly, there's a 15 minutes. Install advance.
So of note, there is a daily quest cooking in the remote server 1 with advanceable upgrade, it seems, in the same server. So
yeah, Jai,
I remember we had this exact conversation.
Would you happen
last
to be able to recount how many advanceable upgrades there are and
as
what they
I
are?
recall, there are. I mean, as I recall, you told me there were 3.
There are 3
upgrades. One, of course, the most common and, to be fair, the most likely you'd see in a Glacier deck, which I expect this to be, would be Bio Vault, the Jindeki Trashable upgrade.
Whoops.
But of course, the second one, and in the NBN faction itself, of course, would be Vladisibus City Grid, which is kind of a fast advance tool or a way to offshore your advancement counters. And once again, I know this in my head. I've forgotten what the third one was. Okay, but hold up. There's the run being made.
Yeah, let's talk about this data ward here. When the runner encounters data ward, they must pay 3 credits or take a tag. I have a feeling that I know which one Sebastian will opt for. Taking this opportunity to install a paperclip that had been in the bin. That is going to be 7 credits, which I've just realized is not exactly a huge hurdle. Both players have had a lot of time to set up economy. This daily cast has been in here how many turns now? I'm sorry, that's a second data ward.
So normally, data ward is an ice that you only see on the outermost in Agni, just because of the fact that all the subroutines only care if the runner is tagged, and the Acme ability is, of course, only active on the outermost ice. So it's only really a gigantic hindrance on the outermost ice. However, in the tag me matchup, it doesn't actually matter because they're always going to have tags, so you can put the data wards wherever you please. And okay, we of course see the Bio Vault. Bring Resident 5 to protect the daily quest. Sokka not wanting to give up his economic investment just yet.
Yeah, I'm just checking to see here. 6, 7. So the paperclip is a one-time. Data ward was 12 to res both. And I believe it is 12 on Sebastian's side as well to break through both of them. Meanwhile, we have an IP block being rezzed on HQ here. This is just a regular basic action click to run HQ. This is a barrier,
Of course,
so
IP block. Yeah, of course, IP block. One of the very common splashed barriers in most other factions due to there only being one influence, and in most cases, the text on the top is a pretty decent, soft deterrent against like most AIs such as Omakua that you normally see. But in this case, of course, God of War, you're taking tags already. You don't really care if you just sprinkle a couple more on top of that on the encounter. And of course, Sebastian K chooses to pump and break to get his access on HQ.
access is a Hydra. Another big ice. 10 res cost, 3 subs, 6 strength. And these are all things that just so happen to interact with a tagged runner. That's very interesting. It's an interesting call here, Sako.
Okay, so Sebastian K ending his turn with 7 tags and 11 cards in grip, so no chance of getting flatlined anytime soon. Although it should be noted that they only have 11 cards left in the stack, and we don't actually see any tag me payoff cards just yet, such as the counter surveillance that we've alluded to previously. And of course, we see a second spin doctor coming down on Soccer's side. Daily quest still ticking over, 13 credits now.
Yes, Obelisk is the one that allows you to draw more cards for accesses, but does not give you more accesses itself. That would be wild. This daily cast is still here. 3 credits of DrippyCon is nothing to sneeze at. Can you call it DrippyCon at that point? Can you hear the people drag racing on the street outside? Because I have my window open?
Well, DrippyCon, it's it's more like leaving the tap on all the way, more like, if I had to compare it to anything. Big waste of water, please, by the way. Don't ever do that. Also, does a real number on your utilities bill.
It's honestly like, we've come a long way with repurposing water, but like, still, be conscious of it. But also, make sure you drink water. Water's an important beverage.
Yes. Of course, it's round 1, of course, of a 4-round and with a top cut tournament. So this is a reminder to any players that might be watching the stream to do stay hydrated. Very important.
Yes, just since you're bringing it up, the plan as discussed in the players' meeting, I believe, was that we were going to go all 4 rounds of Swiss. I believe it's still 4 rounds planned. All 4 rounds of Swiss in one go, and then have a break. Not sure how long. I'll have to check on that before we move into the top cut. So plan your stretches accordingly. Or BioVault been restored into server 1. Just love to have that paid ability. Get out of here. And actually, yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, BioVault does not have a restriction on which run you can end. It's just end that run.
That's exactly right. So because of the fact that counter surveillance is a resource that trashes itself to make a run to get your payoff for having so many tags, and the fact that the BioVault is just sitting there in server 1 protected by double data ward, which as we've seen costs 14 credits to go through. It does put a pretty big credit burden on on Sebastian K to actually get rid of this BioVault before making any kind of counter surveillance run. because at a moment's notice, Soccer can just pull the plug on any kind of R&D dig that Sebastian K might be up to.
Just don't mind that. So yeah.
We see Acacia.
Acacia, yeah, we have whenever the corp purges virus counters, you may gain
Acacia,
1
that's
credit
right.
for each virus counter removed, and trash Acacia. 1 credit to install hardware, no subtypes. Currently posing an 11 credit swing. If a purge comes through from Sokka's side. That is going to... I mean, a purge already takes all 3 clicks if you don't have, Cyberdeck's sandbox and score it in this turn. Whatever. 3 clicks to purge these virus counters, give Sebastian 11 credits. Do you think Sokka's deterred? Do you think it's looking a little less appetizing now? If nothing else, I believe it has caused a thinking period on Sokka's side. Government subsidy, okay. Let's take a second and just think about. We have 2
Sokka
subsidies.
looks like they're more interested in setting up their own economy, actually.
Just icing up that server. We got a glacier going. And another ice on
Daily Quest
HQ.
putting in overtime. Been there for quite a few turns now, actually.
Yeah, let's see here. That was turn 11. Daily Cast, I want to say, was a turn 5 res. So that's 18 credits. Maybe an off by 1, as I am a programmer. 1 in this case is 3. 3R1.
Sounds about right. 15 or 18 credits,
A decent amount for 1 click and 1 credit to res. We have a Stone Ship chart room being popped immediately. 5 cards in the stack left. 12 in the grip, and we're not even at hand size. Thank you, Obelus.
Yeah,
A moshing to 2 cards in the grip.
Right now for Sebastian K.
Or 2 cards in the stack, I mean. A Steel Skin Scarring being trashed to the moshing. So that's the whole stack. Yeah, a play that I neglected to mention during the initial run against these data wards. Sebastian used Null's ability, trashed a card from the grip, and what card did he choose to trash? Well, it's a little card called Steel Skin Scarring. Goodness, I love the art of Steel Skin. Elliot, you did a fantastic job. More art like this, just in general. Anyway, back to the game. The entire deck is out. We've got a Sure Gamble and a Fermenter to finish up. 11 cards in the stack, that's it. In the grip, I keep on getting them mixed up.
Soccer 234 doesn't seem that interested in doing any kind of scoring. More interested in building up his economy, letting that daily quest take over. And as long as the Biovault's still sitting in server 1, there's no real need. There's no real need for him to do anything as long as he doesn't get flooded out on agendas, because Sebastian K can never win off counter surveillance, so there's no real need to do anything really.
If I am counting... Oh, forgot about rogue tradings. That puts it at 12. Is it just 3 copies each? Diesel, Rogue Trading, Stone Ship, Chart Room?
Yeah, that does.
Could be something left in the world's largest group to tell us, but meanwhile on the corpse side we have 7 influence that we've sorry. No, that is 7. 3 from this restore, 2 from this bio vault, which got reinstalled from the restore and the government subsidies.
Lots of event econ coming up from this Acme deck. We even see non-equivalent exchange, which is a card you don't often see played in these NBN decks, which already kind of have like a wealth of like event economy options, or operation economy options, I should say, like predictive planogram, hedge fund, of course, classic, and we also see this government subsidy, which he is paying influence for.
Yeah, I mean, at 1 influence, it's not a bad idea. 1 click to gain you 5 credits, and honestly, that's what non-equivalent exchange is here. If you don't care how much money the runner has, that's a click for 5 credits, and it's a threshold of 2. Even if you don't give the runner the credits, threshold of 2 to gain 3. I'm sorry, to gain 3 net. That's a dirty laundry. That's an easy mark that you gotta invest a little bit into.
Yeah. So just contemplating what Sebastian K's game plan is here with this last 10 cards in grip. So probably his game plan is something like having to you need to trash this bio vault somehow, and we've seen unless I miss my guess, that is all 15 influence accounted for. Yes, so no pinhole threadings in the null deck, which means that you need to get rid of this bio vault the hard way. But if you don't want to risk it getting restored, or getting a second bio vault installed or restored, you're going to have to run this now 4 Eyes Deep remote, following which installing counter surveillance and making a counter surveillance run in the same turn, which is a significant credit investment for this now deck, and sitting on 33 credits feels like a lot, but it's minimum 12 credits for the counter surveillance run itself because of the 12 tags, as well as the cost of breaking through these 2 data wards, as well as any of these other 4 unrest dice on R&D and server 1, which Sokka might care to rest.
Yeah, let's think about
That
this.
being
So,
said,
counter surveillance. I just have to pull up the wording here. Run any server if successful. Instead of accessing, pay X credits. So you pay the 1. Well, you pay the 1 to install the counter surveillance, and then you trash it to make the run. But you don't have to pay the credits if the bio vault fires. So that's at least some solace here, I think. If we've got all 3 counter surveillances in hand and just jam them down, and we're able to get into the R&D, that might just be game, right?
yeah, that might be enough. And of course, as Chad is also pointing out, you don't have to go through the bio vault if you just let it fire and then go again with another counter surveillance. So that is another option that Sebastian K has.
Yeah, there's some discussion here in the chat about how many counter surveillances we might be on here, and we haven't seen any, so we can't even begin to guess. Maybe it's 0. The forbidden 4th option.
That is certainly a number of counter surveillances that you can put in a deck.
That's
also,
the true Netrunner mind games. Oh, we have one of our fermenters being popped for a cool 14 credits. A Devil Charm. Oh. Ooh,
Okay.
this is bringing up painful memories for me. Ooh.
Yeah, so we did see this a little bit, this card a little bit at the last AMT, although that card was more of a vehicle to get to turn on what was it? Omakua, I believe, another AI after a virus purge, and it could be kind of the same purpose in this deck with the God of War. We'll see if there are any particular combos such as Chisel that Sebastian K has decided to play in the deck. But as of now, it's just one cost minus 6 strength. So looking at the God of War's 2 credits for +1 strength, it's it's kind of like one credit to gain 12. If you squint a little bit and don't think about it too hard.
You just square the circle. Just yeah. Those numbers, I can affix them to a graph and then a more different graph, and well, there is the third Spin Doctor being installed and immediately rezzed. Sokka's looking for something.
So we haven't actually seen many agendas in the deck yet. Of course, we did see that attitude adjustment shuffling back a Bellona. And of course, this 15 minutes being scored. So you can imagine that with this being a Glacier game plan, that there's going to be 6-5-3 agendas in R&D. Sorry, well, between R&D and HQ, of course. So Bellona is, of course, one of them, and you can maybe expect that the other one might be Degree Mills, possibly.
What other?
Alternatively, send a message if Sokka is interested in rezzing Big Eyes for free, which any self-respecting Glacier players is interested in rezzing Big Eyes for free. We did see multiple Big Eyes already. Data Watt, Hydra is looking around somewhere.
I'm putting my call in for a playset of Quantum Predictive Model for the true anti-tag tech. I feel like that would be. I mean, send a message would be good here with the Big Ice we got going on, but I don't know. I'm tempted to bring the cats in, and also not bring the cats in.
Possibly, one way or another. We won't know for sure until we see them. But anyway, Sebastian K, up to 48 credits after that fermenter pop last turn. Contemplating whether now is the time to make his move. 2 eyes on R&D. Of course, Sokka did ice HQ over R&D last turn, which is possibly indicative that there are agendas in HQ. But how many points are there? And, how many runs on Centrals is Sebastian K prepared to make? And of course, 48 credits is a lot, but against this Big Ice out of the NBN deck, it might go away very quickly.
Got a run on the Spin Doctor, forcing the RFG. Can't really do anything when it's the last Spin Doctor. I mean, we could have Simulation Reset, perhaps, but that's... We'll see. 2 unseen cards going back into R&D. Okay.
So there are 23 cards in R&D. If we assume that 5 or 6 of them are 3-point agendas, discounting whatever might be in HQ. So Sebastian K decided it's not time yet, actually. Just clicking for credits, going up to 51. 19 virus counters potentially purgeable of this location. Something tells me Soccer's not gonna click that button and purge virus counters.
Yeah, I mean,
We,
you
of
might
course, have-
get something off of the God of War, but the two fermenters as it stands are 18 credits. You'd have to spend the clicks, but... And then the fermenters
Yeah.
would just stay there. The acacia gets
Yeah,
popped,
so-
but...
not a very good, not a very good deal for the corp. And Soccer would probably just rather, keep installing ice. Well, drawing agendas is a bit of a bummer on this board state, but you have attitude adjustments to shuffle them back, spin doctors to shuffle them back. Although, as I say, that 3 already have been out, so it is like somewhat of an o'clock. Maybe if you find a second bio vault, that makes a big difference.
Yeah, notably, BioVault, not unique, no restriction on how many can be in one server, just that it has to be remote.
So, alright, Soccer with the draw a card, hedge fund, and
Pour one out for daily quests.
alright, did its job. Turn 50. That's
Quest
a
completed.
10. That's right. The 30 credit swing of this daily quest. And finally, you have to wonder. Now that there we go, counter surveillance comes down. First click, and are we going to see a second click run on R&D or on server 1? There we go. Second click, counter surveillance. And of course, it's Soccer's prerogative to decide whether she should be resing this ice on R&D. So first,
No res.
not a res. So bear in mind that any card that any ice that gives the runner tax is maybe more of a liability than an asset here, because that of course will increase the number of cards you see of this access, this counter surveillance access. Although you do imagine we will be seeing this BioVault popped.
Almost definitely. There's
Yeah,
no way
on
this run
this
is
one.
successful.
Yeah.
But you have to force the BioVault hop.
Okay. The null trigger on Toll Booth, reducing his strength, and looks like Black Orchestra is going to be the install.
Putting us right at
that
memory
brings
limit.
it to a single pump, which means that saving 3 credits with the ID ability, not too shabby. Black Orchestra breaks Toll Booth, and we almost certainly see the BioVault here. There we go.
Sebastian will not continue the run. I'm sorry. Anyway, click 3 is counter surveillance. And click 4 is
here
a
we go.
run at R&D with counter surveillance. So let's see. Still just 1 pump from Black Orchestra, or am I?
Now
No,
it is
2
2 pumps from
pumps.
Black Orchestra.
So 9 credits total from that. Got 13 tags. That is 22, leaving us 18 credits. That's enough to steal 3 Bolognas.
That's more than enough bonus. Yes. So I expect very soon we'll be seeing if Sokka put quantum predictive models in his deck, huh? Wait. Devil Charm. Devil Charm gives -6 strength to Toll Booth. Alright,
just
so
put the God of War to use.
okay,
Alright, let's access up to 13 cards from R&D.
here we go.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Oh, that's a thick meaning.
That's fine. That's fine.
Alright,
I'll seal that.
Send image. Oh, there we go. So, Sebastian K is, I think, really hoping that he wins off of this one run because I suspect if there's a second restore or a second Biovault going down in server 1
Malona.
on this next turn.
And there
we go.
Send a message.
So Bellona send a message, and of course we do see the whole playset of Biovaults out of R&D.
Look at these credit totals, y'all. 115 to 110. Incredible. Alright, well, let's hop back in for the
run back. And what time these two players play on the opposite sides? Let's see.
So Sokka is going to be running this game. He will be playing as Hoshiko versus Sebastian's Ag Infusion. Oop, there we go. Hoshiko, when your turn ends, if you accessed at least one card this turn, gain 2 credits and flip this identity. I cannot recite to you the backside. I know that there is one link. Start of your turn, you lose a credit, draw a card.
And if you didn't access any cards on that flip side,
Then
at the
you
end of
flip
the
it.
turn you flip back.
Yep.
To Untold Protagonist.
And Ag Infusion coming back. We got once per turn. Instead of rezzing an approached piece of ice, you may trash it to choose another server. The runner is now running on that server and encountering the outermost piece of ice, if any.
Yeah, so this, unlike the previous game, this is certainly not a new matchup. We've seen this maybe not countless times, but definitely plenty of times. Ag Infusion, well, never the most popular Shinteki identity. Definitely
Hang
has
on.
been around the block. You've definitely seen it a couple of times.
Hang on.
Hoshiko, of
Chat's
course,
talking about some
is very
numbers here. I think we have to acknowledge some numbers that are going on the runner's side here.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. That's looks like a big Hoshiko. 62 card deck. Wow. We may be seeing some World 3 in the chat, huh?
Lagging bad. Don't worry, Ed. I am acknowledging the numbers. I am just allowing for my good buddy Jai here to find a reasonable point to interrupt him instead of, just right away.
Yeah, and of course, we see as well the 59 card Ag Infusion deck. All right. So that's what, 23 points in the 23 or 24 points in the Corp deck. All right, and of course, Sokka not to be outdone.
Wait. Oh my goodness, hang on. Big Corp 2, hang on.
It is 53 plus 3, 56, 57, 58, 59 cards. And Sokka, of course, you don't get to be world champion without being able to pull a 3 influence card out of a 62 card deck on the opening hand.
Oh yeah, that's fine. No problem.
With the first click bravado into his standard.
Into an assassin.
Standard best. Ooh.
What is this? Neutral, 7 res, 5 strength, Sentry Destroyer AP Tracer.
That's a big warning sign if I ever heard one. Okay. Not seen this card in a couple of years now, I'm gonna say. Okay.
Axu in the chat has it exactly right. WTF is that? What is that? Hang on.
So discarding Stargate, MK Ultra, and Raindrops got Stone out of the hand.
0.
And
Click
oh, it's zero.
suffer a net damage to gain 1 and draw 2 cards once per turn. Okay. And just
I dare say that is a pretty sick opening hand for Soccer with a 0 and a bravado.
2 bin breakers down already, yeah. What is going on? How did we manage the large decks just against each other? After, I don't think there was anything untowards about the sizes of the other decks. Those were normal, weren't they? What happened here?
Yeah. Now that you mention it.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. True Netrunner mind games.
Yeah. Now I'm a little bit sad that we saw the other game first instead of this matchup first, because this might turn out to be an absolute barn burner of a game, considering the deck sizes.
Yeah, we could have anything going on here. We got a Hansei review that was being played there. And that's just the hedge fund. A card being trashed to play the Hansei review. Well,
Yeah.
not to play it, as a part of playing it. Not a cost.
Soccer, just to see if Spin Doctor gets popped, which it does get popped, and of course, incidentally also triggering his ID ability. Can't complain about that.
Oh, Sebastian's rethinking.
It's an oboe, isn't it, from Soccer, of the 3-card head.
Wait, sorry, what's going on here?
And so, Soccer running archives, and Sebastian K firing the Spin Doctor, but realizing that it could, with only 3 cards in the grip, Soccer is actually unable to steal any Obokata Protocol.
Gotcha.
That, yeah. But okay, so Soccer is fine with Sebastian K taking back the remove from him to shuffle. We'll see.
Just to note, Sebastian did say that there was some lag going on, so Sokka is probably buffering. Yep, trying to run back, but some lag.
Of course. Alright, so just thinking about this 59 card Egg Infusion, you have to wonder if they're on some the Loki Egg Infusion that we've seen previously just with 10 extra cards. One of which, of course, would be Assassin, because it's not something we've actually seen before in the recent past. Alternatively, it's just some other kind of non-lockout Glacier Brew. Just something we need to see for ourselves.
It wasn't even an Obokata, it's a second Hansei. We got played, all of us.
Oh, the mind games upon mind games.
Just a force of habit. Archives running. There's a face down in there. I gotta pop this. Would be nice if this can't run Archives lag was active for RH players.
Yeah.
Oh, big mood.
Restore humanity. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Sokka electing to run back the Spin Doctor. Okay. Game state has been restored, I suppose.
Yep.
In some form.
Yep, we had the run on Archives, so we got the access on Hoshiko's side, and then the run on the Spin Doctor to force the RFG, putting back Hansei and a hedge fund. And Sebastian, in the meantime here, setting up a remote, gaining a credit. Banghar.
Alright.
Pinhole. Banghar Pinhole.
Okay.
Regolith mining
Ridiculous.
license.
Probably trashed. Alright, that's fine. So, okay. So, Banha is pretty interesting, and you would you could kind of argue that Banha is a good enough reason to run a thick deck, just because with zero your card draw is pretty decent, and Banha, while being an excellent card for getting accesses, does tend to run you out of steam later on in the game. But of course, having a thick deck helps a lot with that.
Here we have DreamNet, classic Hoshiko. If you have at least 2 Link or your identity is digital, then in addition to drawing a card on your first successful run, you also gain a credit. I'm trying to remember, I think it was Andre in a stream said, described this as the 2 Link and the digital as being very suspiciously enabling of Sunny and Apex.
Yeah, so probably, out of the box, Hoshiko's the only other runner off the top of my head that can utilize the secondary effect of DreamNet. It's just those 2 mini factions as well as Hoshiko, if I'm not wrong. But okay, here we go. Raindrops Cutstone on the Assassin, with of course Banha targeting HQ, so this will be 2 net damage for draw 2 cards. Trashing Steel Skin, which is not bad, and Hippo, which is less nice.
Oh no, not the Hippo.
Yeah, but he is getting his access, and of course this DreamNet trigger, which is nice. Access in Simulation Reset. Not unsurprising to see in a deck of this thickness being able to recycle your best cards, I guess. And attitude adjustment coming out of the Hank Infusion. So we've seen this card already in the previous game. Of note, it's a 2 influence card. So pretty reasonable to splash into 17 influence identity like Hank Infusion is, and probably wise, probably a wise inclusion for a deck as thick as a 59 card deck is, without having any natural ability to cycle agendas. And we do see Overcut and a Bacteria going in and clearing 4 credits.
I may be desynced actually, 1 second. Okay, yes, I'm sorry, I did lose connection. Attitude adjustment is the 2 influence you were talking about there. Shuffle Obokata and Bacterial from HQ into R&D for a net 2 credit gain. Ooh, just trying to keep up here. There's a lot going on. Fermenter and Botulus on the Assassin. Daily casts. Moshing started the turn off.
So already we are seeing the Hoshiko deck approaching normal deck size levels, which is kind of a testament to how efficient the deck is at going through its cards.
Yeah, more often than not, I feel like when I played against a Hoshiko, they've seen their entire deck. Just kind of happens with the passive draw of the digital side. We got a Simulation Reset coming down for 2 cards. Attitude Adjustment getting shuffled back in alongside 1 Unseen.
One thing which I'm curious about, and I'm sure we'll see in a bit, is what console that Sokka has opted to run in this big Hoshiko deck. Of course, Anak has no shortage of playable consoles. Keiko has been seen a lot recently. One of the most efficient consoles out there for 2MU. More also very popular recently, and of course slightly less popular. But I myself am very partial to Patchwork, which does have kind of a synergy with the big deck idea and being able to spend your cards for resources.
Okay, we have 3. Hang on, 3 damage. Yep. Pinhole, Threading, Moshing, and Blorchestra from 3 hits on a DNA tracker.
And, so that was a 6 credit profit, or 6 credits of not lost because of the Banha's effect. So you were taking that 3 net damage either way, regardless of Banha. But with this card, at least you don't lose 6 credits worth of value. And Sokka's economy, in fact, is in a pretty decent shape. 21 credits and 10 more offshore on daily casts over the next few turns.
We got another ice coming down on HQ here to offset this Botulus. I'm wondering if you're gonna run a hefty deck. How many do you just include copies of both? Just whichever one you see first, you play?
Oh, in terms of Anak consoles,
Yeah.
well, that is a reasonable line to take, certainly. And I mean, let's say you're running, for example, for argument's sake, 3 Keiko and 3 more, and because those contours are both 2 influence, not 2 influence, 2, they gave you 2 memory each. It's not that big of a stretch to imagine that it could be done, and if you really needed, let's say X number of slots in a deck to gain MU, just because of your RIP requirements, then it kind of makes sense to do so, and you can always. Actually, I'm not sure if you can over-install consoles with a different console.
Yes, you can. That is a fairly recent, within Null Signal's lifespan. They have updated it so that you are able to, trash a console as part of the action of installing another console. Or maybe it's, you install one and the other. In JNet, you do have to physically drag the console into the heap. Last I checked, but it is a perfectly cromulent move. Real quick, we see the Ma, and we got DJ Steve in the house. Dilf Daddy Steve coming in, dropping some hot beats. If we ever make a successful run on HQ, which I hope to. I love Steve. Look at this handsome man.
Looks like we have
Another
DNA
DNA
tracker
track.
rest on a raindrops run on a server 2, which is interesting because Sokka targeted R&D with his Banha, which out of the cop side, another attitude adjustment, shuffling a single sender message now. So that is the 3rd unique 5/3 that we've seen.
Oh, have I reconnected?
All right, are we good?
I believe so. Apologies about that. I think that having the stream running in the background had taken up a little too much bandwidth, so I dropped some frames there. Hopefully we're good now, but please let me know if there's still any issues.
Back to the game, I was mentioning the send a message shuffle back with attitude adjustment, which means that we're up to 3 unique 5/3 agendas in Sebastian K's deck. After the set matches, we've also seen, of course, Obokata Protocol and Bacterial Programming.
Yeah, we are going in on the 3-pointers here. This was a 59 card deck, so that's 24 points. Is that right?
24 points.
Okay, so that's 8 3-pointers.
Yes, in theory, we'll see if there are any smaller agendas in the deck or if it's just purely 8 5-3s. Jinteki, of course. Are there any fake point cards in Jinteki actually? Now that I think about it,
I'm not
DNA
sure.
Spicer. DNA Spicer, I believe, is a fake points card, so it is possible for. It is possible to just be on a pure scoring plan with this deck, although we haven't seen any confirmation of that one way or another, of course. Yeah, soccer.
Project Kusanagi as well. Oops. What is this? Interesting.
Yeah, soccer. So taking some time on this. Then, of course, as we've mentioned a few times on the stream, that there is some lag on JNet today. So we do ask that you be patient with the players as they play. Of course, such things kind of unfortunate, but we just have to deal with it. And maybe we can get a server restart in between rounds if we ask nicely.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can get something like that in the works. I'm not entirely sure how much.
Oh, but there we go. No, we actually just desynced again. That's not good.
Confirmed server reset after this round? Cool.
Yeah, okay. I think we might need to rejoin the lobby because the game has progressed a bit since.
That could also be on my end. Sorry, folks. Time in the round just got called, so we're back to see what. There's a couple liberated accounts going down here. It is Sokka's turn, so if I remember correctly, that means Sokka has this 1 click left, and then Sebastian has a turn to score any points before it's declared a 1 point to each. Sokka being allowed to roll back the hippo because it was installed after time on the round, and that does make a big difference.
And so there is an Anansi res on HQ, which probably was res during one of these Steve runs, which removed some of these cards from the game. So Sokka has 2 clicks left to score any points that he can, electing to try and find them of R&D, very reasonable. And while Sebastian K, 1 credit left, can't really see any points being scored on this credit total.
Alright, well, the Ag Infusion was popped to redirect into HQ. You have to imagine there's nothing in there, right?
Yeah, after the recent attitude adjustment previously, looks like no agendas. There's a killing in there, of course, but no agendas. And with his last click, Sokka just gonna check out.
Show me the goods.
Show me the
Oh,
goods
Sokka,
around.
we're.
Yeah, we'll check.
I didn't realize you were in here. Get out of here. You're playing this game. Sokka 234, everybody. All right, going for the lucky access. What do we got on top of R&D? 1 out of 59. 8 out of 59.
So that's gonna be around 1 in 4. Oh, easy rips off the top. 3 points. 3 points for Sokka.
Guess what
Easy
number I'm
back
thinking of? Magnet. GG coming from Sebastian. Yeah, lucky last ditch run on R&D after time on the round takes Sokka to a win on that one. And oh my goodness, what was the result of the first game? That last one, the numbers were just all over the place. I've already forgotten now.
Yeah, so this turns out to be a runner split. Of course, Sokka won this one on time, but the
Yeah,
first
the
one was won by
counter
Sebastian K with
surveillance.
the
Yep,
counter
you're right.
surveillance deck. Yeah.
All right, runner split and table 2.
Chat calling the world champ difference. You're probably right. No, I think if I was in this game, I probably would have missed on that.
Yeah, I mean, some days you play the deep dive and it's just like, there's nothing there. You can access that snare
Yeah.
if you want, or that snare, or that snare if you want.
So time has been called in a round. Looks like there are still a couple games going, but probably no time to go into them. So we can probably just head on over back to the.
Yeah, it looks like the
Big
king
for
is still
round two.
playing at table 7. He does have a time extension for having an oracle, so
All right, so you want to switch back to the reported results. Let's find out what's going on.
yeah, let's take a look here. Ba-ba-bum. All right, so 8 out of 10 repairings reported. Table 9 is finished. I think just waiting for the report to come in there. We have splits and
Actually, this was the. So only 2 splits this round between Aksu and Equals D and Sokka and Sebastian K. We've just seen. Every other table so far has been a sweep, which is quite something.
Yeah, I'm wondering what happened with the reporting of this one, table 1, whether or not this was a corp or runner split. We had Lu versus the Outfit and Sports Metal versus Hoshiko. So, yeah, I'm not sure which way I'd I think at this point probably I'd say runner split if I just had to guess, but
I mean, not unreasonable considering we've just seen a runner split. Aksu in chat saying it was a cop split. All right.
it was a corp split. Okay. I don't know. Can we trust who's this? Aksu? Can we trust their information?
The person who says they are okay.
I don't know. Do we have any reputable? Can we get a fact check on this? No, thank you. Thank you, Aksu. So yeah, that's actually more exciting to me. I'm a big sports fan. And the Outfit, that's a bad publicity one, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Outfit. Okay, so still waiting on the results from table 9. Actually, shall we go to the tournament page and take a look at the ID demographics since we are here?
Yeah, let's go ahead and swap back over here. Okay, we do have actual verified data going through. We don't have any, any Bitcoin wallets that snuck their way in here on either side. 20 players, correct. 10 of them on Hoshiko, and beyond that, another 5 on Anarch. 75%. Coming in second, we have 3 Criminal and 2 Shaper.
So what you're telling me is, if you just ignore the existence of Hoshiko Shiro, this would actually look like a very nice and well-rounded and healthy runner method.
I mean, 50% for 1 and 3 is still... And you also have to consider, this is standard. Where's my mini factions? Where's
That's
Nova
true.
and Ishuma? Come
Yeah.
on.
Give me some Adam, you know.
Exactly. Apex? Anybody play that card? No, I love all the mini factions. They're so cool. But yeah, over on Corp side, 5 Ag Infusion, 25%, and then another 4 in Personal Evolution. So that's 9 out of 20, 45%. And we have EdTech at 4 and 1, so that's 25%. A cool 10% on the outfit.
And the last 20% on HB between Sports Medal, Fule, and Asa Group.
Sadly, no
I'm-
representation
so
for my sweet child, Mirror Morph, but
to be fair to Hoshiko, we have seen that there are a whole bunch of there's so many things you can do with that ID that it's so flexible. You can play whatever you want. Honestly, we've seen earlier the big Hoshiko coming out of soccer, and of course there are a whole bunch of other archetypes you can play out of it. You can play Apocalypse if that's what you're partial to. I know I am. Of course, you can play the Aeneas Informant version of Hoshiko that won last month's AMT, and of course, any more like kind of traditional breaker suites, even importing Turbine, for example. And yeah, so basically, you can do anything in that ID, and that's really a big part of why it's so popular.
just real quick here, we got Table 9 coming in as a split. And who was the king getting a sweep on a literal Roman emperor? I mean, still impressive. The guy did come back from like literal prehistory and the afterlife to play Netrunner. I don't think he's too familiar with the game, but you know, congrats to the king either way. Let's take a look and see if we got some tables up.
So round 2 looks like not up yet, but that's also because we're waiting for Jaded to restart, which is good news, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like all the lobbies are empty. Yeah, so we've got some extra time on our hands. Yeah. So yeah, it is true. I get somewhat surprised at like only 3 ESA decks, despite the results that they've been putting up recently, and of course, been very popular in the recent NRDB decks of the week, and so on and so forth. So I am a little bit surprised to see so little SR. And the other ID that I thought we would see a little bit more of was Op Super Heavy Logistics, or the other Wayland ID other than the outfit that you would normally see. And another very flexible ID. You can play some kind of like mutually assured destruction combo. You could play fast advance. You could play just regular tag and back with hard hitting and end of the line. Yeah, so quite surprised that we're not seeing any of whatsoever.
Now let's just, since we have a second here, just pull up a very good boat. Some would say the better boat. It's me, I'm some. This is the better boat. Hot takes, come at me. Ob is one of those cards that you look at and it just gives you ideas, you know? It just makes you wanna do things. It makes you wanna search your deck. Search R&D for a card with a printed res cost.
And I think it's cool that this is like one of the types of cards that only gets better as like more cards enter the card pool, you know, with just much more combo potential available. to the identity. And even if you're not trying to do any kind of like funky skateboard combos, like just getting like value chains is very nice. I think one of the best examples would be like Maryland campaign, because it reses for 2 credits. You take your 8 credits off of it, and it trashes. You get your 1 cost out of the deck, and then the 2 cost Maryland campaign goes back in the deck, ready to be pulled out again. So that's one very basic interaction, which it only gets better with time as more 3 cost and 1 cost cards enter the card pool, and you have more options to choose from when deck building this identity.
We did also. Ob did have a very strong showing back when Mr. Ivanov was in business. He's seen better days in terms of legality, but yeah, Drago being banned really did a number on Ob. I think just changed up the meta in a way that unfortunately kind of like put it by the wayside. But no, I think it'll still be interesting, just not what the players are going for right now. I think there's too much potential in Ob to discount, but I'm here for all y'all armchair deck builders and theorists to have someone to be mad at. That's my role here.
Well, I see we have some mafia greater than logistics in the chat. I cannot fault your logic. It's nice to tutor Marylands and stuff and assets, blah blah blah. But not taking 3 credits on a bad part is nice as well. Can't deny that.
Yeah, but like, Ob just like deleted a continent or whatever. Where's the land? Where's the land? It's all gone.
We just, you just dug it up.
Yakov, what happened to the land? It's gone? The land's gone? Oh, goodness.
Like, what happened to it?
God, I love the lore behind Midnight Sun is just so wonderful. Or Borealis. I just love it. Hey, you know what? Since we got a second. Does the Mafia have this? Does the Mafia have super deep borehole? The card that I will always default to when I need a real home run of flavor into function. When I'm trying to sell people on Netrunner. God, what a great card.
You will, to be fair, man, you are more likely to see this in the Mafia deck than in the Logistics deck.
That's true, but like, the outfit's just paying. They're all subsidiaries, right? Like, it's all Wayland money. It's fake anyway.
Fair enough.
Super deep borehole. I think if this card were good, I wouldn't love it as much, but it's so. This line of text is so fake that that it makes it perfect. Just the taunting, like, are you really gonna try for this? Is that something you want to do?
On 6 turns? Really? You sure?
You're gonna go up to
card,
how much bad pub? You're gonna what? Oh goodness. Let me see. Do we have? I do want to give a shout out to Aksu in the chat. Funny way to try winning against beginner players. I think that's a perfectly good niche for it. Just this is a real good card to just pull up against a beginner and just say, wait, what are these words? What do they do? Bad publicity. Oh, bad publicity.
Is this the first alternate win condition in Netrunner? I don't recall off the top of my head any cards that just say you win the game straight up.
There's no way that's correct, right?
Hmm.
Hang on. Oh, I'm sorry. It's been years since I've done, since I've used Scryfall, where you use O for Oracle. Images, and... Okay, Isawak we can discount, and Harmony, cannot win
guess-
the game.
Oh, Blackfall. Haven't seen that guy in a while. Right. I guess
It's-
Blackfall is like an anti win the game card.
Yeah, it's moving the goalposts, but it's not a true alternate win con. Not like
Yeah.
not like my sweet baby borehole.
Yeah, it literally says can't win the game. So if you think about it, with the Blackfall and Super Deep Borehole, there have been a total of 0 win the game cards printed. Just by math.
There's been a mention of complete image, which is essentially a win con. I agree.
Yeah, with I believe the cop was Chronos Protocol. Okay, you can snipe cards. You can do the old JFK assassination run.
Emilio was talking about Emilio last night. Really just thankful that he stuck around and kept doing art for Netrunner. Look at all these. Empire.
Lots of buildings, huh?
Yeah, very. Just a lot of the sweeping shots that you use for the corp identities, or just like small little. You can't see my cursor. I'm pointing to custom biotics now. Just simple scenes. He did. Pizza Field.
Giordano Memorial. All right. I mean, 71 cards is a very impressive body of work.
Yeah. The gateway IDs as well. I think all 4 of them, right?
Mhm.
Hyobu.
Oh, really?
No,
That's very cool.
that's
Yeah, you
Ashes.
see precision design here.
Yeah. Done a ton of the null signal identities on the corp side, and just fantastic work.
Mostly corp cards, as you can see here. I mean, I assume just because of the style, the art style,
Mm-hmm.
very suited to this kind of like buildings and structures and white shots.
Don't even
Right,
think that we're
so-
seeing here that. Oh, okay, right. This was Carowin that did the updated update
right.
21 Near Earth Hub, which I love this art as well.
So, yeah,
Both
so
just fantastic.
Just for anyone in the chat that's wondering why we're doing this segue into identity art, so we are waiting for Jinteki's server reboot before we go into round 2. So ask you to bear with us, and thanks all for your patience and just sitting with us here, chilling and looking at Near Earth Hub arts. And we'll of course let you know when round 2 starts, and we can watch some more games. We've just finished the first of 4 rounds in this May version of the accelerated meta test. 4 rounds into a top cut. I'm not sure if it's actually a top 3 or top 4. Let's take a look.
Should be top 4, I believe.
Should be top 4, yeah. Just because it's a 20-man event, and we get not 1 but 2 invites to the circuit breaker,
Yes.
which is very nice. Shout out to all our players for making this possible, but specifically to, I believe it was
I'm trying to remember who it was. I'm so sorry.
it was River, actually. Yeah. Shout out to River ANI in the chat for pushing us to our second invite. Yeah, thanks for showing up. Hope you stay all the way.
Shoutouts to River. doubling up on the CVI invites. Love to see it.
Of course, yeah. Of course, we see like a fewer players in this month's AMT compared to the previous months. I believe in previous months we had closer to 30 something or 40. Am I remembering correctly?
From the April AMT?
Yeah.
25. Well,
It's fine.
30, it looks like.
30, right? Yeah, 30 sounds about right. Yeah, I suppose. Well, of course, because NSG runs this in different time zones, we cater to different people from different parts of the world, and of course, as we move into May, we are heading into CO season, so there are multiple in-person tournaments happening around the world right now, and I do believe Swedish Nationals is happening today as well. And yeah, that's the one big event of note that I can think of the top of my head.
I did see a lot going on ABR. What was it? We got a circuit opener in Austin, Massachusetts. We got a lot going on this weekend.
Yeah, that's a lot of events.
Yeah, Swedish Nationals right there.
Swedish Nationals, Seattle CO, 13 players, not bad, not bad.
I suppose, why don't I just, show me 25 of these, so yeah, up until here, Brisbane, Virginia, New York, yeah, there are.
So yeah, plenty of events going on this weekend, very cool. Of course, it's amazing to see that, the game is alive and well all across the world.
Yeah.
US to...
There's just so much to be said about the community. What is going on with this page? There we go. All right. Just checking to see what else we got coming up. Nothing near me. Nothing's ever near me. Shoutouts to Ohio. I'm the only one here. That's not true, but
yeah, not bad. Plenty of activity going on around the world, so can't really complain that we have like lower turnout this time round. As long as people are spending their time playing Netrunner proactively elsewhere, can't complain too much.
I'm a big fan of Net Giro d'Italia. Giro just meaning run. The net run of Italy.
Very cool. That's what we call localization, huh?
Yeah. Shoutouts to Italy. In this moment, I should have something to say in Italian, but I don't. Maybe for the best. I am thinking that it might be worth it to take just a little bit of a break while we got this reset going on. Because we don't have an ETA quite yet. Let me see.
Yeah, looks like no ETA on the server reboot as of yet.
Okay. Let's see then.
we have our resident judge Luke giving an update shortly.
Um,
So, okay, we will be waiting for another 15 minutes for the server reset to happen.
okay,
Alright.
that should be 2 a.m. UTC, I believe.
Yes, or 10 a.m. SGT, as it were. That's local. Shout out from Singapore. Yes. Okay. We will.
Oh, I'm just putting a little message up on here. Don't mind me. Oh, that looks like that's gonna be a big. It's just the live stream edits are the best. Let no one tell you otherwise. Okay, and so let's move this to here. Oh, yep, that's still not quite right. A quick aside. Thank you to the folks over at Null Signal for entrusting me with such a professional production as this.
I,
We're
that looks
all
plenty professional. to
we're
me.
all
Yeah,
cyberpunks
seems
here.
good. Yeah. The regular hacker man.
I got the
Alright.
time right?
Yes, that sounds about correct.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and put us on mute then, and we will be back shortly. Now's a good time to get a snack, get a drink, do some stretching, kiss your pets and or loved ones.
See you guys soon.
Yep, see you shortly. Pardon the delay here, folks. We're still checking in on server status. We'll be back with you shortly. Alright, welcome back everybody. We have pairings for round 2. Let's slide that on out of the way. So we have seen round 1 Sokka, Acme and Hoshiko versus Sebastian, Ag Infusion, and Null. Where are we looking now?
Well, looks like a whole bunch of Egg Infusion and Hoshiko today, so we probably don't need to target any of those games. We'll be seeing them quite shortly in the coming rounds, I presume. So, how about we take a look at table 5? I see. That's Hoshiko versus Hoshiko, but what can you
That's
do?
fine. We've got PE in the outfit, which is at the very least 2 of the. Oh, I'm gonna have to close some of these here tabs. 2 of the less represented at the event. Give me just 1 second here. Just pulling the curtain real quick while I obtain permission to stream. Okay. We have the go-ahead, so let me pull this back, and we have Izzy on Personal Evolution, Jinteki. Whenever an agenda is scored or stolen, do one net damage. Classic. And on the other side, a familiar Hoshiko Shiro.
Correct.
That at this point, I think we can say a told protagonist. I think her protagonism has been told.
Pretty sure it has, actually.
All right, so let's see. We've got a double hedge fund in install.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
And then from Aksu, a click 1 run on R&D. What do we got?
You're thinking about it, correct?
Dr.
Ooh,
Vientiane Keeling. All right.
the first click trash. Okay, I mean, it's a little painful to have to trash a 4 cost card on click one without any kind of shell gamble start, but
Yeah.
I'm sure the Fermentor and Paladin Pommel kind of makes up for it.
Yeah,
And
there's no shortage of good econ you can have, especially if you're going with the companion setup. I wager, well, I don't know. Will we see the Keiko? Because
possibly,
I feel like Poimu's the companions in general maybe fell out of favor, but I would say Paladin's probably still the most relevant one to run outside of Keiko.
of course, and more to the point that any keeling or problematic must trash asset that you can deal with before it gets on a board and protected by ice is one less you need to deal with, and that's always a good thing. So
Mm-hmm.
perfectly justifiable trash there. And oh, there we have it. That's a Keiko.
Right on
Just to
schedule.
start.
2 memory, and the first time each turn you spend credits from or install a companion, gain 1 credit.
And
Oh, hang
that's
on.
very very fast second keeling on the board. Defended by ice, of course. Izzy with the double hedge start, of course, can afford to res and defend this.
Mm-hmm. You'd have to imagine
And we'll
Anansi
see
if you're
how
really
Arthur's able to
lucky.
respond to that.
And throwing down a Spin Doctor for the.
Spin Doctor goes down, drawing 2 cards.
And dropping what looks to be an upgrade into Server 1. Alright. Off to a pretty strong start here for Izzy.
Yeah,
And
so
another install, why not? Where's Jeeves when you
so
need
you
him?
have you you have to imagine that's the upgrade on someone is some kind of on the line of Warwick Tracker or Hokusai Grid, and of course, neither are extremely palatable for the runner at this early stage of the game, especially without strong econ start. I mean, for mid, it's not bad, but it takes time, and
Um,
we'll see. Yeah, we see how they decide to contest this.
Raindrops cut stone onto R&D for a slight, for a less dirty laundry, for a smudged laundry.
Mm-hmm.
I
Of course,
mean,
the
if you
one
need to,
upside of
go ahead.
the one upside of raindrops over dirty laundry is that it doesn't really care if the run is unsuccessful, so you can fire it off on naked remotes without having to worry about it being a spin doctor, for example.
Yeah,
That
yeah, good point.
that can just disappear. Uh,
Yeah, it is. It is at the very least, 2 credits and a run for 1 click. That's nothing to sneeze at. You like to get the
of
draws
course.
from it, but anyway, as I was saying, well, hey, what's this word next to console on Keiko? Is that what is that? Does this say companion here? Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So I mean, it triggers off of itself. So in theory, it's a two cost console that gives 2 memory. That's a pretty good rate if I do say so myself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Another
the
ice
double
going
ice now on
down,
server.
and we got the vice tightening on Aksu here,
Yeah,
down to two maximum
hand
card
size.
size.
And still no bit breakers available. Aksu did discard a hippo at the end of turn as opposed to any windbreaker. But we'll see what the install is here.
Botulus on the
Botulus,
outermost.
okay, it's respectable. Yeah, deuce as well. And drawing 2 cards. Of course, this being the last, they'll need to discard down to hand size of currently 2. Hopefully getting any kind of breaker, but appears that the call is to expose Anemone on the innermost ice on server 1 and then make a run on the server. 13 credits available for Aksu, 11 for Izzy. We'll see how far the cop wants to go to defend this killing.
Position 0, is that innermost or outermost?
That is innermost, yes.
Oh, yeah, because we're approaching position 1. Okay. The all off by 1. And also counting backwards. Which is kind of like off by 1. Here's
Right.
the Anemone.
So there is a rest here. So that would be 2 net damage. Okay. Looks like we hit a steel skin. Drawing 2. Kansas still at 5.
Okay, parity achieved.
Right. And of course, the one more from the subroutine itself. Of course, Aksu not having any breakers out at this early stage. But we do get an access here, I do believe.
Another Botulus trashed. What was also hit? Sure Gamble. Gotcha. Hokusai Grid. Doing that damage for a successful run. Alright.
And there we go. Another steel skin trashed from the Hokusai net damage. So, total of 8 credits to clear out this server. Alright. Crisis averted for now for Aksu. And credit total at 5. Not a great deal by any means, but still definitely not in the absolute pits of poverty like we've seen many other runners go to in their efforts to trash killings before in the past in other games.
Another installable here in server 1, and I believe 2 credits. Daily cast, a couple credits on runner's side as well. Just a nice little setup turn. What do we got?
Getting that Keiko value, let's not forget.
Oh, we've got an agenda in here. A Regenesis. Hello.
All right, that's exciting.
Hello. Oh, it's a sting. That's still something.
Okay.
All right, I'm about it. I am. If maybe it's not the send a message. This is PE. You know, like the Obokata, I guess would be nice, but you're gonna expect a lot of small
pretty
ones.
Devastating for Aksu for sure. Sting is pretty. It's by no means a good thing for the runner either, because now it means any sting you access now is worth 3 net damage instead of 2.
Let me see. We've got a run on R&D going on.
War Rat Tracker. It's a trash from R&D. Again, a very good trash.
4 credits.
To get rid of it before the ability is active.
Absolutely. Fermenter coming down, solve some of those financial woes. Also, we see a boomerang here in the heap from the Regenesis score damage.
Which does tell us a lot more about this particular Hoshiko's game plan. Looks more like a red Hoshiko rather than any kind of let's say an apocalypse or turbine kind of thing.
Yeah, like you said, like if anything, 10 Hoshiko and 20 players really does. It actually does signify just how versatile she is. Like, we saw this. We saw a big Hoshiko. We're seeing 2 cards in server 1. I'm waiting to see what else they put this wonderful
I'm sure as the day goes on, I'm sure as the day goes on, we will see more different kinds of Hoshiko decks pop up. But I mean, as for now, these are the 2 kind of like archetypes we are seeing at this very early stage. But okay, server 1, 2 cards. Okay, Aksu electing to challenge the remote immediately. Of course, no res of the outermost ice with a Botulus on it. Anemone.
Only going to be the 1 net damage.
All right,
there goes the Dream Net.
Dream Net is a trash.
Here comes the
Okay, more
Ward.
attractive.
One or more cards in or protecting, well, in the root of. Alright, here comes the Trace. It is Strength 4. How will Aksu respond?
So the one link on Hoshiko's flip side does go a long way to mitigating this kind of economic damage. But okay, so
Pays to meet
clears
it,
up
yep.
the server again.
And a Rashida.
And most importantly, without doing any real damage to his own board, as is usually, well, not usually, but you often see people trying to contest the War Red remote and then getting the entire board blown up, especially in the early turns. But Aksu playing the margins very well, keeping credit total just high enough so that the tracers can't really be contested effectively.
Yeah, I think that the Trace really, like, people really adjusted to the Trace, I think. I feel like at the last AMT there was a lot of, you hit the War Eye tracker and you're not expecting it, and well, here we are a month later and you gotta respect it, because that's what was pretty good a month ago, and hey, turns out it was pretty good. What do we got? Draw, install, gain a credit on Izzy's side. They are just perfectly content to, keep on dragging Axu through the server. Especially with cards, like Hokusai Grid, like War Eye Tracker, which 4 credits to trash isn't so much of a difference from 2 or 3, unless it's all of the cards are 4 to trash.
And it does add up.
It does.
Over time. So elects not to challenge the server this time, instead running HQ accessing data loop. Okay.
2 influence.
That's a splash card.
Must on encounter add 2 cards from the grip to the top of the stack. Ooh. Ooh. And
so definitely one of the options, one of popular options in recent years for Jinteki decks, especially those looking to stack multiple of these effects on a single server. So you've got like data loops and anemones on the same server, a bunch of on res and on encounter effects that force cards out of the runner hand in a way that they can't effectively or efficiently interact with, which is pretty useful for trying to push out agendas at critical timings or defending particular kill assets such as killing on critical turns.
Yeah, speaking of which, we kind of neglected the first Spin Doctor, which I believe just shuffled the 2 Keelings back in.
Yeah, of course. This is the second one in the remote. Not likely that Aksu goes after this one, I don't think. But of course, he may have other plans involving the trashing of this Spin Doctor. Of course, Stargate is a very common include in this kind of Hoshiko deck looking to control the board. And of course, the top card of R&D and trying to lock out the corp. That being said, this remote is not really that expensive to get into at this stage of the game. Only a single res anemone and a Botulus ice is not really putting up stiff resistance to any kind of run by Aksu.
Hybrid release. There's an agenda and a damage. Puts a paperclip in the bin, so that's arguably good.
Yeah, Aksu can't complain about that one. Another credit on Paladin Pommel, which of course doesn't hurt, and spending it now for K2CP turbine. So it is a turbine deck, alright. So drawing back up for Aksu, discarding MK Ultra. So two
just missing Black Orchestra.
Available. Yeah, just missing Black Orchestra. If that is the option, the breaker option for Aksu, because we have seen all different kinds of breaker suites along with this turbine, even in Anak decks. We have seen people even splash the 4 for Bugalter. Uh, who knows what other options that Aksu has elected to put in terms of breaker suite. But here we go. Another card in server 1, and of course over installing the Botulus this time uh, with a second ice, a third ice covering the second ice, so to speak. Alright, here we
Hush,
go.
unimplement.
Hush. Oh, that's interesting.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we have an implementation note here just for JNet. So hopefully this isn't this isn't painful to execute here as the more intricate interactions tend to do. It's an anemone, which means that
Which means it does not get to use the res effect. Of course, very big boon for Aksu keeping those extra 2 cards in hand. And it, of course, does have the MK Ultra now in the heap to install. Not cheap though. Three credits for 1 net damage each.
there's a Keeling. There's 4 credits to trash a Keeling. I mean, I honestly don't hate this position, like throwing down the in terms of Izzy's side, right? She threw down the Keeling and the second anemone, overriding to delete the Botulus. Then the Hush gets played on the outermost because, you know, you gotta check the server. Now, if she gets a different good big ice, you know, overwrite this, trash the Hush. I mean, I don't think that you can really expect that the Hush is coming. Not at the moment, but things like Botulus and whatnot.
And yeah, there we go. That's the re-over install, and of course we have seen a data loop previously, so this one could very well be the data loop, which is a much more annoying, persistent thorn in the runner's side in terms of having to like kick cards out of the hand.
Notable,
okay.
I don't think that Izzy has enough to res the data loop if that's the case. I think it's 7.
Yes, it is 7, but Aksu in turn choosing not to challenge the remote this turn.
Okay.
Whatever it is in 7 can stay there for a while.
Now here's the question. Was this an agenda? And do you get it off the table?
Well, that's a very good question. I mean,
could be an upgrade. Could just be.
It could be an upgrade. I don't know if I was the PE player that I would dare to put, like, let's say a House of Knives down on the board with only 4 credits and staring down Turbine and MK Ultra.
Mm-hmm.
So much more likely that this is some kind of like defensive upgrade.
Yeah, after 2 draws, it's assured. 1 draw, it might be a hybrid release, but after the second one, you gotta have some hot tricks going on. Instead, we got an ice onto R&D. So
still running extremely tight on credits. 4 credits, enough to rest the third anemone if one of them is lurking around. Most of the ice in the Jinteki deck is pretty cheap, except when it isn't. It's almost a sure bet that we will have Anantis in this kind of a net damage focused deck. That's a pretty chunky ice to rest, and we've of course seen the data loops already. Of course, still not sure how much ice is he can or is willing to stack on a single server, and those install costs can add up pretty quickly.
Running on HQ. Corpse only got 4 credits, so she's got to spend them wisely. What's the run through? Oh, you know what 4 credits pays for?
Ooh, the classic.
That's a Black Orchestra getting trashed along with a Taka and a Deuces Wild.
All right.
And Aksu decides to pay 0 credits to trash the snare.
It's very reasonable. Okay, so the draw, and you clear the tag here, or would you pressure the corp on this credit total? All right, so he likes to clear the tag on Aksu. But is it now? I mean, if she was in a rough spot before economically, it's even worse now.
Yeah, I
0
mean,
credits, 4 cards in hand.
you gotta play to the snare, right? Upgrade on
Yeah.
HQ,
Okay,
and enough.
quite possibly Hokusai Grid.
Yep, Tutorize Hokusai, so that's potentially 2 damage if, well, maybe more if a sting gets hit.
So even so, though, resin the Hokusai and trading 2 of your credits, of your only credits, for 4 of the 18 of the runner's credits doesn't really feel good, even if you're getting a single net damage out of the deal.
Yeah.
But Aksu, though, continuing to build his economy. That's the second liberated account, I believe, that's dropped this game.
Yeah, that's why he cleared the tag is because the second, like, Poimu's good, but the second liberated, you can't just let that tag stick around.
Yeah. Not to mention, of course, that the Pomu is providing more than the 1 credit of value turn on turn because of this Keiko trigger. First time each turn you spend credits from a companion, gain 1 credit. So it's like a 2 credit per turn drip, and that's worth protecting.
Wild. Izzy is over installing in server 1 and gaining 2 credits.
We got to 4 credits in the instant run from Aksu. 3 credits for Anemone. All right, so it does break
3 credits, okay.
for 1 net damage, and we'll see what this is.
Prana
Condenser,
Condenser.
all right.
That costs 4 to trash. Side note, I am really enjoying the high resolution renders. I feel like they are more apparent to me when I have taken up a full monitor, but some of these cards just look really good, you know?
Yeah.
Shoutouts to
Prana
the Netrunner artists. Y'all rule. Hokusai Grid getting rezzed. So net damage taking out a Buzzsaw.
Alright, so Buzzsaw is a very classic pairing with the turbine that we usually see. Bringing a code gate breaker from strength 3 to strength 5 jumps through a lot of like break points that we normally see on code gates. Off the top of my head, Mausolus is a pretty common code gate that we see in multiple decks, and this one deals with it. Turbine plus Buzzsaw deals with it for extremely cheap. 2 credits or 1 credit, even if you are fine with giving the corp a single credit in return. But is it back on 2 credits? Made that trade with the Hokusai Grid and the 1 net damage, as we discussed before. Can you just take a moment to talk about how ridiculous Keiko is as a console?
Oh yeah.
Looking at this card, yeah. So 3 credits for 2 memory, and you get your refund on the turn you play it because you install the companion. So it's basically 2 credits for 2 memory, and the text is essentially gain a credit per turn.
Don't use your Poimu credit to install your Keiko. You'll miss your trigger.
Yeah.
Bugalter.
There we go. That's yeah. So we were talking about this. Another very common include in turbine decks. So brings it up to strength 3, very respectable, and you know, uh, one of the best pump to strength and credit to break ratios out of any sentry in the game, sentry breaker in the game.
Yeah, definitely up there with Boomerang in terms of, as somebody who played a lot of startup pre Parhelion,
Yeah,
big impact felt with Mughaldar leaving. Just the 1-to-1 is, it's nothing special, but that refund is just does so much more than you think.
yeah, and especially on cards like Anemone, you can break for one, gain your 2 credits back.
Yeah. Ooh,
Profiting from breaking ice, that's a very criminal thing.
absolutely. Rashida being trashed from HQ, that's an unlucky hit, but
Yeah. So a thing about this Prana Condenser Warrant Tracker PE deck that we've seen be very popular in the past month or so is that it can be a little bit poor if it can't stick any assets on the board. Yeah, their econ isn't like particularly strong, so it is possible just by having an extremely robust economy, as we've seen Aksu be able to set up here to be able to choke them out and lock them out of being able to set up any real board. And 4 credits per asset and operator trash is a lot, but if you're able to swallow that pill, the deck is a lot easier to beat.
one second.
Right, one more run on a second click on the HQ. Oh, and it looks like we do have good news for all the rest of the participants, as those in the chat. There will be a server reset immediately after round 2, which will be in which should be at 11:21 a.m. Local, so 3:21 UTC. So most of the lag issues should be resolved, hopefully after the server reset. Oh, but we have an Opal Protocol steal from the side of Aksu. All right, 4 net damage, 5 including the PE trigger, but nothing a couple of steel sins carvings won't go a long way to mitigate. And back up to 5 cards at the end of the turn.
Wondering if stream heard that golf clap that I just used. If that got picked up from Discord, I really hope it did. I pressed preview instead, but
Is the volume okay, or do we want to be turning up a bit more?
Yeah, I'm going to boost us just a little bit across the board, so hopefully shouldn't be too much, but adjust your volume beforehand while this Stargate run is happening.
Oh, it's an Archer Res. Oh boy, that's exciting. Misclick. Misclick from Izzy declared. I think she probably wanted to forfeit the Genesis instead of the Sting. Yeah,
makes sense.
That makes a lot more sense.
All right, folks. How do the new audio levels look? Sound. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just saying this is. I mean, like Ice with Archer, and of course the Anansi that was previously rest on HQ, really just goes to show how good the turbine is with cards like Burgota. So Anansi normally being a 7 to break with a $2 refund, 2 credit refund on Burgota. 5 going to 5 to break with a 2 credit refund, a lot more palatable. And the same numbers, of course, for Archer. This would cost 7 credits for
7 to
Burgota.
refund.
Yeah.
Right.
So definitely a hit on the wallet, but nothing that the Anarch economy can't take, especially at this stage of the game. And these are extremely exciting reviews from Stargate. Healing, Hedge Fund Anansi, and Anansi's the trash.
Yeah. Killing you can trash later. Server 1 hasn't been too much of an issue to this point, so yeah, get this out of here. Put that in the garbage.
And with the clock being only on 1 credit, Hedge Fund still very far away, not a big deal at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Double install, okay.
Install and credit, all right. So up to 9 credits, still very healthy credit total, and immediately first pick challenging the remote.
No res on the outermost. Not even sure if this deck has would have anything that reses for 2 or less.
Right, so probably breaking Anemone with the Burgota, getting some credit value out of this. We'll see what Aksu decides. Still 3 clicks after this, of course, so plenty of wiggle room. There we go. So the Burgota, paying 1, gaining 2 credits, and most likely getting this access.
Yeah, of note, currently all of the ice that Izzy has are sentries, so Bugalter can only refund on 1 of these per turn, right? Yep, first time each turn.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, the Waroid's getting rezzed and subsequently trashed. We've got a Trace of Strength 4. I imagine Izzy will pay 0. Aksu does not have the link right now. Doesn't pay into it and just trashing some cards.
Yeah, you gotta pay. Okay, just trashing the Paladin. Okay.
Yeah, that's why he didn't pay, because needed to have 4 credits to trash any installable in server 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you have to assume that there's probably a second Pomu somewhere in the deck left, which is why he's willing to make that play. There is a Taka in the bin already from some previous net damage, and this is the first Paladin that we've seen. Of course, Izzy also not in an amazing econ position, just clicking for credits. We know that there's a hedge fund around somewhere, so next turn can be credit hedge fund if necessary.
I think it might be necessary. Trash on the Fermenter.
Oh, that's a big install though. Hippo.
Hippo on the Archer. First time you break all subroutines on the outermost piece of ice during a run each turn. RFG Hippo to trash that ice.
Yeah, I think that's the last we're going to be seeing of this Archer, unfortunately, for the Corp. And that's pretty bad. Putting it lightly, you did pay 1 agenda point for the privilege of resing this Archer, and it's pretty much your only R&D defense currently.
Spin Doctor, Hybrid Release, and a Keeling. Got 1 more run left. Trash the Spin Doctor, run back, take the release.
Very possible.
No.
Just credit.
Letting Izzy draw it.
All right. So
and flips back over to
yes,
Untold Protagonist side.
because Stargate is actually an access. You're just revealing cards and not actually accessing any. So the flip trigger didn't actually resolve.
Yep. Coming back in with the Stargate, we're going to see the Keeling and 2 agendas, Sting and Hybrid release.
So it is possible to just trash this Keeling and go back for the hybrid release. I mean, maybe you want to steal this thing as well, but that's a little spicy given that you have 4 cards only, and this would be worth 3 damage. But after, all right, just checking through credits.
Okay. Opting to let Izzy draw. Gonna install and score the hybrid release. What is she gonna install then? Deals a net damage, hits
Okay.
a deuces.
So you can only install face down cards. So any of the face up, the 3 face up Keelings are unavailable to be installed. But it is another eyes on R&D. That probably goes a long way towards trying to show up against the Stargate setup that Atsu's got going right now.
Yeah, all 3 Keelings in archives. I think that that ship might have sailed a little bit ago, but there is one more spin doctor. We got the Stargate. Is this gonna be the data loop, or is that on server 1? That's got to be on server 1, right? No, it is. Maybe it's.
It is the data. All right. All right. So 4 credits to install this paperclip, but only 1 to pump, I believe, because there's only 1 relevant stub on data loop, and the runner is not tagged.
Okay. Going into R&D with 3 cards in the grip, but Izzy has no. Oh well. This is Stargate. Never mind. But hello, Sting. Hello.
All right. Trashing the top Sting. So no. There's still 2 face down cards that could potentially be installed by the second hybrid release that's sitting in Izzy's hand, but
Izzy
of course
already
the
did
bigger issue is that she's sitting on 0 credits. Sorry.
The second hybrid release was or does she have a third?
I believe it's a third. Maybe I'm remembering wrong, but I do think there might be a third hybrid release sitting in HQ right now.
It's possible.
I could be wrong.
But yeah, the data loop was the install from the hybrid release.
Yes. And okay. All right. So first click is run server 3. Oh,
House of Knives.
Whoa.
House of Knives.
Whoa. That's a pickup. All right. So up to 5 agenda points for Aksu right now. Down to total of 5 cards left in between the group and the stack. 5 and 4, so total of 9 HP left in theory. But on the other side of the board, of course, only 8 cards left in R&D, and there's still a bunch of agenda points left in the game. 12 points left in the game by my count, and most likely a bunch of these are Obokatas as well.
There's the 2 Stings. What's the not Project Yagyuda? What's the 3/2 from Gateway?
Longevity Serum.
That's it. I don't know if that's in the list. I'm just throwing out agendas here.
Yeah. So I mean, we do see the Stings, the hybrid releases, House of Knives, of course. We'll see if there's space for 3/2 left. we might just be able to see the like for ourselves because Stargate is a card and that reveals cards. So okay, Hansi review. Go
Cror
in.
has asked, there is just the face-up Sting in archives currently.
Yes.
Stargate coming out on the data loop. Axu's wallet's looking a little tight right now,
Yeah.
but
The Anak Econ engine's finally starting to run out, and Izzy, I think for the first time this match since the first early turns, has taken the credit lead.
it might be too late. I think if there's an agenda here, that's running into archives.
House
You
of
take
Knives.
3 damage, 4 damage.
And so House of Knives goes in, and that might be...
Yeah, you'd have to drop it. Well, I'm pretty sure that because we know of the two, like the Sting and the House of Knives.
Yeah. So
like
you can
access
take
them in the order.
one from the House of Knives and then win off the Sting before you trigger any net damage effects.
Yeah, so you're safe.
And there we go. There's the run. And we'll see if there are any other face down agendas. No, just a Nazi and a snare. All right. GG.
All right.
So
good game for
Aksu
Axu.
takes this quite comfortably. Got good control of the game after a very scary early few turns where there was a very fast killing, but Aksu managed to navigate that successfully and get that first trash. And after that, when his board stabilized and getting his Econ engine up and the turbine, it was pretty smooth sailing from there, I'd say.
Yeah, the burst of Econ at the start of the game was just so overwhelming. Like, how do you come back from such an insurmountable? Like, Izzy played well low to the ground, but eventually you just gotta click for the credits.
Yeah, and I mean, Anansi's not cheap, Data Loop's not cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and add to the fact that Hoshiko's not breaking them for many credits whatsoever because of this turbine, and the fact that the archer got hippoed. Ooh, that was a big hit.
All right. We are in to the flip side. We've got a familiar face up top here. Our retold protagonist, Hoshiko Shiro, versus the outfit. Family owned and operated.
All right, 3 credits when you take 1 bad publicity, or at least 1 bad publicity, but I'm not aware of any card in the game that gives you multiple bad publicity in a single game effect. Is there?
I will
Not sure,
have
actually.
to. I'm gonna have to look for that. There's probably one
Probably.
that's very obvious that someone in the chat will remember before I'm even close to finding it, but why not?
Yeah, but good start for Aksu on the outfit, hedge fund and double ice, icing a remote actually, which is quite par for the course for this kind of like rushy style. Maybe it's a rush or hybrid fast advanced style outfit decks that want to get on the board early and get running. Oh, we see it. Install advance, hostile takeover. Very clean 8 credit net from as well. For 5, 7 from the card itself, -2 from advancing, and of course 3 from the bad publicity. 8
Yeah.
credits, 1 turn. Can't really complain that much.
3 clicks,
Okay.
3 credits, and a point. Yeah. The bad pubs,
Yeah, no.
Install,
So-
advance, and another ice.
So outfit going full speed on this one, and also interesting to see that even though there's an open R&D in Open Central on the COP side, that Izzy elected not to make any runs to trigger the Hoshiko flip, and that's quite possibly respecting the threat of hard-hitting news out of the outfit, which is another very common splash include in this decks, just to provide a flatline threat with a boom.
So we'll see how Izzy responds to this early push from Aksu. Their econ is of course no not very not the worst. Let's say especially with this dirty laundry coming down. Gachapon incoming, trying to get some install value from the bad publicity. Let's see what the pick is.
Okay, I found one example. There is a card called Leverage from True Colors in the spin cycle.
Ooh, all right.
1 credit event, Criminal. Play only if you made a successful run on HQ this turn. Prevent all damage until the beginning of your next turn, unless the corp takes 2 bad publicity.
Right. Okay.
So it only gives the outfit 3 instead of 6. All right, that's value right there. Anyway,
But
we've got a dirty laundry run coming in on R&D, and a gotcha. What do we have revealed?
so the options are Paperclip, Fermenter, and MK Ultra. Paperclip is the pick here. Of course, cost reduced by 2 would only cost 2, but it only costs 1 in this case because of the bad publicity.
Yeah, because we're mid-run, so that bad pub can be used for anything. Shuffling back in the Fermenter, the Hippo, and the Sure Gamble.
Removing MK Ultra. Okay. So continuing the run against R&D. Let's see what the excess is. So Izzy will be going up to 11 credits after this access, which is a pretty healthy credit total to not get blown up by a hard-hitting news. Of course,
Assuming
sitting
no
on a big
trash.
ass as a what? Aksu does not show a bad pop, right?
Interesting. Okay. That's unfortunate for the outfit in particular, but we'll I trust I trust Izzy as well as, you know, any Netrunner player to abide Aksu here and make sure that we're on the level. Izzy, you're not gonna just cheat on stream here, are you? Izzy.
Right. So just waiting for the continue trigger. There we go. Accessing unseen card. Looks like is not trashing and okay, just getting the credits from the lottery. 2 clicks remaining for the runner. Still has the option of contesting this server 1 actually, because of this paperclip that she just picked up. And econ situation is quite healthy, again, considering the dirty laundry gachapon, as well as the fact that you'll be getting your Hoshiko flip trigger this turn. But no, all right. So just the credits and flip. And we go to triple advance into an overscored Project Atlas.
Oof.
Okay.
That's never good. Search R&D for 1 unqualified card. You have to reveal it? Huh.
I do believe so. Oh, you do have to reveal.
Interesting.
All right. So, okay, is he right back at it? Installing a Bogota running HQ. So this Bogota covers like between the Bogota and the paperclip, I should say, it covers most of the really scary outfit reses, which would be stuff like Bulwark and Trebuchet. Trebuchet, especially in the early turns, can be pretty devastating face check for the runner if they're not prepared to lose any of their early installs. And the Trace 6 is nothing to sneeze at either, but Pugalter does goes quite a decent way towards covering that. It is fairly expensive to break, but again, the bad luck makes up for that somewhat. And now Aksu's contemplating this HQ rest. So
Might be revenge of the server. Again, we are getting a server reboot after this round, if I remember correctly. So shortly we should be having some better performance here.
Fingers crossed. So I wanted to talk a little bit about this Project Atlas. Oh, there we go. There is a troubleshoot, right? Yeah, but Project Atlas. So would you say that this is the most commonly overscored agenda in standard currently? Because it does feel like you see a lot more overscored atlases than Project Vitruvius, for example.
Yeah, I mean, archives, there's definitely, usually some pretty good targets in archives, and you can pull off some pretty good combos with it. But for the most part, R&D is the things you've been looking for, the things you haven't drawn yet, being able to just go in there and get what you need. And no qualifier. I literally didn't even think you had to reveal the card that you tutored from Project Atlas because it's not qualified. I didn't know.
Yeah, it is unconditional. And yeah, it is kind of interesting that most cards in most card games actually that let you search for any kind of card don't force you to reveal it, but Project Atlas in this case,
Yeah,
the outlier.
It specifically has to do with when they ask for for example, Malapert asks for you to search for a non-agenda card. So in that case, the game asks you to reveal it such that you
prove
can
that it's not an agenda.
The qualifier, yeah. So if you hear about qualified, there's a great just side note, there's a great video by Ristic Studies on YouTube about a card from a certain card game called Gifts Ungiven. Great channel, great video. Just wanted to throw that out there. Anyway, pinhole threading onto a Rashida, unfortunate. But it does mean these
pinhole threading pinhole has a nice side effect here that because you are not actually running the server one. So firstly, you're not actually having to break the ice on server one. And more importantly, and this is very specific to the outfit matchup, if the corp can't rest any of their bad publicity generating ice, they can't get their bad publicity up to a high enough level. And that may in the future cause some problems with trying to score any of their regulatory captures that they might have in hand at a later date.
Yeah, let's see. Resing a magnet and bouncing off of it. That is the missing link here. Gonna need a decoder here shortly. But yeah, regulatory capture would be a 4-2 at this point. It starts at 6 and goes down for each bad pub. Fermenter installed on Izzy's side.
Right, Atsu with another card in the server one. So the other, the two very common unconditional bad publicity generating cards that you see in the outfit are firstly Hostile Takeover, as you've seen, and secondly the other will be Too Big to Fail, which is an operation you can only play if you're less than 10 credits, which will gain you 7 credits and a bad pub. We haven't seen any of those yet, and I'm sure Aks would really love to see one of those around now, seeing that he's only at 5 credits and only 2 bad pubs. So
the fast advance plan is not really on the table as of yet. Okay, Izzy, with the install DreamNet and running the remote. So 5 credits, not really enough for Atsu to rest any of his bad pub generating ice. So Trebuchet, the cheapest would be a 7 already, and Bulwark I believe is a 10. So looks like no rest on the outermost, and we'll see if the innermost one gets rest.
Looks like Axu's going to try and bounce in and out of the game in hopes of fixing this prompt bug that they've got going on.
Right.
Mavirus, say goodbye to your fermenter counters.
Slightly annoying. The thing that Izzy can't deal with this econ setup that they're going right now.
Apparently the Mavirus... Oh, okay. He rejoined. I thought that he was saying that accessing the Mavirus restored bad pub to the UI. I knew that card was wild.
I mean, it's possible you purge virus counters from the game client. That would have been really good.
Yeah, JNet team, we might want to get like a McAfee scan up in here.
Okay, Botulus on Trebuchet, installing on HQ. Not really wanting to have to go to the trouble of pumping Bogota all the way up to 6 just to break it. 6 is a really big number, especially for a breaker that starts at 1.
Yeah, goes 5 to pump and then the 2 to break, which gets refunded because it's the only sentry out so far, but 5 credits per run is still nothing to sneeze at. Throw down the Botulus, call it a day.
Yeah. We do see the too big to fail come out from Atsu. So up to 3 bad publicity, 15 credits, 14 after the install on HQ. So looking into a much better spot than he was before just a turn ago. And now the fast advance plan seems to be coming into play very, very soon.
Another Gachapon coming down. And making a run here. We got the Bulwark.
Ooh, that's a chunky res.
7 net to res it. That is a barrier. Do we have... Oh, wait, Paperclip's already installed.
Paperclip is on board. And it is...
7.
Okay, so we do pay the 7. Of course, it's slightly discounted from the bad publicity. And we will go into Trebuchet now, which is just broken for free by Botulus. 1 more access on HQ. Audacity. Oh, that is pretty spicy. Considering that Atsu is already on 3 points with an Atlas token.
Yeah. Because that's the thing, like, the Atlas token, we've got the Audacity in hand. That means we can pull out the agenda. If we had the agenda, we could pull out the Audacity, What if I just had the other card?
And now that, very importantly, Atsu has made it to the critical number 4 bad publicity, which means that regulatory characters can now be fast advanced without any external assistance. So any install advance play might prompt some kind of response from Izzy. If it is the case that Izzy has access to Clock in her deck, which is very possible with Gachapon in play.
Yeah, none of the bin so far, so it would be, pressing your luck, trying to find a clot in this instance. But you know, I think that fast advance like clot's been kind of underplayed recently. I suppose like people have kind of fallen off on it. So
Yeah,
anytime that
especially with the lack of shaper in the meta. Yeah.
yeah, and it's any time that something like that happens where there's like a general shift in part of the vibe of the meta, right? You get that like back and forth of like, do I play Claude? Is it worth it? Is it not worth it? Thank you, Redemptor, for obliging us. We are going to be restarting the or rather, the JNet servers will be restarted following this round. We won't be doing it. We don't have that kind of access. Again, it's kind of impressive that they just kind of like gave me the keys to the stream, and this is wild. Y'all, Netrunners are great.
Just bring it back to a full tank, you know? Okay, so Izzy, first click running archives, 2 face downs, and the instant pop of the Spin Doctor, shuffling to unseen. Which is an interesting development considering that the fast advanced tools that we know Aksu has access to, you think those were actually agendas or just things that just cards that he wanted to keep away from the runner's eyes? Because you have to imagine that if you have any agendas in hand, you are able to fast advance them out.
So, I don't think it's so much keeping cards away from the runner as much as it is, oh hey, this card can only tutor from R&D. Can't target archives. Oh, hang on, there's this card right here that it's called Spin Doctor. Oh, hang on, this Atlas is also Vitruvius now. Oops, hang on.
Right.
That's I think what I'm getting at with like, yeah, it has to be the most over advanced.
That's a very good point, and also because we see that Izzy does have access to Black Orchestra now, so the magnet is no longer sufficient as an R&D blocker. Although the econ situation, especially after these purges from the virus, has left like Izzy slightly poor. So because these fermenters can't actually come off.
Asking for action on
But
the
we see an
install
install advanced play from Aksu. And action announced. Do we want to see a Gachapon pop? There we go. Looks like no hits on the Gachapon except for Paladin promo.
Hopefully that doesn't cause any issues. Izzy still has some prompts to do here, so
yeah, with the regulatory capture. Sorry, with the rest of the Gachapon effects to remove cards from the game and shuffle them back.
Okay, cool.
So we do see a Wake Implant removed from the game, but of course, Aksu is in an extremely commanding position now, having the Atlas token as well as any the Audacity that we see him have already in hand previously.
Yeah, Audacity plus Project Atlas, pull up any 3-pointer, or sorry, 2-pointer, three cost advance.
Yeah, so we will need to see Izzy do some miracle work, as they say in the chat.
Well, we got a Stargate.
Right. So there goes the magnet. And there goes the regulatory capture into hand. sort of the win on the board for Aksu. We're just playing this out to see if he can trash anything.
Wouldn't even be able. Doesn't have a click left to access, and unfortunately no hits anyway.
Yeah, and GG is called. So just need Aksu to go through the motions, scoring that last red cap.
Yeah, the Audacity and the Atlas counter, the 4 bad pub, just at that point it really is 2 turns to game, no matter how you look at it.
Yeah, outfit. I mean, just kind of doing outfit things this game. Gaining bad pub, just defending your servers, not heavily but enough, and making sure getting into an economic point where you're able to raise your bad pub, generating ice to get to that critical threshold for your red caps to turn online.
Yeah, I remember when I saw regulatory capture, and I put it next to ontological dependence and next to freedom of information. Is that the one that decreases according to tags? And just being like, why is this one 6? Oh, hang on, there's a
pretty good reason for that, as it turns out.
Let's see. I know time is coming up, but let's see if we have enough to pop in on another game here. What do we got?
Take your pick.
Couple games finished, a couple of reports still having to come in here. When's time? It is
3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay. Smash. Just checking in on the other table, seeing how far along we are. Whoop. Oh, there we go. Okay. Quilana, we are closing in at the end of round 2 here. Time on the round is coming up in, looks like less than a minute. Of course, we do have the king playing today, and because he's playing with an oracle, gets an extension.
And I do believe the entire round has gotten, like, I believe, a 5-minute extension because of the lag. So normally the round would be 65 minutes, but now it's 70 for this particular round.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that helps a bit.
All right. Well, that's the end of that one. So, how many do we have left? I know that wasn't even on screen for y'all. I'm just taking a look. You know what? Since we got a couple minutes here. Ooh, that's a window, all right.
Cool. It looks like time in the round as well.
Yep, time's been called, just waiting for a couple to finish up. Just wanted to, real quick, I'm trying to post a link during intermission, but the music playing for today's stream is This Always Be Running. Selections from Midnight Sun. I won a copy in a raffle. I believe has been
That's pretty
background
cool.
music for previous AMTs. Other, I believe Sengrin, Jeff uses as background for his stream as well. Go check it out. Support a cool musical runner. It's my little spiel about the music. Support artists, just in general.
So just waiting on the final few tables to report in. Actually, shall we check in? Shall we check in on the standings now?
Yeah, now would be a good time. I just had just have the Kings game up for to keep track of. Whoops, no. There we go. Okay. Oh well. All right. So, just taking a look at what we have reporting in from round 2. We have a couple of splits. Runner split table 1, Corp table 3, Corp with Sokka.
And table 2 and 4 still going on, I believe.
Yep. Sebastian we saw in round 1 against Sokka.
It does look like, yes, Sokka has split his second round as well against Equals D.
Yep. Which let me see real quick. Yeah, Equals split against Axu at in the first round. So let's see here. They only have pairings for after 1 round. Yep. Okay. Let's see. Axu's at 9 points. Groundhog. It's at 6 points. 15, 15.
So a lot more.
Is it 50?
A lot more splits this round, I think, than compared to last round. We'll of course have to see how the last 2 tables go.
Corp split at table 8. Yep. All right. Trying to think if there's anything else that that now would be a good time to mention. Oh, if you are available this Sunday at roughly 2 p.m. Eastern Time, which would be, oh God, 3 hours plus 12 hours plus 24 hours from now. It's 11:30 right now.
That's counting on my fingers. That's some number of hours.
Okay, so it's.
I want to say that's 6 p.m. Sorry, 6 p.m. UCT or
UTC? Yeah, 6 UTC. That sounds right.
Yes.
Over in GLC, I believe it is green level clearance. If you're not familiar, statistically, you are familiar with the Discord green level clearance. Over in drafts / the Orange Diamond, I believe, double checking, channels. This Sunday, Ixaran is going to be running a cube draft, which is always a lot of fun. I unfortunately won't be able to make it, but I love Limited. It's a great genre of card game formats, especially when it's not tied to, any particular financial systems, overarching or otherwise.
So for myself, that would be Singapore time, 2 a.m. on Monday. Ooh, that's a tough sell.
Yeah, time zones are always the unfortunate bit of the global phenomenon that is Netrunner.
Okay. So yeah, so do head over to the Orange Diamond channel on the GLC Discord if you're interested in such things. Meanwhile, though, so round 2 is not over yet. We are still in the last turns for the King and Haver of Fun. But after this, we'll remind the chat that we will be going to a quick break while we do a server reset, and hopefully after we come back, the lag problems and UI issues and such should be resolved. So fingers crossed for that one.
let me see here. Jai, I've just now received your message from 2 hours ago saying that I was unmuted on the stream but muted on Discord. Thank you.
Well, better late than never.
Thank you, Luke. I'm glad you appreciate our commendation. But no, I again just really glad to be able to do this, to cast for, you know, a cool game that I love in a cool genre of games that I love, for some cool people, and that they
Some
were
really cool people.
they were just chill letting us do it. You know, I'm all right with what I did in the time that it took me, or you know, the time after I realized, oh, I have some things I have to put together.
Shout out to Jeff for handing us the keys and running off.
Yo, it's late. He's got to go to bed.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, we promised not to break anything while we're here. At least we try not to.
Yeah. Uh, for real though, just to be clear, Jeff, I don't think had like assets, you know, for streaming like available.
Yeah, of course. Of
So
course.
you know, was just kind of a last minute thing. We're all slapdash here anyway.
Yeah, and well, of course, we all do this because we are volunteers. We love the game,
Yeah.
and we do it because we enjoy the game and the community. Yeah, love you all.
I'm just pulling up here real quick. Just because every time I think about the DIY slapdash nature. Oh god, where is it? Oh my goodness, I can never remember where this is. It's a post in GLC of someone who has made homemade tokens. Oh goodness. Oh, is this it?
So as it turns out, I believe the game between Sebastian K and Chromatically ended in the time draw. At least that's my interpretation of this score. So Chromatically won the first game, and the second game was a tie. Oh, and what's this that we have here?
These are in Discord. His name is Podunk Cyanide. Posted some homemade credit and click trackers, and I think about this post rather frequently. But yeah, let's get back to it. So where are we in terms of standings? Close that. May 2023. Still just one round? Okay. Suppose we do have the reset to think about as well. Let's check in on when that is, when that's going to be. And just to Izzy, yeah, Slapdash does have cool hats, confirmed. Spent a lot of time with Izzy and Slapdash at Worlds. Very cool people, very cool hats.
So we are okay. Looks like the last game has finished between the King and Hevel of Fun. So any moment now, we should be pulling the plug on the servers and getting the reboot, hopefully. Just waiting for the signal from from our Judge Luke. And okay, so yeah, just waiting on the actual go ahead uh, for the server boot, and then we will let you know as soon as you have the information about when the servers will be back up and when round 3 can start.
Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate your patience as we get the servers rebooted here. It is confirmed JNet has been restarted, so hopefully we're going to see some faster moving games here. Round 3 should be up momentarily. Let's see what we got.
So yeah, I believe the games have just started. So,
Yep,
do you want to
pairings
go
up.
into table three? Table three looks like a no Hoshiko table, so you can
Ooh.
get to see something else for a change.
You know, let's take a look. Let me swap on over. Uh, yes, please reload JNet. I got a new server. I gotta hop onto. Table 3. You said.
Yeah.
Alright, so that's our confirmation there. So, let's hop in. We have Esafantov, the other powerful Anarch in standard right now, versus Asmari EdTech. When your turn begins, you may name a card type, gain 2 credits the first time each turn the runner plays or installs a card type that has a type you last named this way. An interesting kind of drip econ.
Yeah, okay. Of course, anyone who's been playing against this ID for any amount of time knows that 90% of the time, or maybe even more, you just call event, and that's just good enough. Like to get your 2 credits on most turns. Of course, the runner has some control about like what you can, whether or not you have access to your extra 2 credits. But most if not all runners play like events in the deck. Sure, Gamble's a card, Dirty Laundry's a card.
Hang on. Yeah, no, that definitely good catch, Ozzy. That slid directly by me. That is in fact a direct access. Um,
Uh,
does
does direct access even turn off Asmar? Actually, I believe it did.
it looks
Because
like it does?
if you scroll up, it did not gain 2 credits of the ID, which is a very interesting interaction.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it has to do with just the fact that it's the runner's turn and therefore they have priority
Yeah,
in each of
so
those
the ID
windows.
is blanked before you can gain credits of it. But it is uh an exciting tech card. You are paying a card and 2 credits. Sorry, a card and 1 credit to deny the uh top 2 credits. So not uh
Well,
it's not like a one-sided loss of value by any means. But here we go.
the
Hard
direct
hitting
access
news.
is free because of the ghost tongue, just to say.
Oh, that is true.
Oh, hard hitting news coming down. Okay. Getting a running hot going down. That means that because we took core damage, we have to sabotage 2. Both of them coming from HQ. Okay. And then with 5 clicks and 4 tags, 1 credit.
So I mean, of course, highly unlikely that SL will be able to clear all these tags uh, during the duration of this turn. And of course, it's just taking 3 credits, clearing 2 tags down to 2 tags. Still in boom range,
Boom.
unfortunately, but we'll see if Have
Boom.
of Fun has the no.
Last chance. I mean, the server got restarted. There's no way we're lagging out of a boom here.
You could continue trying to draw into a boom, uh, but even if you draw one at this point, you can't
Yeah, you
actually
can't
play
play
it
it,
this time
yeah.
because it's a double. Uh, but just double advance, all right.
Okay. What do we
So
have in server 3? Bologna, perhaps?
Bologna, possibly slow rolling some kind of econ agenda.
Dan D making another guest appearance here with Deuces Wild.
Very good card in this deck, especially with the Ghost Stun cost reduction. And now Ripnet Runner is safe from the boom threat, down to only one tag. Pretty safe number of tags to be at, theoretically speaking. Given that the deck I don't believe runs that many resources. But here we go. Have our fun. Scoring at Artificial Crypto Crash. Losing when you score this agenda, the runner loses 7 credits. However, of course, ESA only having 1 credit to lose at that point in time.
Yeah, that's the 7. It's like the 1 just kind of got smudged there. The top makes it look like it's more. It's 1 credit. We're sorry. Call the errata department. All right, taking off that last tag. Just don't even want to tempt the idea of an end of the line either. Heck, honestly, I feel like the Corps are trying to get more creative, more vegan with their tag punishment. Player...
That's a decent observation. Although we have another advanced card in server 3 now. Have a fun just pushing them out while Ripnet Runner is still, recovering from that hard-hitting news. There are 11 face-down cards in archives, though, from all the sabotage, both incidental and deliberate, that ESO has been doing.
11 face downs, wild. Yeah, so Rip Netrunner has 9 points, Haver of Fun has 8. I think that what happened was the score from their last round against the King, 2-2. So I think that means that they tied their first game.
Yes, so yeah, correct. Because if you have a time draw on the first half of the round, the second half is also considered a draw, I believe. Oh, that's a seamless launch. Very fast push by Have All Fun. Up to 16 credits. But of course, now there is a Botulus on the remote, so very compromised, or shall I say, harder to. You do only need 1 more agenda to win the game, but it might be harder to push this one out.
I mean, Rip still only has no breakers. So maybe if you have another, you draw a Crypto Crash, install, put an ice in front of it that says end the run, advance it. 17 credits.
Very possible. Though, of course, we've already talked about this Botulus on server 3, and there we go. The second ice on top.
Opting to pay the tax, okay.
And there is a Paperclip and the Black Orchestra in the remote. So have fun, just biting the bullet and going for it. Chestushka is the response. No res on HQ, alright. Of course, do bear in mind that there is a Spin Doctor just sitting there on the table. So unless this Chestushka rips an absurd number of points from the deck, it's highly unlikely that that Rip just wins off this one particular run.
It's 15 minutes.
There we go.
It's 15 minutes.
That was 15 face downs in just the 15 minutes. Very unfortunate.
IP block being raised on server 3, prompting the Paperclip to come out.
Of course. Alright, so you'll see what this ice is on the Botulus, and it is another IP block. Alright, so I believe 1 virus counter is enough. to pass through, and we'll see what this is. Is it another agenda?
Yep.
It is a
Crypto
crypto
Crash.
crash, all right. So RIP is on the board. Have a fun, of course, economically still in a good position, but only 16 cards left in R&D and no cards in hand.
I think that this is a spin doctor pop right here. HHN and economic warfare.
Very reasonable. All right, but first mandatory draw and first kick draw, of course, went down to 0 cards off of this Chastushka. But here we go. Another card in server 3. Of course, this could be a tomorrow's headline. Alternatively, this Have of Fun could have drawn exactly seamless launch and 4-2 agenda, which does make this game-winning threat. And we'll see how RIP responds to this one. Finality is the play, right?
It's good.
So
Tomorrow's headline.
Oh. So scoring 4 points off of this tomorrow's headline, as well as
considering number 3, looking at 4.
No, the crypto just before. All right, nothing. So 3 non-agenda cards on the top of R&D and 2 base down cards on R&D, and we'll see what this one is.
Those could be agendas.
Oh,
that agenda is the one I'm thinking
Bellona.
of.
Oh, but only 4 credits on RIP. Oh, and now we have the choice,
to not pay to steal Bellona.
Do you take a credit now, or do you try and contest server 3 if this is some kind of seamless launch play?
This is probably the correct. The alternative is clearing the tag, and then next turn credit, run back if it's still there.
Sure.
But
yeah, of course the only problem is having to pay 3 credits to break the IP block on the outermost. Now you're unable to actually credit and run Bellona. So the win is not actually on the table. All right, Gaslight. Gaslight is the access. Not enough credits to trash. Again, for the second time this turn.
All right. What's Gaslight gonna get? Is it gonna get something to put that Bellona away?
End of the line is lethal, actually.
Oh yeah. Do we have it?
But we'll see. We'll see what Have of Fun chooses to get. Bellona is technically not critical to shuffle back this turn. Hard-hitting news, all right. Have a fun drawing. Bear in mind the remote is still not safe, even with the runner having text, because of this paperclip and this Botulus. 3 credits is enough to just walk through. But here we go. So credit to shuffle the 15 minutes. So down to 4 points for the runner.
But that's...
And last kick hard-hitting news.
Oh no, because now 1 more credit.
Yes, because he needs 4 credits. 4 credits and a run
Dirty
for
Laundry.
RipNet runner to the game.
Dirty Laundry.
Oh,
Finality.
doesn't look.
There's a Dirty Laundry. You unfortunately can't win off of this one.
Yeah, 1 click later, and we'll see now if Have of Fun has drawn the boom or not.
That's a big mood.
And
always being just the one
Oh,
click
there we
off.
go, and there it has the boom. Oh,
Boom.
that is an extremely big mood for Rip Netrunner. One credit off on the Bellona access, one credit off on the Gaslight access,
Yeah.
and one click shot of having the Dirty Laundry, any server rally into the Bellona that was still in archives.
Ooh. What a game. So close. That finality into that last access, just skin of your teeth right there.
Yeah, very exciting game.
And you love for it to end with just getting hit with a rocket. Especially, I think that Boom definitely uh it feels like a lot better of a um like a lot better of a play when it's 4-5, when it would have already been game point, like by
Oh yeah,
agenda.
yeah. Rather than just getting blown out, and just eating a missile to the face on turn 3, that never feels good.
Yeah. Let's get that out of there. Okay, that's fine. Table 3. Okay. They are putting up the other table, so let's hop on in. Oop. Guess I double clicked. All right. We are back. We have sports versus
Sports Battle
419.
versus right. Our first criminal of the day, I believe.
Um, is that right? I think so.
Yeah, we've seen Hoshiko. We've seen Essa. We've seen more Hoshiko.
Dang, we're gonna have to find the smoke or the Padma player after this.
Yeah. Let's hope. Yeah, let's hope there's still a run after this round. Okay. Anyway, uh, first turn for Rip on Sports Metal. Whenever agenda is scored or stolen, gain 2 credits or draw 2 cards. Probably the premier fast advance identity in this format. Would you agree with that, or do you think it's still outfit?
Um, I mean, I don't think I'm in a position to say one way or the other. I will say, didn't sports win multiple worlds?
That is very true.
Like for as long as sports has been around, like it's gonna do some work. The outfit might be in a good place right now with Big Bounce and Baby Boy Borehole.
Not the card I'll think of, but sure, yes.
Well, Borehole enables the regulatory capture, and therefore it's the most important card in the outfit.
Sure,
But
let's go with that.
Sports is just let's go. All right.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, and we do see trash on the Maryland campaign out of from 419, bringing down to 2 credits at the end of turn 1. The upshot is, of course, the Omakwa on the board already up to 2 counters.
Yeah, the just great synergy between 419, which prompts the corp after the first install each turn to either pay 1 or expose a card, whereas Amakua buffs becomes more versatile as cards are exposed, and so yeah, just having the 419 ability there, making the corp think about how and when they install cards, what they reveal and what they don't.
And of course, Dirty Laundry running on archives. No more viruses there at this early stage, of course, so that's free for Omakwa to farm yet another virus counter on it. Up to 3 already on this turn 2. We did expose Magnet on HQ earlier, and of course, Have a Fun knows that this is a gatekeeper from the previous turns exposed. So this is a very calculated move by him. Draw 3 cards, yes. From Sports Metal, not something you ever want to see, but now that this res is out of the way, it's back to strength 0 and it's a uh, free for Amoka to pay to go in at strength 0 even after a purge, and that's very important.
Mm-hmm. 2 advances and a pause here. What are we thinking about? If this is a bifurcation, I suppose you. Oh no, 3.
Oh, Vitruvius, all right.
Wondering perhaps maybe a seamless to over advance it.
Very reasonable.
Gets
if
a couple
it was
credits.
the intention, but 2 credits back. But 2 credits most of the time not enough to rest any kind of ice that you traditionally see in the Sports Metal deck. So have a fun having this turn in order to get any accesses that he wishes. And there we go, diversion of funds. Not the highest value diversion of funds, but setting a Sports Metal deck to 0 is a very important threshold to hit, because if they are on exactly 0, it's much harder for them to do any fast advanced tricks or shenanigans. 1 crit, you can still do things because Audacity exists. And last click for 419 will be the Class Act. Excellent card draw staple for Criminal, has been since its release, I want to say.
Yeah,
2 years ago.
I'd say
3
Class
years ago.
Act has grown to the point where if it's in a deck, I would put it at 3. Easy. If only because, like, if you draw a card that's not card draw, then you can't draw the cards that are card draw.
Mm.
And the fact that that over installing gets you the 4 cards for the 4 credits, like,
yes, exactly.
It's not great for credits, but in terms of clicks, that's still bonkers.
Okay, so have a fun. Back at it with Dirty Laundry onto Archives. That's 4 counters on Armor Core and 1 on a freshly installed Leech. Not quite, but almost enough to break a freshly rest Gatekeeper, and actually enough to break any kind of fetch out 3 reses that Rip might have in the future. Of course, sitting only on 3 credits now, so still a bit off from that, being able to do that, but the option is there.
Ooh, that's a Vitruvius.
Oh, and a project. All right.
2 credits from the Steel, and 7 going back to Have Her Fun for the Bravado.
So 2 pointers, of course, amazing steals versus Sports Metal for any reason. The difference between having to steal 4 agendas and 5 agendas against this deck, giving them extra identity triggers, of course, and that 1 extra access may be worth, or may make the difference, I should say, between Sports Metal getting that extra turn to power out their last fast advance agenda or not. And okay, bifurcation exposed and scored. So another 2 credits for the corp, so net
Takes
0
the D-Res.
score.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, it does take the DRS. All right. I was just going to mention it is not uncommon. Oh, certainly not every time you do this, but it is not uncommon to see this Gatekeeper DRS play out of Sports Metal, just because you get the re-res and to get a 6 strength again. And 6 strength is no laughing matter against most decks. However, this particular deck with the Omakwa, it is much more of a question mark if you're willing to spend those 3 credits again when you can just break it for the same amount.
Yeah, real quick, Rogue Trading, more Tag Me, and Citadel Sanctuary, more detag Me, to go together, go hand in hand. Yeah, my favorite for the bifurcation, at the very least, is always, the Spin Doctor, of course, just because anytime you can get a free one, but the Gatekeeper, I think the being able to boot, the Amakua, especially if we can get a Purge down soon.
Of course. And very uh, very interesting here. We saw the cops, the runners last turn, and put on Citadel Sanctuary and a Rogue Trading. We've seen the Rogue Trading before in our round one. I believe Sebastian K was playing it in his Tag Me Now, which did end up winning against Soccer. But this doesn't appear to be a Tag Me deck.
Anyway, about that Purge that I was considering.
Yeah, so funny you should mention, huh?
Hmm.
All right, so there goes the trash of the virus, and of course the purge on access. So Leech and Omoka both reset back to 0, and now we see the reason for the bifurcation duress on the gatekeeper. It is live again, so to speak. And now, because the virus was trashed from server 2, now it's in archives, and now that means you can't use archives as a farming point to get more Leech and Omokra tokens.
Yeah, a virus triggers when it is accessed from archives, which is very not the strongest, archives deterrent that we've ever seen, but
Yes.
pretty strong in its own right against the right decks.
Yes. So you will be able to get one virus counter off Omokra because it gains its virus counter after the access is completed. However, you won't be able to get more than one because upon the second access, you will lose the first counter. So you'll forever be stuck at one. But here we go. Security Nexus is the install with a credit kiting, lowering its costs by 8.
Yep, and that should trigger the Citadel at the end of turn.
That's correct. So this is Havoc Fund's secondary solution to ice, such as the Gatekeeper, which will be problematic to go through right after Purge. It is quite pricey, but of course, it's mitigated the first half of that with this credit kiting. And of course, mitigated the downside of the credit kiting with the Citadel Sanctuary. So it is a very very well knit installation and tag removal engine that is set up here.
That's there's an expose right there for a mega pre-qualifier in server 2. And also on that Citadel, Rip just decided no boost, 1 credit, click list, take that tag. Not in a great spot to spend like 1 or 2, especially when what does it mean when Rogue Trading's on the field?
Exactly. I mean, coupled to the fact that 419 has a base link already, which adds to the synergy. Nexus has a link already. So you're fighting a Trace 1 against Link 2. Most of the times, if you're on credit parity or less money than the runner, most cops will just choose, they can have it. But okay, so have a fun, Rogue Trading, gain 6 credits, take attack, and Lex already coming back, announced. That's slightly worrying. Looks like we are good, I hope.
We are back to 2 clicks left, so.
But there we go. Okay, so the intention was just to take the single tag. And 2 clicks left, one of which will be this run on server 3, which we don't know what card this is. Server 2 is, of course, a Mega Pre-qualifier exposed by 419's ability. And it's
Rashida.
Rashida, all right. That goes in the trash, all right. And is have our fun checking server 4 or leaving it is the question.
This is a good question. So, the the Mega Pre's in server 2, but you don't. The runner kind of doesn't want the Mega Pre.
And so the call is to run server 2. Nora is on the gatekeeper. Access Mega Pre scoring. All right. So this first one is worth 1 point. So any subsequent Mega Pre's will be worth 2 points, but to the corp only. And Rip does use Sports Metal's ability to draw 2 cards. So along with the Spin Doctor that is just res and the mandatory draw, that brings him up to 7 cards in HQ. Very respectable from the 2 that he ended last turn with. Right, Rip taking credits. 3 credits from Rip. Having to discard 2 cards, not that big of a deal with his Spin Doctor on the table.
Arguably, what they want to do with the Spin Doctor on the table.
That's true. All right, back to 419. So there's a line of thought which says that against fast advanced corps like Sports Metal, setups like this Nexus 419 that we see here and that we've seen before out of other identities, they are sometimes considered to be too slow against the tempo that Sports Metal can put out. But it does feel like Hammer of Fun has managed with this credit kiting, with this Citadel Sanctuary and tag removal, to kind of turn the corner. And I mean, the score being 3-3 on turn 8 kind of feels like it bodes well for Hammer of Fun going forward in the next few turns. Would you say that? I mean, being able to get this Nexus down with his setup, with this Omakwa, without falling into too much of agenda point deficit, or I mean, it's at agenda point parity even.
Yeah, sorry, I'm there's a lot going on here. I'm trying to keep straight. We got an access from a Biotic Labor in HQ. Shuffle an Unseen and a red level clearance back into HQ. Install an advance. That's an Alivagal.
Alivagal bifurcation. That's right. And that's going to be scored, putting the corp at 4 points. 3 to go.
Yep. Do you take the credits here? Or do you overdraw?
Draw 2.
Yeah. With the Biotic in hand, you have enough to score a... Ripnet Runner declines to derez an installed card with the Alivagar bifurcation.
So we know there's a Biotic in hand from the previous HQ access. So any 3-2 agenda, of which there's still quite a few in the deck. There's the last Vitruvius, there's Luminol, and of course the remaining 2 Mega Pre-qualifiers. So, okay, we see a pinhole threading on a pinhole threading on HQ? Is this a misclick or some kind of
Yeah,
technology I'm unaware of?
this can't access anything right now, I don't believe.
Right. Interesting. Uh, so is this a misclick or oh this is embarrassing.
Learning the text of pinhole threading in real time. We've all done it.
Yeah.
Who among us hasn't windmill slammed the card down and a couple of
It
seconds
is,
later gone, wait, it how's that interaction work?
so it is not the replacement effect is not actually optional. So
Mm-hmm.
you have to take the replacement effect of accessing another installed card, even if there are no installed cards. So you are not actually allowed to breach with pinhole threading
Thought it was bravado.
on
Oh
any pinhole run.
no.
Oh, okay. That's that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, we as casters don't have any input. You could make an argument for, obviously you wouldn't play the pinhole, but they're just going to move along with it. It is a CO, and you know, could involve a judge, but these things happen.
Yeah. Of course, it is contingent on the court player to allow any kind of take backs, especially when there's been no information gained on the part of runner. However, Have of Fun didn't actually ask for a take back, so we were just going to be moving along.
Yeah, I won't pretend to know what the exact rulings are. I haven't familiarized myself that much with the OP standards. Anyway, going into HQ and seeing a Fairchild, I don't think that's going to get rezzed anytime soon.
Yeah, especially not with this armor core as big and beefy as it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so back to Rip's turn. Now we'll see if he has this 3-2 in hand, which he does not. First click is draw. Second click install server 2.
From the chat, Core, one of our judges, is saying that take back would probably be allowed in this case of Fast 4. So,
right, okay.
Just for posterity's sake, but shoutouts to Core for judging.
Okay,
and
so
Luke, I believe Luke's judging as well.
Yes, so I believe our two judges today are Crow and Luke. Shout out to them. Of course, thanks for thanks to them and all the rest of the NISA team volunteers, including ourselves, I suppose.
Yeah, thanks us
for helping out with it. Yeah. And I'm patting myself on the back right now. You can't see it.
I can imagine it because I'm also doing it. We have a Tranquility home grid installed in server 2. It's been called out by a falsified credentials. And we're gonna go in there because Tranquility home grid can be a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
This late in the game, not entirely sure how much value you're gonna get out of it, but again, like, Have of Fun has a fair number of credits to his name.
And yeah, you're trashing it for free because of this Mist Bones that you also just installed. And I think more to the point is that Tranquility is one of the lines that the sports metal player can take if in order to score out your winning agenda from a 0 credit board. just because just by installing you gain your 2 credits, which lets you do your Audacity thing or red
Mhm.
level clearance into whatever. So getting rid of that is quite pertinent on Have of Fun's part, because as the 419 player, you want to hit your doofs, you want to bring the runner down to 0 credits, and you want them to be unable to win the game on 0 credits, while they're on 0 credits, I should say, as opposed to you doofing them into the ground and then uh, pulling out the win anyway with a Tranquility Audacity play.
Yeah, that's probably what we're looking at here, huh? We haven't seen too terribly much influence. How much is Audacity? Is it 3 influence?
Audacity's 4 influence,
4?
I believe. Yeah. So we've only seen, of course, the Mavirus out of Swat Metal. From 419, we've only seen the 2 Deuces Wilds so far, and the Leech, of course. You imagine? Oh, and of course, the Security Nexus. I almost forgot. So that's probably where the bulk of Have Our Fun's influence is going, into this Security Nexus and assorted support cards. But you still have a bunch of good criminal stuff in Faction. We've talked about the doofs, and hey, what do you know? Here we go.
Speak of the dooful, and it shall appear.
Yeah, so this brings Rip down to 6 credits, which notably is not enough to get a biotic play, a biotic score. Again, another reason, a very good reason to trash that Tranquility home grid.
Yeah. Just the means by which to clicklessly gain a credit or, compress it into your install just can be a lot, can be a big difference when the difference is 6 and 7.
Yes, that's right. But however, 419 isn't really getting that many accesses, actually. They're doing a lot more bot control, trashing economy, getting doofs off, but not getting really that many like accesses off of centrals. There are 6 face down cards in archives, but going back in there would mean that your leech and your Omoko reset again. So you may not want to do that, even though there is some chance that agendas might be getting snuck by in there. But yes, it is curious that R&D isn't being hit at this current moment.
Oh,
And here we
Biotic
go.
Laver coming down.
Automatic install. All right, Vitruvius.
Is it the
Not
trans sub?
surprising. There we go.
Dang. Well, it's the Vitruvius. That's also good, but could have been transubstantiation.
So 4 credits for RIP. So definitely enough to get an Audacity off. And even without an Audacity, the third bifurcation is the game win for RIP. But it needs to get there, and it needs to survive this coming turn with 419. So probably going to be making a run now with Have Our Fun. Got to get this show on the road. Right, making this run on HQ off of the Deuces Wall.
There's
And
Audacity.
Audacity access. Ooh, that's not good news for the runner. So
Hyperloop extension, would that be the other 2 points?
Hyperloop is a 3-1.
Right, I'm
although
counting agendas here.
Oh yeah, of course. So there is a chance that that RIP is on Global Food Initiative, which is a very problematic agenda to score at the best of times. But mostly you include it just so you for like agenda count purposes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I forgot about good old GFI. That would, I believe, round it out to 3 Vitruvius, 3 Mega Pre, 3 Bifurcation. Here's a Mega
as
Pre.
well as the.
And there's an Audacity.
Oh, there we go.
That is a
There.
game.
Okay. Yeah, well played to both players.
Yeah, well played.
And I do believe this is a corp split. Have of Fun won the first game with
the big boom.
yeah, with the boom, and now Fast Advance out by Sports Medal. Yeah.
Good games. You'll love to see some
Congrats.
good Netrunner.
Congrats to both players, I suppose. And let's check back on what's going on here. Is there
Looks like 2 more games running right now.
not that many results reported actually. So, shall we jump into one of them?
Yeah, let's.
Looks like there's still time left in the round.
Yeah, should we go into the Kings game since he'll have an extension? Give us a little bit more
All
time.
right, sure, let's do it.
Assuming we've got. Okay, we have the go-ahead. We are in with the King versus Jay Foley here. It is turn 5 on King's side, playing Ag Infusion. And we have Hoshiko on Jay Foley's side on the runner.
And this appears to be the second game, but it's not clear. It's not clear who won game one. Find out in a bit, I guess. And now, are you seeing what I see on Hoshiko's side of the table?
Is it a sign of things to come in a manner of speaking? Is it foreboding?
One could use those words to describe this card. Yes, of course.
It's sort of ominous. What is this card doing here? What's happened? Where are we?
That's an excellent question. So remember at the start of the day when we were talking about how 10,000 different 1,000 ways to build a Hoshiko deck in the West.
Hoshiko's like one girl and yet manages to be like an entire magical girl team all by herself.
I mean, that is the real pulp protagonist energy right there.
We got a raindrops on a double iced R&D. Neither of them rezzed. One of them is gonna get popped here. It's a Nazi.
Ow.
That's a problem.
Of course, it is kind of a problem because it is 3 net damage from the Banha replacement, and then 3 more net damage because you didn't because you didn't break any subroutines. And Jay Foley very wisely deciding to check out because you kind of don't really want to get Anemone out of the game on turn 5.
Yeah, no reason to. You got the corp to spend 8 credits. That's fine. Just.
All right. Yeah, we really are entering the meta of you can play literally whatever splash card you want in a Hoshiko and get away with it, huh?
I'm coming around to it. The more that we're seeing, the more that I'm loving it. Hoshiko, you're all right by me. I'm sorry about all those things I said.
Well, just me. So 2 costs, 1 memory program, 2 recurrent credits to spend for any purpose whatsoever during runs on central servers. A very efficient card, presuming that you're running centrals often, as presumably this deck wants to do. So we still haven't really seen a use for this Harbinger yet, but you have to think this is some kind of variation on the heartbeat decks that were around during last month's AMT as well, if you recall.
Let me see.
So the combo is, installing heartbeat, which of course lets you trash cards to prevent net damage. And coincidentally, there's a card right here on the runner side of the table that lets you inflict your own net damage on yourself to break subroutines or to replace subroutine effects, more strictly speaking, which this Harbinger helps a lot with. And oh, okay, another piece of the puzzle coming down here, the twinning. Uh, I believe this is the first time we've seen this card today, coming out, of course, in Midnight Sun.
Yeah, was very powerful when it first came out, and then a couple of other cards came out that, is it Wake Implant is the multi-access, and Finality, like a couple of other ones came out. It's still
Mm.
perfectly serviceable, but glad to see it coming back up today.
Yeah. So it's your multi-access option, and it keeps dripping your multi-access as long as you're able to spend recurring credits, which you do have on the table currently on this with this Paladin Pomo and this Chest V. Uh, but I'm seeing a paperclip in the heat right now, which is certainly not bad, but not really seeing many ways to deal with this Anansi on a turn by turn basis. Which of course this Postulus will help with a lot.
I just noticed this Divide and Conquer.
Divide and Conquer. Extremely spicy card.
Now,
Running
actually,
on archives in order to get accesses on HQ and R&D.
so here's the thing. I do remember this. Divide and Conquer, it says if successful after accessing archives, access one card from HQ, then access the top card of R&D. The
Uh,
errata text says after breaching archives, breach HQ, then breach R&D.
which would
These
coincidentally
words,
trigger, which would trigger the twinning. Is that correct?
Divide and Conquer.
All right. Okay.
That's a very different effect than what's printed on the card.
Okay. But we see a second Botulus come down on the innermost eyes on HQ, which is a interesting location to put it. Not sure. I mean, we did come in slightly later in the game, so we're not sure if what kind of information that Jay Foley has on the identities of all these unrest eyes
So
that's in play right now.
I think that I would want to say that play is entirely due to Hippo. Uh, so the king has this Anansi that, as you saw, he purged last turn because it was about to be on 3 credits. If he doesn't have an ice to protect that Anansi, 3 credits off that Botulus, get that Hippo out of the game. There goes your Anansi. Same thing with HQ, right? Like, you could just Hippo the outermost ice, so why would the king res it? Let's put the Botulus on the one in front.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense. And okay, Jay Foley, uh, just taking credits and drawing card. The ball's back in the King's Court. Looks like there are a bunch of.
I'm loving to see
So
subliminal messaging, by the way.
that's right, and that's not even the most exciting card in archives right now. Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Hang on. Cold Site server?
Excuse me.
I'm pretty sure I played this at my first competitive event, like North American Continentals or whatever, when I shamelessly stole Jens Eriksson's deck, Mirror Morph, before I understood how to play the game. So you can imagine how much work Cold Site server did for me.
uh, I have an idea, but it looks like it was trashed out of well, some central, I suppose. And of course, these two attitude adjustments, two influence a pop, which is and three influence on this cold side server. So that's seven influence already on out of faction cards that aren't named Loki or Tres Model Biroids. So do you think this is that kind of deck, or are we seeing some kind of other Glacier style egg infusion?
After I get this cat down from where he's not supposed to be, um, I'm wondering if this might be a. Mm, could be cold. Could just be a regular glacier. Could be Keeling.
Sure, of course. And the cold side server does, is pretty instrumental in helping to in protecting healing. It's kind of like an alternative to Warwick Tracker if you think about it.
Let's see here.
And so we see that the king has elected to ice over their Anansi with another face down ice. So this is like two side effects, so to speak. It firstly protecting the Anansi from any kind of hippo play, but on the other hand, it does mean that triggering the egg infusion ability on any other server it's going to be a lot a lot more painless for the side of Jay Foley than it would be otherwise because you aren't forced to encounter this Anansi again. Speak of the devil though, the second Anansi rests on the innermost on HQ.
Do we have another steel skin in hand?
That's a very good
Otherwise, this is
question.
going to be a problem. Oh no, we've got two. So that's
Okay,
four
we do have
damage.
4 damage. That's correct. And Caltra is the hit of the first net,
Did hit a steel skin.
and
Okay.
it hits. So the trashes are Hippo, Steelskin, Paladin. All right, so
What if it's
not the
snare?
worst for Jay Foley, but one access, and we'll be drawing one card after this one ends from raindrops. Oh, Bokata Protocol. That's a fierce bet. You gotta think.
Jay Foley decides to not pay to steal Obokata Protocol. All right.
Yeah. So do bear in mind it was a twinning run, so that was two of the hard-earned power counters off of the twinning.
Yeah, and that's
But
good information. That's all three
yeah,
cards in HQ,
very
but
useful information. Unfortunately, it does look like a simulation reset in hand, so uh, King will be able to shuffle back this Obokata Protocol if he so desires. Oh, but here comes a Keeling. However, down to 5 credits on the side of the King. Of course, clicking back up to 8. Uh, so a lot safer from any kind of like offensive play that Jay Foley might make towards this Keeling. Of course, the downside is if Jay Foley does try to hit server 1, then the third Anansi comes up, it's almost certainly lethal. We will see what the choice is.
do have at
All
least
3
one
Steelskin
Ag
Scarrets
Infusion.
already discarded. Sorry, you were saying?
We have at least one use of the Ag Infusion boop to, in addition to what else might actually be protecting server 1.
That's correct. All right, Jay Foley drawing a card off of the Hoshiko trigger, but still a long ways away from being able to safely contest server 1. So he's got a big decision to make this turn about what and where to run, if anywhere at all.
To answer a question in chat, My cat is trying to get up to where I have my paints. He likes to eat garbage. Cats rule.
Animals in general are pretty cool.
Mhm.
The of course long-standing war between cat and dog lovers in Netrunner. I
Well, I mean,
don't recall. I don't recall who's winning at the moment, to be honest.
we also got like and this is going to sound offensive like just by virtue of the words, but I swear to you is meant with the utmost endearing term. The rat people. Shout outs to Slapdash. Means he has a rat,
So
not that he is a rat person, just in case, just to make sure we're clear.
good to get that clarification in the
Just-
bunch.
I've had the joke, now let me not have somebody like destroy me over it. All right, we're going into R&D. We can't hippo the Anansi anymore, but we can fully break it.
All right, yes. So Jay Foley highlighting some cards. Not sure what's going up with that. But yes, this Anarchy can be fully broken, and I mean, by all accounts, should be fully broken if Jay Foley doesn't want to uh, get instantly flatlined.
Yeah, I'm wondering about. We don't have the heartbeat down if there is one.
Right? Uh, just a clarification that we are not in fact DC'd on either side.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable after the night we've had. Glad to see that communication taking place between players and making sure that things are understood. It's incredible. I'll talk about games like Pokemoba, or more recently Omega Strikers, and how one of their best features is that there's no text chat. You can't, like, your teammates can't talk to you. That's just great in terms of MOBAs. But it's nice for there to be a chat feature that's needed here and for people to just use it properly.
I mean,
Netrunners, y'all rule.
Yeah, and I mean the amount of toxicity you get from this community is so much lower than any other game that I've ever played or come across, which is an amazing change to see. Uh, Not having to deal with people in, let's say, MOBAs breaking the items,
Yeah,
griefing the team, for example.
yeah. I think there's plenty to be said for, like, because when you talk about, just real quick, when negativity in the Netrunner community ever comes up, it's not like it's somebody saying like, this is where I would have, like, taken the game, or like, this set wasn't for me, this one was more my speed. It's not like, it's not unreasonable, it's not uncivilized, it's just, people actually having the opinions that you are in fact allowed to disagree about.
That's very true. And okay, so Black Orchestra available for Jay Foley now. So now that I believe is the complete Windbreaker suite available. So
That
Healing
is, yep.
actually is realistically contestable on this coming turn, which you probably have to, considering that this hand size is getting uncomfortably low on Jay Foley's side.
So probably needs to do something about that.
All right, doing a sim reset for 3 cards. Just kidding.
Oh,
Doing a sim
reset
reset
for
for 2 cards.
2 cards. Right.
It's okay.
Looks like experiencing some technical difficulties.
Yeah, there is a it was noted in the event Discord that one of the biggest problems with the lag was with the like sub menus, which makes sense. Like when you're going deeper into the structure of the site, I assume that
And,
checks out.
So it should note that time has been called for the round, although of course not for this particular game, as the king is using an oracle for his game, so they have been granted some additional time, and I do believe there are 5 minutes left in the round for this particular game, and we'll see how far they can go.
Yeah, we're still at the love all mark right now. I mean, you'll see that it's very much contingent upon what type of corp deck is being played as to whether or not you'll be like, 4-5 or 3-4 or something, or just who is going to find the Obokata first. I know that when I was at Worlds and I had time called on me, I definitely stole an Obokata on click 4 to leave myself at 0 cards in hand.
Ooh.
It's a different game.
Yeah, definitely. And
I had every right to
have to
lose it,
imagine.
and I was just, talented enough to not, Guess what number I'm thinking of?
Yeah, you have to imagine Jay Fall is thinking about contesting the Keeling remote distance. Uh, 10 credits, not the most in the world, but has a fermenter ready to go if necessary, as well as only 11 credits on the King's side. Oh, but no, one is on R&D.
Poppin' Fermenter running R&D. With a draw right before for click 1, so we'll have 1 click after this. We have 1 counter on this Botulus. Bonhar's been targeted on server 1, so Anansi's just as is right now.
So this is pretty important that if the king elects not to use the Egg Infusion ability on this particular R&D run, that means that the killing will not be able to be contested. Because of the Egg Infusion boop being able to bounce off the server 1 in the server 1 run. But here we go. Okay. MK Ultra installed. And looks like we are breaking Anansi with this MK Ultra and probably need the help of another Botulus token. Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, that's
2
all
from
3,
Tristy,
2 pumps from MK Ultra, 1 from the Botulus.
So it
Wait.
looks what it looks like is what it looks like is
they spent another 3 on the MK Ultra instead. Using the twinning to see 2 cards here.
And doesn't look like an Obokata is involved.
That's the
Trash and
Killing. Okay.
And discarding 3 cards from hand now. That's a big oof. Discarding Banhar, and Harbinger. All right.
Von Harbinger.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
The least
so
trustworthy law
ticking
firm.
Up to... So Killing ticking up to 4 now, which is slightly, one could say, problematic for Jay Foley. And I'm surely
like now of all the times you have to challenge the reward, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this
I
just kills you in 2 turns if you leave it.
yeah. I'm wondering what this. What is this upgrade? Would it be Prisec maybe?
Uh,
Is Prisec
so
on
we
this
have
deck?
seen a cold side server already, but that obviously doesn't do anything if you don't have any power counters on it.
Yeah.
Uh, it could be the war tracker, all reliable
Mm-hmm.
that we've seen so many times in the past. Uh, but we'll find out very soon. Turns out.
All right.
So
13
second click run by Jay
credits.
Foley, playing around the boop ability from Egg Infusion.
Core has joined for time in the round, so we have the end of this turn and then one turn from the king to manage any number of points.
It's an annual wedding thought, all right. So that's a much more classic Jindeki defensive upgrade, so to speak. Uh, when the runner approaches the server, you can pay 2 credits and 2 cards, trash 2 cards from HQ to end the run. No ifs, no buts. No face down, eyes to turn face up or whatsoever. End the run. And
Yeah, just confirming the structure here. I'll let Core. Yeah, Core should still be here. It might just be lagging. There we go. Okay.
right, uh, so in theory, there's no more turns left in the game for this Keeling to actually kill Jay Foley. So he's kind of sort of allowed to ignore it. I mean, assuming there isn't any kind of uh, kill package with him ending his turn on 1 card in hand. Uh,
Yeah, I don't.
that being said, yeah, I mean, he could just go back into centrals. That's a play. Although you do need to contend with the Egg Infusion boot if that's the case. Right, the last ice. Sorry, the first unrest ice on HQ, and the king, of course, now deciding whether or not to use his ID ability for the first time this game, I do believe.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the Ag Infusion activation in this game. Instead,
So
rezzing
no
the
activation, but
ID
it is an IP, correct?
Psy game to make the runner draw and do some net damage.
All right, so looks like Jay Foley's over installing his MK Ultra in order to install this uh, Black Orchestra. Some slight MU issues here on the runner side. But okay, breaking the 2 net damage subs and taking a side game. Right? So pay zero, so no draw for you. And then breaking this Anansi, of course.
Is it? Is it? It's Fin Doctor.
Ah, so all right, so Jay Foley does have a single click left, but unlikely that you can get in anywhere important purely because of this Egg Infusion Boop ability, which means that you go R&D, you get shunted into HQ, your archives, you get shunted somewhere else, and that's
looks like it. Discarding down to, of course, a single card in hand. And that looks like it's it. Just a hedge fund crit from Oracle, from the King, and
All right.
looks like the game is going to end in a time draw.
Yeah, that was game two. So to be sort of expected, the Ag Infusion deck has a lot of a lot of thought going into the play pattern on both sides. Let's just go ahead and drop that. But yeah, good games to everybody so far. Just been loving seeing all of these. Like, even when we were talking about a couple of identities that were represented more, like, I don't think we saw anyone else on Cold Site server.
Yeah. That's definitely a non-standard include. And I mean, I want to say this is the third or fourth variant of Hoshiko we've seen today, I do believe. We've seen the big Hoshiko from Sokka. This Harbinger Hoshiko, of course, we didn't get to see the Heartbeat or any other synergy that they had planned. Previously, we also saw, let's take a look here.
Just real quick, since we have, I think we have all the results in, just waiting for this one to be finalized.
Last round, of course, Izzy and Aksu. That would be Aksu's. I've already forgotten. Look at me with my goldfish memory.
Aksu, the outfit.
Yes, the outfit and Hoshiko, but I forget what his Hoshiko was on. Was it the boomerang? That was the boomerang turbine?
Yeah, I think Reg Hoshiko. Hard to remember. That's the problem, is like they're all very distinct decks, but they're all Hoshiko, so I can't remember which one was which. Let me see. Do we have? Okay, there's the final report. So, King did win the runner game, and so is up 4-1 here. Don't have pairings for round 4 yet, but we should have standings. Chromatically at 13. Actually confirming Boomerang Turbine.
Right.
Love to see it. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players at 12 points. 11 at 10. And then... Alright, so... Anarch's doing pretty okay.
Yeah. Hard not to with such a high population, to be fair.
75% is a decent amount. We could
It does look like round 4 is paired though, which is extremely fast.
You say what?
Round 4 has been paired.
Oh, cool. All right, so... we've seen... I'm not sure if we've seen Chromatically, but we just watched The King. We saw Sports Medal and 419. I think that we go for Table 6, honestly.
All right,
because these are some cool idents that I want to see.
I see
We've got a cut for the top tables. Asa. Let's hit up Table 6.
All right, let's do it. All right, looks like the round has officially started.
Yeah,
Waiting
still.
for any kind of 2-for-1 calls from Judge Crawl.
Oh, did I miss 2-for-1 flip? Okay, looks like Sokka and Naksu are doing a 2-for-1. Or, yeah, 2-for-1, okay. As well as for Haver of Fun and who are you playing against? Oh, whoop. Jay Foley, yeah.
So the results of the 2-for-1s here will be pretty important, not only for the fact, or I should say, precisely because of the fact that we are not doing a traditional cut to top four. I believe it is cut to top three today because of the number of players, which I assume will be. I'm not sure how the format of the top cut would go actually. Is it still going to be based on Swiss standings, or do they just go round robin until one guy loses?
Probably double LM, if I had to guess, which would be then 2 and 3 play.
2 and 3 play.
And then
Sure,
1
yeah,
and
that makes
2,
sense.
and then 1 in the winner play, and I think so. Not
Yeah, that
entirely
makes
sure.
sense.
We'll see. Waiting on one of the players for table 6 here.
And of course, we have a number of 2-for-1s this round. Of course, everybody trying to push up into that top 3 position. Nobody wants to take a draw this round, obviously.
Hmm. General.
Any other? Or if you want, shall we just go into another game first? One of the 2-for-1s. Then we probably still have time to jump back into the table 6 afterwards.
Yeah. We can do that. Sorry, their opponent has just been pinged. I'm just giving 1 second to see. That was a couple minutes ago.
Right, I guess we can try for table. We can go table 1 actually, chromatically against the king. We haven't seen the king's runner yet, and I believe chromatically is on Asmari.
Okay. Yeah, let's see. All right, table 1 you said?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, table 6, I really did want to pop in, but let's go here. Alright. Let's swap this back over. And yeah, we have the king on runner Hoshiko against Asmari EdTech. Name a type, any type, gain 2 credits.
Okay, so we do have another Banha deck on the side of the king, although the console doesn't appear to the console doesn't appear to be a heartbeat. They do have like a more traditional Maw setup going on, as you can see from their heap. Can only assume we got discarded from the moshing, or not the moshing, but just from Banha triggers. Oh no, they did discard it from moshing. That's very reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come back to it later.
Okay, so but we do have a run on server 1. Banha, of course, targeting the remote server. So the first ice will have its subs replaced with dual net damage. Can be a curse or a blessing depending. Oh, and there's the hit. There's the money shot from Chromatically.
Where's raindrops when you need it?
Yeah.
Well, if you'd played it, if you had the 6 and if you had, the 6th was the raindrops, well, I mean, Steel Skin would still allow you to, you'd still survive it because you're taking 6 instances of 1 damage.
Yes. So you definitely never die from this position, although whether or not you want to continue is a different question. So I mean 6 next damage, of course, nothing to scoff at. I mean turns Endless Oiler from being a very taxing piece of porous ice to absolutely terrifying 6 net damage behemoth.
Yeah. 0 strength, 6 net damage.
Ow.
God, it makes me think of not 0 strength, but Saisentan. Like if you've ever had a Saisentan rinsed against you and just absolutely calculated guesses every number you were thinking of.
Mm-hmm. I mean, classically, Saisentan, and of course as well other historically terrible face checks include cards like what was that? Cortex Lock, that was it. Yeah, Cortex Lock. So do 1 damage for each unspent MU, of course. Very deadly in the early game.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't actually kill you unless you have a console. You played a console for MU and didn't draw any cards before running. And of course, before that we had Komainu, the classic 1 net damage for each card in your hand. The original lose your hand card. Okay, it looks like they're encountering some technical difficulties again.
Yeah, the king should apparently... King's getting stuck on... Okay, there we go. Now he's on encounter.
Okay, there we go. All the cards blew up at the same time. So what do we lose here? Dirty Laundry looks like Deuce's Wild, another Pinhole, Liberated Account, Daily Cast, and another Moshing. And a Black Orchestra, right?
Oh,
and
this is really fun, the way that it has to write the Banhar trigger and the Eula trigger, and then the card into the Banhar, and then the Eula, and then the card into the Banhar. And then at the end of it, here you go.
I mean,
6 subroutines.
I mean, can you imagine an endless Eula being, instead of having to read through all this text, you had to stab yourself? That's not very nice. But here we go, Gaslight. So what are we looking for? I can't imagine hard-hitting news is the pick here. Maybe you just go for something more straightforward, like a hedge fund, perhaps.
Is there a card you can just play to deal 1 net damage?
Don't think so. Oh,
Untagged? I
oh
don't
well.
think so.
Shout out to Neo EMP. Oh, but Seamless Launch. All right. That's a card. So Seamless Launch added to hand, but first click is draw. So chromatically taking a credit and installs a one. All right. So the threat of 4-2 agenda is very live, and with this board state, no paperclip in the bin, no cards in hand, not much that the king can do about it. And Banha will be on R&D, but you have to imagine you don't really expect to see any R&D run this turn without a healthy amount of cards in hand.
Yeah, this
And then the first click draw, second click draw.
might be a good turn to draw some cards.
Yeah, take a breather, pump the brakes a bit. The econ situation's not terrible. 9 credits with another 8 on the liberated account, so at least the king's got that going for him. But of course, we will need to find a way to deal with this remote server at some point. So the call was draw 3 cards and take liberated account. Very reasonable.
Yeah. Those are my favorite turns where you like the first 3 clicks are always going to be draw a card, but there's a big pause in between each of them. Because, like, something might change, you know? Something might change my play. Maybe I do want to run with just this one card.
Maybe you draw a diesel, But okay, so it's back to chromatically, starting the turn 5. Only 5 credits, so not the greatest. We'll see. Okay, there comes the Seamless Launch. So it is a score play. What's it gonna be? Is it Crypto Crash or Offroad Office? Or maybe something else? Thinking. Oh. 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 All right. So mouse headline and keep a credit. Interesting.
Okay.
So, of course, chromatically had the option there with the 1 tag on King to trash one of these resources, but of course, not much value in trashing a 4 credit liberated account. And, well, Banha maybe, but we haven't seen any other Banhas in the deck yet. So.
Yeah, going down to 2, or sorry, to 1 for that, though, is.
And once again, I'm very sorry that it's taken us this long to notice, but it is a big Hoshiko deck.
What?
Counting, yeah, it is. 45 cards in the stack.
How did 2 of you sneak this by me? I'm just gonna go ahead and slap a 60-card Hoshiko deck on the table. Don't mind me. Come on. Listen, I know that I'm not as with the meta as Sokka and the King. They're great players. But y'all don't gotta disrespect me like this.
Oh, but okay, so the King, chromatically, just going for another install advance in server 1. So this is either another agenda that they're trying to push out and disrespecting the fact that, Paperclip is not in the heap yet and not likely to draw it off of another 45 card stack. Alternatively, this just could be a NGO front for cozy 8 credits on trash. Let's see how the King responds to this. All right, more comes down. And 3rd click run.
Is this the first time that we've seen Maw come down? I know we've seen it in
Uh,
games. I just don't remember if we've seen it installed.
I do believe. I don't recall actually.
I know that I've seen
Uh,
it get trashed, but I don't know if I've seen it get installed tonight.
this might be the first more trigger that we've seen this whole event, to be honest.
Wow.
And there we go. Discard a random card from HQ. And lastly is credit. So okay. So King, the King after that uh devastating endless Euler Banha hit is kind of back in the game with this Maw and economy still in a good spot. 11 credits, 6 on the daily cast. But here we go chromatically. Scoring out
Bologna.
the no. Oh, just jamming it. You know, if you don't have a paperclip, you're just gonna keep putting agendas here.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter with the EULA, but you got to get through that ping somehow.
Yeah, so even a botulus would actually be okay for this. But I mean, the Euler is a pretty tough nugget to swallow without any form of like uh, lasting and permanent econ on the table. So the King with uh, 12 credits now. So with a botulus or a paperclip, definitely can challenge this server one, but it will not be cheap. And
I think that would just leave him with a. I'm not sure exactly how many it would be to still have enough if it's a Bologna. I'm not sure if Chromatically would have put a Bologna in server one.
that's very true. And uh, so worth noting that 2 seamless launchers have already been used. So that's like a maximum of 1 left in the cop deck. And it's very likely that Tomorrow's Land is the only 3/2 that Asmari usually plays. So uh, if this is another 4/2, it's not likely, especially with this upcoming more trigger, if it is one that uh, chromatically can score a 4/2 in this coming turn. Oh, there goes a crypto crash.
Ooh, good hit.
Okay. So
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
of
That's
course,
not
5 credits on chromatically right now. Uh, we'll see how far the King wants to push it, and we're going to run back on R&D. Definitely getting his more trigger. There we go. One way or another. And 2 clicks left. Surely you need to dig for your breakers right now. Is there a consideration to just keep poking on centrals, maybe? Or the calls to check archives. Two random cards. 2 accesses. Not bad. And the discards are IP block and market forces. Within
IP
reasonable
block
hits, all
was
things considered.
random discard was market forces also.
Yes. So
Yes,
both of
okay.
these were more discards,
Gotcha.
and the last click was drawn. All right.
Sorry, had to look away for a second. One of my cats decided to knock over an energy drink, as you do. We love them.
And okay, so it's a spin doctor. Still a bit light on money on credits for the Asmari. Uh, the King has not been very obliging with their Asmari triggers. Very inconsiderately not playing any events
Won't
on the turn.
somebody please think of Megacorps? Remember,
But
folks, if you're at a department store and you see someone stealing, no, you didn't.
ooh, that's a That's a hot take to have on live TV. Okay, but Seamless
Listen,
launches
I
back
know
in the
my
deck.
audience. Y'all agree.
Can't can't deny. Can't deny. But okay, so the call is going to be hedge fund and install advance. So things are happening right now.
Naming
And
program. Okay.
notably, naming program. So any botulus or any paperclip that comes out will be getting chromatically their pound of flesh, as is, so to speak. And this will not be cheap for the king, definitely, because even with a botulus on ping, that would be 6 credits to go in through this endless oiler.
What if, instead of 6 credits, 6 cards from my grip?
That is honestly a very tempting option. And there we go. First click install botulus. Of course, Asmari gaining 2 credits from program, and now the call is it going to be draw a card and run?
Haven't seen any steel skins.
That's very true. So you might not even need to draw a card if you have a steel skin in hand. You just live organically just because of the fact that uh, these subs do that net damage one at a time, so there's no risk of you like not hitting it until it's the last card and just getting KO'd like that. But here we go. So the call is runs over 1, 5 cards. That's a pretty clear steel skin signal, but that doesn't change the fact that this is going to hurt a lot. And okay, so lots of 6 discards from net damage. Looks like 2 steel skins, I think. That's right, 2 steel skins. Another Black Orchestra, a Banha, and a DJ Fenris. Okay. Lots of cards going. Boy, I mean, aren't you glad that you put those extra 17 cards in a deck to bring it to 62 now, huh?
Yeah, I mean, kind of a shame we're not going to see our good friend DJ Steve here, but when you need the steel skins, they're there. They're there for you.
So those are 2 of the steel skins, so won't be making that play again anytime soon, I don't think. And it is another crypto crash. So 4 points on the board now for the king. Still with a more trigger in hand if we wish to run any archives. No, right. So not archives. I meant to say R&D or HQ. But because draw and chugging, very nice. Up to 15 credits now. 3 cards. A little bit spooky, and notably still without access to anything other than Black Orchestra. But can chromatically take advantage of this. Let's see. First quick draw from Asmari. Another install. Bear in mind that 2 seamless launchers were previously shuffled from the Spin Doctor activation, so the threat of never advancing a thing is still quite live.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many
king
cards have been drawn since then, but yeah, it's real.
Yeah, so the king may be forced to respect this and go through it and go through the oiler again. Oh, but okay. So the ice is installed is not on server one, it's on R&D. So more likely that this is some kind of Rashida or some other asset or another spin doctor even rather than an agenda.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption.
So still only the two more triggers so far this game, Market Forces and IP Block. We'll see how willing the king is going to go in order to get more triggers, especially with this new eyes on R&D. HQ is still kind of tempting, I'd say. But no, okay, the call is R&D again. Challenging this ice.
No res on outermost.
Banha is of course on R&D as well. And one access. Nothing. Okay, more triggers. One random card.
It's a tough decision. 4-5 is always just a rough place.
Yeah, yeah. You see this kind of like board position quite a lot in, I want to say, NBN games, where of course in those kind of NBN games where they aren't just playing like 3 Bellona and 3 Degree Mill or some kind of other 5-3 setup, when they are trying to play like Crypto Crashes and Beals and Tomorrow's Headlines, that's a very traditional score that you'll see when one side has got like 2 4-2s and the other has Bellona or something.
I can't believe
And
I
that
completely
does,
forgot about Beal. My goodness.
that's a pretty good cut.
The best agenda of all time. If only because it could, but won't, win you the game by itself. Maybe is it time to bring psychographics back? Are people playing Tag Me enough that psychographics is real?
Psychographics?
Can I
Well,
just bank 13 credits and then win the game?
it's 13 credits to play Beal or no Beal. All right,
Yeah.
we can do that. But oh, that's a double hedge fund. Okay, 17 credits now automatically. So if
nice
that
jump.
R&D if that R&D ice wasn't live before, it definitely is now. Maybe it was like a Hydra or something. It couldn't afford to rest before, but definitely possible now. And but we'll have to see in which order that these things are rest or ordered, so to speak, because this Banha is a real problem for uh, like big eyes, big scary eyes with high strength, but not that many subs comparatively.
Guest appearance by Shiro, Jinteki Ice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we also saw a 0 come down as well for the card draw. Bravado going in probably on R&D. Yep.
Here we go. Still no Beam Breakers other than Black Orchestra and ooh, a Tohu Owl. So this will be one net damage, of course. But it would still drain 3 credits from the runner. And pretty safe risk, I'd say, given that there's a hippo in the bin. And even if you do want to hippo this ice, it is a pretty penny to go through with a Black Orchestra only.
Mm-hmm. Now, are we willing to res the second one? I feel like you have to, yeah.
There we go.
Ah. Turnpike, you say? Not the best thing to have
Street.
as your innermost R&D ice, but
It's very functional. We do see there is a market forces in the bin for chromatically. Traditionally, these Asmara decks don't run that many tech punishment cards, but you do kind of still have to respect it as Hoshiko, and that Banha is a priority trash if the king ends his turn tagged.
okay, we got the tag.
Right. So continuing the run. So this run, as a reminder, is a bravado run. So you will be getting 8 credits back after this run, bringing back to 16. Very respectable.
Popping the spin
of
doctor.
course- And of course, let's not forget that any Bellona is a game win for the king right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what you that's what you have to respect right now. It's obviously not right now the top card of R&D, but we got a thinker.
All right. So the excess, but no trash. So more fires for another random card. So,
Spin
the king
doctor's been.
has used 0.
Hmm.
King has used 0 for it. Third click, draw a card. And okay, very sensibly clears attack.
Yeah, that's probably better. I had the inkling of like check archives now that the spin doctor's off the field, but nah, probably better to just get your hand filtered. Got a paperclip in the bin that turn too.
Yeah. So all in all, pretty good spot for the king. Mo and Banha, combining together, getting the accesses, getting the trashes. The disruption seems, sufficient for what
Okay.
chromatically has got going. Okay, that's a double install icing server 1, new card in server 1.
Overwrote the ping.
Right. The ping, of course, not
Oh, because
with not a very high value because of that Fortulus.
Yeah, I sounded more confused about that than I actually was. I realized as soon as I was like, overwrite the ping? And I'm like, wait, it's not really a question right now. Alright, Banhar R&D. Good old Banhar R&D.
That's right. So what does this cost the king to get a random access? That's cost total of 4 credits, 1 net damage, and 1 tag.
Stargate.
Never mind. It's not a random access after all.
We're at pseudo random.
All right. So, very critically, it's after this run, the king would be at exactly 5 credits, which is enough to steal Bologna if it gets seen from this target run.
Yeah. Not quite credit perfect. Would leave one
extra click, yeah, but as close as it gets, which is a win is a win.
He can draw a card and then just pretend like it was credit, click perfect.
That's true. Okay, anyway, 10 by 5s. Click attack. And let's see. Now or never. And NGO Rashida Hedge Fund. Oh, those are reasonable cards to trash, but that's really not what you want to see if you're the king. Down to 5 credits and attack. The econ's starting to dry up a little bit. And hedge fund is the trash of choice.
Trashing hedge fund, okay. Yeah, that's probably. I think it would. My first instinct was the NGO front, but nah, you the Rashida would be the mandatory draw anyway.
Mm. Is there ever a case to try and run HQ for this small trigger? No. All right. So, okay, Rashida fires from server one. Chromatically, we'll be seeing this another Rashida. Another Rashida at the NGO front, and one unknown card. Well, two unknown cards, including mandatory draw. So, server one, empty again. You have to imagine something's going there this turn, even if it's just the second Rashida. Anything to keep this never advanced seamless launch threat alive, and ideally he'd also like some kind of ice in order to show up R&D and make sure Banha's not going through tall booths and the runs up. Oh, but economic warfare is the call. All right. So that's another way to stop the Banha aggression on R&D, because tall booth demands you pay through credits or NOL. But here we go. Economic warfare and install advance. So in all likelihood, this is the final agenda of the game, but we'll have to see what the king can do with 0 credits against this board. And I can confirm that this game is not a 2-for-1, I believe. So
yeah, we should have another one after this.
Should we have another one after this? And I do believe by now most of the 2-for-1 should have finished. Yeah, there we go. At least, yeah, a couple of them have finished. All right. So Banha targeting server one, of course. But what's the play here? Moshing. Discarding 3 cards. So up to 3 credits now, potentially up to 5, depending if you click for credits and or 0. There we go. There goes the 0. So 4 credits to challenge 4 credits and a Banha activation to challenge this server one, assuming it is an agenda. Alternatively, you could gamble everything on one last Stargate run, but that doesn't get you to 3 points unless you have exactly another a mad dash in hand, which would be really sick, to be perfectly honest. So the play is, so you could Stargate R&D, try to hit a 4-2, and then mad dash archives, which is a play.
I'm not sure you'd have the money for it since Toll Booth isn't Bonhard.
That's true. Yeah, so that's That's absolutely right. So because Manha is on Zone 1 and not R&D, that's not really an option.
Yeah.
And the play is just,
Is it NGO
I guess
front
the place
or...
to hope it's an NGO front, which is reasonable, but no, okay. Seamless launch, advance, and there is the Bellona. Double Bellona for the win.
GG chromatically. And GG the King. Very well played. It's a fun setup here with this. Eula getting Bonhard, just taking 6 damage, just as you please, you know. That's fine. Let's just pull this up. Oh, hey, what's this? Is this a different background? Hang on. This is a different intermission screen.
Whoa!
Hold up.
Hey, what's this? What is this new technology?
Hang on. Let me get... What's this? Get that out of the way. I need to see this illustration better. Yeah, there we go.
Now that's a deep dive.
That's a deep dive right there. Okay, back onto table 1. Let's go. Oh.
Okay, so we have got another 30 minutes or so for this game, including the Oracle extension. And we have a very classic ice hedge fund, HQ and R&D for King on Egg Infusion. Automatically, not wasting any time. Hedge, Dealskin, and Dirty Laundry Archives.
And dropping a Gachapon.
Pretty
just have
ideal.
to check real quick here. Okay, this is 45 cards. I'm not sure if we've seen chromaticallys before, but you know, gotta keep an eye out.
Not something I thought I'd have to deliberately check for before today started, but yeah, big Hoshiko. At least 2 players are on it. Okay, so attitude adjustment for bacterial programming, and your 2 credits back, and icing archives. So especially against for these glacier decks against Hoshiko, it is kind of, well, maybe not a priority, but it is like just good practice to ice all your centrals, just so that you don't let them get free identity flips off of running random archives. And
Yeah,
that's what the King has very sensibly done here.
Yeah, the fact that you know, running on archives, regardless of the fact that you're most of the time not going to steal anything from it, just getting the access to keep you in magical girl mode.
And especially now that you've seen that this turn 2 Dream Net, very high value card to draw early in the game. Okay, so flipping back to Untold Protagonist, and we'll see what the King can cook up with these 10 credits. Nothing much going on, this draws and hedge funds. Although we do see the Gachapon fire, and there is
quite a few.
Actually, all 3 breakers and the Stargate. Okay, spoiled for choice here, right?
Yeah, that's tough. And a Mad Dash in there. Just want to, you know, shout out to Mad Dash.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, I think is key in this matchup, where it seems like the agenda suite is 8 3-pointers. I think that's this deck. How many cards are we on? Too many?
Definitely too many.
51,
60,
59, 10 over. So yeah, 24. All right.
Okay.
So, just to check to
Looks
see.
like Chromatic is no slouch in the Dripicon department. Keiko, Paladin, and a Mystic Mimi coming down.
Yep, Poemu Limited to install non-connection cards, and Miami to play events. We got 2 things in our route here on server 1, as well as an ice to go on top.
Alright.
I remembered
is-
as well why I was so confused about Atlas. It's because Hortum and Watchtower also unconditional searches that do not require you to reveal them. Atlas
I
just
see.
makes you reveal it because. I could not tell you why.
That's a very interesting distinction. Even though, same faction, even, you know.
Yeah, same faction. I don't know exactly. I think it's just like an artifact from like the fact that it was it an original core set, or I'm not sure.
It
Maybe
was in
just
the first cycle, I believe. It was in Genesis cycle.
it's a pretty old FFG templating, which is to say not.
Uh-huh.
What's that one where you trace 4 and then do 1 core damage? For no mention of success or failure.
Oh, that's a. Oh, I remember something of that. Something of that effect. I can't remember the name exactly. Okay, so
It's
Chromatic actually getting a pretty fast setup right here with a Bugolta down and the
and the
and a
Botulus.
Black Orchestra, of course, with the Botulus down.
Oh yeah. I was looking at MK Ultra. One of the cards removed with Gachapon because we have Bugalter coming down. Fair trade there.
Of course. And if you see this Bugolta, I think it's pretty fair to assume that we possibly have another turbine somewhere around here. And if that's the case, then a lot of this big, scary egg infusion eyes suddenly become a lot less intimidating. But much more eyes coming down for the king. Second one on R&D, second one on the remote. Still missing a paperclip on the side of Chromatically, although I'm sure that will come out in short order. And a little bit low on credits right now, sitting at only 4. So lots of pseudo drip coming from the companions as well as Keiko, but actual no cash on hand, not that much. Right, so Chromatically still pretty unconcerned with whatever's going on in server 1 right now, installing a fermenter with Paladin money.
Yeah, you
And
have
still,
to have to wonder
that
what's
must-
brewing over there in server 1, because eventually it becomes a problem.
Yeah, so you have to imagine something like a Keeling is going to come down.
Here's a hippo.
Maybe it is there already. Whatever that upgrade is in server 1, maybe it's a war tracker, maybe it's a cold side server. We saw that last game. All right, so the king drawing cards, no resistance server 1 for the time being.
And it kind of does bear wondering. Chromatically is currently sitting at only 3 credits, but how much does it actually take in order to try and contest this, to contest server one? Assuming that this is some kind of wallet tracker or uh, some other upgrade that takes a lot of credits to resolve. Uses well, right? Getting full value from Mystic Naming. Continue to draw.
Twinning and another fermenter. Okay.
Right, letting them cook, I see. Right, so still nothing from server one. So I mean, you have to imagine it's defensive agendas. Sorry, defensive upgrades, both of them in server one. But okay, here comes an attitude adjustment, drawing 2 cards. You'll see how many agendas have piled up in there. Just one bacterial programming. All right.
That's the second time that we've seen this same play, attitude adjustment for 1 bacterial programming.
And is this the second attitude adjustment? Yes. So between those and warrant trackers, that is a fair chunk of influence already accounted for. Have we seen Spin Doctors out of the king from the last game?
I believe we saw spins. Trying to think. Spin Doctor, and I feel like like another 1 influence card, but I can't remember what. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough.
The close-side server is 3 influence, of course. Okay, there we go, Rashida. So both sides playing it extremely chill right now. 7 unrest eyes on the table. 22 credits for the king. Of course, only 4 credits available for chromatically currently, but lots of it is offshore on daily casts, companions, fermenters as well.
Yeah, there's always money in the banana stand. Whereas I'm looking over here at these 7 unresed pieces of ice. 2 of which are protecting this 4 cards in the root server.
Good grief.
Baby, you got a stew going. Oh,
Correct.
I'm sorry. I spoke too soon. Oh, calling for an action at start of turn.
Okay.
Oh, the king.
Virus. So purging.
Yeah, purging at start of turn so that the the fermenters and the botulists tick up, and then after.
And then go. Yeah.
Yeah. Good call by the king.
So lots of those credits that chromatically was stockpiling up. Lots of the value has been wiped out for the current moment. Of course, it builds back eventually, but that takes time, and it looks like the king may be finally ready to rest some cards in the remote. Chromatically doesn't seem too concerned, if anything. Just installing the daily casts.
check something real quick here. Yep. Yep. And okay. Yeah. I am now reminded that that rounds 2 and 3, the king ended up going to time, I think, on the corp game. So this one might be the one that goes a little bit longer, just by virtue of the type of deck that it is.
And looks like they have 20 minutes to finish this game, so we'll see if it goes to time again.
Yeah.
Or if
Roughly 15 past the hour. I don't know. This Keeling actually looks to be in a pretty good spot. Do we have pinholes on Chromatically side?
we see a Bugalta and Tusa Swat, and that's it actually. So 2 defensive upgrades in server 1. We've seen a Mavirus already, and probably you'd expect Warlock Trackers in there as well. Maybe 1, maybe 2. Cold side server doesn't do anything even if it's rest. You need to put power counters on it first, so that's not the issue. Oh, and a Unity. Okay.
Unity. Shoutouts to Liga.
Alright. Chromatically completely unconcerned about the Keeling in server 1. Just gonna make sure that it's completely ready to go in before we pulls the trigger. Very reasonably. We've seen so many, as we've discussed earlier, we've seen so many examples of runners just getting blown up by Warlock Trackers that they weren't super ready for.
You could probably let a Waroid or 2 try fire on this board. You could probably trash
yeah,
1 or 2 of your installed cards.
A daily cast, maybe even a fermenter if you're that desperate.
I mean, if you've just been hit by a virus, you could, but it'll just grow back.
That's true.
Alright, so we have runner on the turn here, 3 counters on that Keeling, so coming up close on that. The grip is tightening there, but here we are. We're going to go ahead and contest it. 16 credits on the king side. There is a hippo on the field, relevant for this outermost piece of ice.
20 credits for Chromatically. We'll see if that's enough to contest this 3 stack of ice as well as whatever's in whatever upgrades the king has installed. DNA tracker. All right.
Just instantly using that Unity.
Very reasonably. All right. Plus 2 to pump, 3 to brick. Almost as good as it gets.
Yeah, Unity being the 1 credit for +3 strength, like, that's never not going to be good.
Yeah. And
you have to have the other icebreakers down to get that, but yep, there's the Anoetic Void, and more so than than when we saw it last game, King has more than 1 chance to activate this turn.
Yes, that's correct. Of course, you still are allowed to boop him. You still have your Egg Infusion boop, is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
And this the Intrigue is not the most expensive to go through, but it's not the cheapest either. And on the other hand, you are down to only 6 credits as the king, so with these 2 clicks and 15 credits chromatically, does still kind of have the option of going somewhere else if it doesn't feel like running it back this particular turn is correct.
Dirty Laundry
Okay.
into HQ, taking advantage of a low credit total, saying like, do you got something that you want to res right now?
So you could book this onto the Anoetic Void server in order to brick the run,
Hmm.
and thereby making you lose your 5 credits as the runner. But is it really worth it? Correct. We will be seeing all your entire hand off of this. Simulation reset, attitudes with enhanced review. All right, so nothing too spicy in that hand, other than maybe simulation reset. And back up to 18 credits, so it is challengeable on this board, actually speaking. One click left, and you will of course force the king to use his Egg Infusion book on this if he doesn't want to fire this Anoetic Void. The option is there,
I'd like to
but
highlight Foley's comment in the chat here. Nothing makes me happier than the collective agreement that we refer to Ag Infusion's ability as booping. I didn't become familiar or like aware of this term until probably like yesterday, and then I'm like, oh, I guess that's just what it's called.
it's it's a pretty good question as to where this terminology, this vernacular came about.
There
I
are
have
still
no idea actually.
some deck
Probably need some kind of
names that I will never understand why they're named the way they are.
very possibly.
Coming into R&D, not using the last twin encounter that we have. Just a... Oh, no, we are.
Okay, so 2 cards.
Okay, yes, because that choice happens when the breach occurs, which I'm pretty sure I talked about this last time is a big distinction between it and
Access.
the turning wheel.
Oh, successful run, sorry.
Well, last time I was talking about the turning wheel because that one you have to, at paid ability window, remove counters to say how many extra cards you're going to access. So, like,
Sure.
you can commit your counters, and then still be able to, like, get bounced by an Anoetic Void.
All right, the king just drawing up. And surely you have to imagine you're seeing some kind of a Hansi review here, possibly. There we go. Up to 11 credits, much more comfortable credit total. Now, there is the option, of course, of resing another piece of ice now, rather than having to sit there and take it while chromatically runs your centrals. But chromatically just going for it. First click, run server 1. You have to make 3 successful runs against this Anoetic Void if a king really wants to push the issue.
Leaves him with 7 credits to play with beyond that. There goes the credits.
Yep. Discarding 2 cards.
Yeah, probably. Not sure how much it's going to matter. Almost assuredly, all of these cards are getting discarded, but on the off chance.
On the off chance that that chromatically doesn't go in again, which he is, so the point is kind of moot. All right. So of course, at every instance of contacting Unrest Ice, the king does have the option of sending chromatically away, as it were. Uh, Although it would make more sense to do it after you encounter the DNA tracker, just to make it pay the extra 5, as well as to get rid of the one with the ice with the modulus on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, while this is uh, even dragging chromatically through this DNA tracker over and over is pretty painful, but I mean, the king is also kind of paying through the nose for this one. You know,
Yeah.
if he fires this Anoetic Void, this will be the 5th and 6th cards he's discarded, and there we go, 6 cards discarded to this Anoetic Void. That's actually even more than what he's forced chromatically to discard to this Keeling, if you think about it that way.
Oh, so if chromatically goes through the DNA tracker again, and the botulus ice gets trashed, and then goes through the DNA tracker again, chromatically is down to 1 credit.
That's
Trash
correct,
that.
I think.
Can't trash that Keeling. Right?
I suppose the good news is that you've got a bunch of cards to trash to any wallet trackers. And if you get a boop, you can get DreamNet trigger, I guess. If that's
You'll have
consolation.
1 credit to trash that void.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the king now thinking about, okay, there we go, there's the boop. And you just continue? No. Right.
Yeah, I don't think there's much reason to risk it there.
So what's the play here? I mean, you could just take credits off of Fermenter. I mean, alternatively, you could try for archives. Or wait, there is a Mavirus in archives, so that's probably not the play either.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was considering the Mavirus. Didn't think about accessing it off from archives,
yeah.
but...
Correct. So because HQ is empty, the only real place to get any accesses to keep your ID going and to get your DreamNet trigger on the same run is on R&D. And unless I miss my guess, Chromatically does already know what the top card of R&D is. Oh, he doesn't actually. It's a fresh card because he saw 2 cards of the twinning last time, but one of them was Spin Doctor, which was trashed. And the other card was drawn and also trashed from Anoetic Void. So this would be a fresh card.
Yeah, no shame chromatically taking a second to think here. This is, there's a lot of variables here when you've got 8 ice on the field and 7 of them are unresed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think that there's any way that you could cheat out an extra credit on the king's side to Resident Nazi. But maybe there's something I'm forgetting.
Pop-up window? No? Maybe?
It's a valid answer, so I'll take it.
Okay. So
I am not
drawing
asking
a
for like meta plays that we expect. I just want to know if the numbers work out.
Very reasonable. Okay, so first click is draw a card, very expectedly, just so you can turn your Anoetic Void live again. And chromatically, the trust fund from chromatically is running quite low.
Yeah, but I think that's with the fermenter still enough to be able to get into that Keeling.
Yeah.
So King opting to install in a new remote. Could just be a spin doctor.
So Spin Doctor's particularly good here because it's a second uh void magnetic void activation on this specific turn. Wills, I mean, chromatically kind of has to go in now. Like it's not really an option because next turn he has this turn and next turn or not he just dies to killing. So and he is pushing the king quite close to the limit of what the defensive upgrades and resources can sustain, but it's not quite there yet. He needs to fight a little bit more.
Alright,
Right,
we're
so-
getting a run on this server too. Is it a... Oh! Uh-oh. Okay, I chromatically
So-
said misclick just a fraction of a second before the res, so unfortunately I don't think that's getting rolled back.
Yeah, unfortunately. So you. All right, so
I think we have
Okay.
Dutch popping in. Here's Craw.
Craw's in the lobby. All right.
Looks like they're going
Uh,
through with it.
So we do have a suggestion in chat special offer. Yes, that is a card that would allow a Nazi res on an 8 credit board, on a 7 credit board. Sorry, but okay. So looks like chromatically is not actually asking for the rollback.
Okay. Well. Of course, probably just in here for the time call when it comes anyway. Access and a Nazi. No twinning. Going for archives. Okay. Just hoping that there's some points in here.
Looks like a lot of cards. Second Spin Doctor. Second Keeling.
There's
2
some more, right?
Sisentans.
Yeah, Sisentan. Hell yeah.
Yeah, but no actual cards. And all right, so this is it. The do or die turn for chromatically. The Killing has finally ticked over to 6 and taking 3 credits on the king.
Yeah. The king
Last chance.
getting those clicks in and passing the turn before the time call, so chromatically both of them should get at least one full turn out of this.
So it looks like chromatically has decided that the remote's not really challengeable, and the play is just to try and win off of R&D on this turn. It's actually a lot more doable with this against this particular build of Egg Infusion than normally, because they're running 8 3-pointers, of which only three are Obokata protocols. So there's actually a higher percentage of scoreable agendas, theoretically speaking.
Time on the round been called, so chromatically we'll finish this turn. The king will get one more if that, if it passes to the next turn. As it stands, once the turn ends, Keeling has chromatically down to -1 hand size, and because he cannot discard to -1 cards, he will flatline. With the 4 clicks, DNA tracker, 5 credits to get through each time. We have at least 2 uses of the Anoetic Void, plus an unresed ice on the outermost just for the Ag Infusion boop. I think that server was just locked.
Yeah. And worth noting that pinhole threading was discarded off of
Oh
off of
no.
one of the earlier turn discards. But
Chromatically has
of
decided
course
to
the
not
problem
pay to
is
steal Obokata
yeah,
Protocol. Yeah. Good
GG.
games. Wow. What a deck. What do you do against just come through the DNA tracker? Who won first? I think it was Chromatically. Corpse
Yes.
Sweat. Yep.
Yeah. So in general, the classic or the regular answer to Egg Infusion's ability with these annoying assets that you need to deal with is having two pinhole threadings in the same hand. So even if they boop the first pinhole threading, you can still push through a second one on the same turn. But just the cards just didn't line up for Chromatically that way, and yeah, seeing that's just that single pinhole throwing by the end, that's got to be pretty crushing. And he got really close to being able to overlook the King's defense there at the end, I do think.
Yeah, I think that it's you're really close to being able to just say no at any point. Like if you have the Anoetic, 4 cards, 4 credits, that's 2 clicks wasted. You got the Ag Infusion trigger, that's another click wasted. Like you have to put down a couple of things like set up for it, but you can, and I can see now why he wanted to put in that cold site server, right? Because if you make any one of those runs cost 1 more, that's it. That's the last one.
Mm,
Unless you're
yeah, that's
unless
right.
you're like, I don't know, Sable playing Swift or something like that. I don't know. Okay, cool. Looks like we have some results from round 4. Still deciding on the top 3, but it looks like we have here Ripnet Runner, Sokka, and Haver of Fun at 1, 2, and 3.
And looks like chromatically, so Ripnet Runner and Soccer both at 18 points. Have of Fun at 17. And funnily enough, our two protagonists in our previous game, Chromatically and King's Oracle, the King, sorry, Chromatically at 16 points in fourth place, and the King in 15th.
Mm.
Sorry, in fifth place with 15. And I I want to say a large part of this was the King had, I believe, not one, not two, but three time draws, I believe, in this event.
2. Round 2 had a tie in game 1. Not a 2-for-1, just happened to go that long. And then round 3, he took the first game and tied the second.
So one time draw, sorry, one timed, so one draw on time in round 3 and two, and one, I guess it's one in round 2, which just defaults to two by default because the second game is not played. So I guess that's technically a draw as well, which does bring bring him, funnily enough, back to the 15 credits exactly. Sorry, 15 points exactly, not credits. So it just looks like nothing happened at all.
Let's see here.
So anyway, so it looks like so there won't be any like tiebreaker or like string or schedule comparison required. It looks like Drews have a very clean top 3. So congratulations to Ripnet Runner, Soccer, and Have of Fun for making the top cut. I do believe it is a top cut to top 3, unless it
Yep,
is.
it is.
Yeah, it is a top 3.
Yep, at the top of Cobra, you'll see the spots for 3, and we have the
Yes.
pairing for the first. It looks like we are going to be starting at 1/2 in about 10 minutes. So that's not as long of a break as we initially thought, but, the server issues held us up, so we're going to speed things along a little bit. I am going to go ahead and, take a second, last little bit to stretch and prepare myself for the last bit of games, the top cut. Hope you do the same. we'll be back shortly.
See you very soon. All right, I'll be back in a bit. See you in 10 minutes.
Just putting. Yeah, that's good. Oh wait, we're no longer waiting on the server reboot. Let me just That's a more appropriate message. All right, we'll be back. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We, during break, realized we don't know how many games could possibly be left. It's either 3 or 4.
It's one of those numbers, hopefully. And
Just waiting for, I suppose, the game between Sokka and Havre Fun to officially start. Sokka is
and
going to be playing Corp, which I believe is an Ag Infusion, if I remember. Or is he
no,
in
Acme
sports?
actually. They no, soccer
Acme,
is on
yeah.
Acme. The one we saw in round one, the Glacier Acme with Biovaults. That's right.
Yep, Acme versus 419.
That should be that should be pretty interesting. So so what do we have in the cut? We have actually Sports Metal, Acme, and Asmari on the Corp side, and on the runner with Essa, Hoshiko, and 419.
All right. Well, I'm glad that we snuck a criminal in there. You know,
That's right.
represent,
Uh, and
and that the
notably,
Anarch IDs were different ones. 6 different IDs
that's
in the
true.
top 3. I'll take it.
That is actually not bad. Also, considering that there were 5 Eigen Fusion and 4 PE, and then none of them made a cut. That is quite surprising, actually. I guess all those time draws really did them in, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, as Solomir pointed out with that last game, King chromatically, playing both games and doing the split, locked them both out. Hard to say how the, you know, SOS would have lined up, but è successo. Sorry for the delay here.
Right? Looks like each elimination round will be 40 minutes long, but we are currently waiting a minute for soccer to begin the game, and there we go.
All right, so let's go ahead and get underway. 419 versus Acme Consulting. You know, when we were watching Sokka in round 1, I don't think I considered this ability at all.
I mean, that's very true. Although, to be fair, that was because he was playing against Sebastian K, who was on tag mean now. So the ID kind of was pretty blank once you take your first tag. I guess, is there ever a case where the number of tags matters when you're encountering ice? I'm not sure.
Um, there are, certain ice that will say, end the run if the runner is tagged. So if they're on the outermost position,
Yeah,
that's suddenly,
yeah,
at
correct.
least
So
something.
so IP block and data wall. Just I was just thinking if there's something that cares about whether the difference between 3 and 4 tags, for example, if there's a card that cares about that kind of thing.
I'm not sure
Oh
about.
yeah, yeah. We're seeing in the chat. Toph is a very good example. Toph and
Yep.
for Resistor, I believe. Yeah, that's the card. Yeah. Thanks for the shout outs from chat.
Yeah, I was thinking of cards where difference between like trace strength mattered. That wasn't right at all. Yep. All right. We have 2 installs.
Hedge fund and 2 installs. And paying the one
Paying the
for
one to prevent the expos. Yep. I
oh,
was like,
and
8.
here
Hang
comes
on. All right, getting right to it with the Rogue Trading Citadel Sanctuary. take a
That is a
tag
pretty
and
powerful opener, huh? From 419.
credit subsidy. Go.
All right. All right. So have a fun. Not to be outdone in the credit gaining department, just taking more credits off of rock trading and drawing. So, this of course isn't the first time that 419, sorry, that soccer on this Acme has played against rock trading in this event, but of course, whereas as we mentioned earlier, when he last encountered this card, this was in round one versus Sebastian K. Rogue trading, of course, was used in the deck, and they were clicking it much more liberally than they are right now, just taking all the tags at the same time.
Mhm.
And whereas this deck, the rogue trading is more of a slow burn kind of card, where taking the tags one at a time and not intending to actually keep the tags, but actually rather clear them with Citadel Sanctuary. Oh,
Easy
and that's
Rashida trash.
yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Sokka's last turn, draw, install, looking for ice, and sometimes you just have to throw the Rashida out there, hope they don't run it.
And do you think this is like indicative of something like something in Sokka's hand, or maybe should have our fun be more aggressively pushing on the against this unrest ice, or is it just fine to chill out and continue clicking your rogue trading?
I mean, I personally, I play criminal, I would say most out of any of the runner factions. Oh, here comes the daily quest. I remember now. How many credits did this get? Somewhere in the 30
I
some?
want to say 30. I think I want to say 30. The game ended on 30.
The game ended with something like 110 credits gained by Sokka and 115 by the runner. Just absolutely absurd. Bada bing, bada boom. That's a Hydra.
Oh. Ooh,
That is raw dogging 10 credits to res a Hydra. 3 net damage for Stargate, Bravado, and Mad Dash.
And end the run. So you do take 3 net damage on this Hydra res, but the silver lining for 419 is that you don't actually take a tag because you're considered to be tagged during, so you don't actually get the take a tag effect.
Yeah.
I mean, it is kind of cold cover, but
Yeah.
you take your small victories when you get them.
Hydra has to be like the premier Acme ice, right? Because if the runner is tagged, is usually a different story than just resolve this ability.
Yeah, of course. Well, of course, when most people think of Acme, they usually think of Data Ward, which has some absolutely ludicrous numbers, which is compensated for by the fact that all the subs only say if you're tagged. I do agree. Like Hydra's like the absolute tippiest of the top end of ambient ice, which Acme does use to its fullest effect.
Yeah, the realization, Foley saw the Mad Dash and said, Mad Dash implies the Stargate, and so I pulled up the heap. Oh no, there's the Stargate.
Big shame.
Right?
Yeah. So,
how much is Stargate?
Like
is
classic.
It 3? 3's not too
3
bad,
influence.
but we know there's Security Nexus in this deck. That's also 3, I believe.
Yes, that is correct.
Bio
And
Vault.
Security Nexus is a pretty decent way to get around the the outermost ice restriction of Acme's ID when you think about it. But of course, you do need to. Oh, that's a card. So Bugalter into the instant diversion. So that's going to be 5 credits to pump and 3 credits to brick. So making
Double
the runner lose.
Biovault coming in hot. Okay, well, I can't mouse over them to show you, but both of these cards in Server 2 have been exposed as Biovault.
All right.
Here comes another doof.
Right, just slapping them up.
Pay the 6, no problem.
So the actual math of this is not actually that great for Heaven of Fun, considering that you are net paying 6 to go through this Hydra, and you're only gaining 4 from the stealing after deducting the one credit buy-in, of course. So the most important effect of these 2 doofs is to bring Sokka's credit count from 19 to a much more respectable 9.
Mm-hmm.
Although it remains to be seen, of course, how Sokka's able to recover from this, and conversely, whether Heaven of Fun is able to capitalize on this economic disparity that's created currently.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that Sokka has greater things to worry about that the Biovaults can be saved for. I definitely would have, if not the first, the second doof been like, okay, I'm going to pop one of these.
Yeah.
If only because the full 10 credit swing, ooh, that's rough. Non-equivalent exchange, giving the runner the 2, saying, you know what, runners are rich, have a little bit more, whatever.
Yeah, so you can see kind of how easily this Acme deck can recover from credit denial, as long as we have some kind of economic base set up already. And of course, in this case, this comes in the form of this daily quest backed up by 2 Unrest Eyes as well as 2 Biovaults. And we do have a data ward exposed on Archive, so that's a interesting place to put a data ward.
Data ward is Server 2.
Sorry, is that server?
Data ward at Server 2, position 1.
I am reading this wrong.
Oh, that was Deuce's Wild. So,
sorry, yes, data ward is on Server 2.
Has been prevented from exposure.
Okay, it did get prevented. Okay, I am reading the word. So this is the biggest development in the game, of course. This security nexus with 2 link from 419. So once per turn, the corp you can force the corp to trace 5 when encountering an ice to either end the run or bypass the encountered ice. So this very conveniently gets past all the if you are tagged clauses on the outermost ice, such as Hydra or Data Ward.
The first thing I want to point out, the last game that we watched Have Fun play 419, Security Nexus was played with a credit kiting. Is that the card that allows you to
yes, credit kiting.
Play it, so paid 0 credits. And the last time we saw Sokka play Acme, the Hydra was rezzed as a result of a send a message being stolen. And then in this game, we just watched both of them just pay for it like it's nothing.
That's power of credits, huh?
Hey, buddy, you want a non-equivalent exchange. You need some credits? Here you go. Put your console together. Go on, have a good time, buddy.
That's right. So, of course, on Sokka's previous turn, he did trash his daily quest to install a double advance, another card in Server 2. So 3 double advance cards in Server 2 right now, two of which are bio vaults, and you can only assume that the third one is an agenda, which
Freedom or
advanced, super
nope,
advanced.
nope.
All right, so it is a Bellona.
All right, refund itself. Can't ask for more than that.
All right.
Um,
So, yeah, of course. You first.
yeah. I was just wondering. I just thought about it. Do you remember what the third advanceable upgrade is?
Wait, I know this one. It's defense
This
construct.
defense construct. It'll put a smile on your face. I love
Oh.
defense construct so much.
But all right, here comes diversion of funds.
That's
We'll
the third
see.
one. Yeah, all three of them.
Now, Hyper Fund, of course, has the option to break it normally with Brugalter, like he did the previous two times, but he also can Nexus it now to force a trace. Okay, he says it meant to do the trace. Okay,
Yeah, that's an
so
easy
trace 5.
an easy take back when it's literally just I clicked the wrong prompt. That's chill. And Sokka's a great guy. I met him very briefly at Worlds. So
Oh, yes, you went to Worlds. That would be last year, 2022. That's right.
yeah, Toronto. Very fun. If anybody is considering going to Worlds, consider it more so. And if you're maybe not considering it because of financial strains, please consider keeping an eye out for the Run Together fundraiser, wherein a pack of alt arts is constructed and sold to raise money to help people travel to Worlds, which will be in Barcelona this year. You can keep an eye out for an alt of Regolith mining license by myself. Hopefully it doesn't turn out terribly.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Regolith. Okay, that's a pretty cool card. I mean, used in many startup decks, I want to say.
Yeah, it finds
So
its place in a couple of decks. Just so there's a lot of utility from just the ability to click multiple times or click it once. I could go on about it, but I figured it would be a good one, and I'd considered alt arts for a while and thought that might be a good one. But anyway, so
back to the game. So we did see Sokka pay into the trace to the Nexus trace to boost it to 10, which is not matchable by Heaven of Fun, which caused the run to end and take a tag. Which is not a terrible outcome for the runner by any means, because he can just clear the tag by Citadel Sentry, but he elected not to clear the tag and with Citadel, and decided to clear it manually, which was quite a surprise, I want to say, considering that he could have just well, maybe not, because Sokka had enough money at that point to overpay into the trace. But we will see. We'll see what happens with this hard-hitting news. So hard-hitting news came out from Sokka, following which Have of Fun.
Heartbreaking stuff, truly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
clearing 3 tags and taking a credit. Taking credit and clearing 3 tags. So leaving 1 tag for the Citadel Sanctuary to try and clear. Of course, Sokka has more than enough money to pay into this trace if he wishes to keep the tag going into his turn. But no, okay. Looks like his decision is just very good thing, and he feels, I guess, that the economic disruption from having to clear this 3 tag is good enough.
Because let's see, would have had to pay 2 credits in order to.
Keep the tag
government subsidy. Yeah, that's some tempo I think that you can't afford to give up.
Yeah. And just if you just take a glance at the archives, you will just see how much Operation Econ that soccer is playing. You see
3
hedges,
hedge
all three
funds.
hedges, by the way, 2 subsidies and non-equivalent exchange even.
Not to mention the daily
So,
quest that was there for a couple turns.
yeah,
Not
so you're
nearly
taking
as
from
long
3 or 4 turns.
as the hero quest from round 1, but
But still good enough in order to generate, I mean, the economic advantage to this point. And this is very much after 3 diversion of funds have gone off. Well, 2 to be fair, and the third one was paid for into the Nexus Trace.
discards Pinhole Threading and another Sanctuary. 2 Bravados in the bin, as well as a Mad Dash. Okay.
Right, so class select. So 2 counters on Omakua, none on Leech. So currently nothing on this board really really for this Amoka to do. And let's not forget that this deck also plays IP block, which is something that the tag on encounter clause, if we have an AI, it's pretty relevant here, considering that you can only remove 1 tag a turn with Citadel Sanctuary, and even perhaps Soccer, now that he's gotten this government subsidy down, is in more of a position to pay into the trades and let you keep that tag going to his turn.
Yeah, because the Citadel Sanctuary has done quite a bit of work in removing the tags, but if, you happen to end with 2 of them, is Sokka on Boom? I don't recall.
We haven't seen a boom, I don't think. We've only really seen BioVault in terms of influence as well as the subsidies. But I mean, given that he's on hard hitting news, it's safe to assume that even if he's not on boom, he's on some kind of tech punishment plan, such as perhaps a market forces or something to that effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at least to the point where, 1 is kind of a problem, but 2 is, as always, when you start to get there. Rest in peace, high profile target.
We see a Bravado
onto
coming out now.
R&D, that's the 3rd one. Magnet. We don't have a way to get past that unless... was Security Nexus already?
You could Nexus, but it doesn't really make a difference because either way you're ending the run, you might as well end the run without having to take a tag. You do get your 6 credits though, which is a big deal. All right, Earthrise coming down. Ending turn on 2 credits. So Sokka in a position to actually play another hard hitting if he so desires. But the call is just install Advanced Server to have a fun, 2 credits, not the greatest economic situation. This is probably a reasonable take.
Of note for Funhaver's side, we have the Earthrise is installed right next to this Class Act, and that is always just such a good. That's why I said Class Act. I always want to have 3 of. It's because not only is that big draw, but that filter that you get for each of your first turn's draw, just chef's kiss. All right, is this a 4-2? Nope. It's another Bologna.
Another balloon. All right. So
15 minutes.
We have seen 15 minutes in Soccer Set before, and we can probably imagine that the last 2 points in the deck is just 15 minutes as well as another 2-1 agenda. So Sokka basically on game point here, and in a pretty secure position as well with this 13 credits as well as 2 BioVaults sitting in server 2 still uncontested. And the onus is really on Have of Fun to keep pushing and see whether you can fight through these defensive upgrades before Sokka finds his 2-1 agenda.
Echo Chamber. This is a card that I completely forgot about. Echo Chamber plus Backroom Machinations. What if I just played the cards that aren't agendas? Alright, popping a Biovault here, going into HQ. For Dirty Laundry, to deny the various benefits of that. The Leech counter, honestly, and the Amakua might be chief among them.
Quite possibly the access itself, if there is a 2-1 in HQ.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always definitely that possibility, but I think that in this state, it is wise to consider, like, you just don't let either of these get off the ground, because that's when things start to be a problem.
And yeah, the second Biovault trashing to stop the second Dirty Laundry, and that's, I think, a pretty strong tell that Sokka has the win in hand. There we go. Post-truth dividend. GG.
What a set of plays. What a line of draws. Just a lot of things coming together for Sokka there. Haverfun had a great setup. Just Sokka kept him out with the, keeping the Amakua down in counters, keeping the Leech down in counters. Strong plays just all around.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty strong start, as Sokka says, with Citadel coming down as well as Rogue Trading on turn 1, but just couldn't really capitalize. And
what an opener. Again, Rogue Trading directly into the Citadel. Like, here's the trace to take the tag away and also the money.
I mean, as they said, it was pretty good start, and then high draw on HQ happened, and a bunch of cards got lost to net damage. Looks like it was Stargate, Bravado, and Mad Dash. That's a pretty big hit. And I mean, Haverfun, he tried to keep the credits down with these diversions, but having to run through this Hydra over and over, that's just not a good economic trade any way you slice it.
Let's swap this on over here. And yeah, honestly, like, you might have caught there, Haver said, sorry for not putting on a great show. No, that's still a great show. Again, seeing Criminal in the top 3 as a Criminal player myself fills my heart with joy. Still got, I believe, one more game to Haverfun could lose, or will be out if they lose one more game. If he loses one more game, is what I'm saying.
That's correct. And I do believe, so our next game will have to be Sokka versus Ripnet Runner. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And then the loser of that one plays Haverfun.
Foley points out the counter to the Citadel Sanctuary with the Rogue Trading was Mad Dash and Stargate going straight into the bin.
That's very true. And
the things that could have been.
Yeah. And we will see how long. I'm not sure if Ripnet Runner is ready to play the next game, or we need to wait. We'll see.
I think we were given until quarter after was the time.
Okay, so over here we do see the double elimination bracket. I'm not sure if we're able to bring this thing up on screen.
Yeah, let me how do I There we go. Move to over here. It'll be a little bit jank, but again. Okay, maybe I can zoom in a little bit. Shout outs to Cror for providing this little diagram here. So this is a
Alright, so
3
how do you read this thing?
double elim, which would just be,
okay,
I
so-
think, starting here.
Okay, so yeah, so we are on round match 1, which you just finished. And I do believe that means so yes, so Soccer will be playing against Ripneck Runner in match 2, coming up very soon. Following which the loser of that match falls down to the losers bracket as well, where they will play once again against
Mhm.
is that right? Yeah,
Yeah.
against Have Our Fun.
Here,
So the
let's-
loser of that one is eliminated in third place. The winner of that one goes back up to meet back into the grand final. That's right.
Let me just,
All right. So
okay.
all right. So good to know about this infographic. All right. Shall we just jump into game number 2?
It looks like, yeah, they are pulling up the game.
All right. So now the matchup should be Soccer running, of course, as it caught the last game. Running as Hoshiko, and this would be big Hoshiko, as we've seen in a couple of games earlier, against Ripnet Runner's Sports Metal. All right.
All right. Slide that on out of the way, and we are underway with game 2 of the top cut. Sokka coming in from a victory against Havre Fun, playing against Rip Netrunner. Now Hoshiko versus Sports. And let's see here.
And once again, I would like to direct the audience's attention to the number of cards in the Hoshiko deck.
That's not important. Don't look at that.
Just in case any of you will get surprised in the later turns as we
Right.
were previously.
Hang on, look at this sports deck. What's 49? What's going on? Okay, no, hang on. That's right.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah,
Yeah, no,
49. Rip already not wasting any time. Hatch and ice and into a new remote. That one.
All right, Sokka countering with a dirty laundry, peeking at R&D. Oh,
Oh,
that's a take.
That is a world champion Rip right there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and the pinhole threading. Ooh, okay, there goes the Rashida. 2 points and the Rashida gone on turn 1. That's some pretty good value right there. And double econ. Very nice from Sokka.
Very, very strong game of guess the number by Sokka here.
That's right.
No, GFI is a strong rip. Is only worth 2 points in Sokka's area, but still a 2-pointer. As you said earlier, keeping down the number of sports triggers is really important in a matchup like this. Which is to say, a matchup against Sports Metal, the identity ability that we're talking about.
So Ripnet Runner choosing going back to icing both centrals as well as a second Rashida. Okay, that's pretty good.
Oh,
Oh, so we go. Okay, so Rashida straight into Biotic Install, the best
Ooh.
agenda in the game. Luminal
Oh.
Transubstantiation.
Rip says I can guess the number too.
All right. This is definitely a game.
Straight
So
to hedge fund. Oh my goodness.
hedge install, and it was yes, the sports trigger was gain
Gain
2
credits,
credits,
yep.
so he had all these cards in his hand already. That's incredible.
It's turn 3. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so this is just, sports things. Luminal Transubstantiation, pretty decent card. I guess you're not feeling that bad right now if you're RIP that GFI got scored. In some sick way, you're kind of happier they got scored and you don't have to worry about it anymore, rather than having to worry about it clogging up my hand and getting stolen.
Yeah,
Kind of.
it honestly is like a 2-pointer is still big in this matchup, but the fact that you don't have to worry about drawing it, yeah, is the big thing. Because if you're not going to score an agenda, you don't want to draw it. That's just waste. That's wasteful.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, alternatively, and this is the next best thing to not drawing it. You could feed it to the runner and get 2 credits.
Yeah. Moshing, discarding Sure Gamble, Paperclip, and DreamNet.
Let's see Logic Archives for the Hoshigo trigger, and here comes a bunker.
Oh. Turn 4, here comes a Vitruvius.
All right, so pretty lightning start from the sports medal.
Yeah.
But this is not something that we've been unaccustomed to be perfectly honest. So this Banha on R&D, pretty good against the kind of ice that sports metal likes to run. So we've very commonly seen cards like Gatekeeper. We've
Fairchild
seen
3.
Fairchild 3, of course. We've seen this Magnet already, and perhaps cards like Drafter maybe. So all these like 1 to 3 subroutine ice, Banha excels against. But here we go, Bifurcation on the board for RIP, and 5 agenda points, and it's turn 5. What's this?
Drawing a card from installing into the Trank Grid.
And
I mean, drawing 2 cards from the.
And you have to think if there's an Audacity in hand, it could just be it,
Yeah.
I mean, do you think Sokka's inclined to take the Banha on server 1 just so you can get a Tranquility Trash? I mean, he has the econ for it, and maybe it's important to deny these draw and these credit triggers.
I'm not okay. Deuces is a pretty good play here. I think I'd want to expose at least one of these ice.
I mean, maybe. I mean, not that we want to gainsay the world champion and all that. I mean, it's possible. I could expose HQ, but you can take a run on R&D because it's not like you're scared of any R&D ice because of Banha. Okay, but no, the call is gain 2 credits and continuing to dig with Steelskin Scarring. We do have both Black Orchestra and Paperclip in the bin already, so we do have access to those cards if necessary.
If we get the chance, honestly. Sokka might never get a chance to install a bin breaker.
This might be his last turn, to be perfectly honest. And drawing again, and last click Dorado. All right, so is contesting this Tranquility Home Kit with Black Orchestra, and of course, he does have the credits to pay for it with this economic base that is built up over the past couple of turns. 5 counter fermenter ready to go as well. Let's not forget. We'll be taking up to 6 at the next start of turn. But here we go. Do we have it? Let's rip that runner have it.
Install.
All right. Okay.
Not quite yet. But
not quite yet, but this is so very interesting. So just putting 2 cards in server 1 into a remote that you know that the runner can get into and doesn't have any economic pressure not to get into. So, I mean, what could this be actually? I mean, possibly another Tranquility. You think there's any? I mean, maybe there's chance of like defensive upgrades. I can maybe see Skunk Works, for example. But I mean, if I had to bet money, if I were a betting man, probably I would say that this is some kind of Tranquility and Spin Doctor remote. We'll
Yeah,
see.
I think that's a fair assumption. Um, I don't really think that there's much that you would install into the server right now. Uh, Real quick, Fairchild being exposed, Fairchild 3.0 specifically, exposed at HQ, so we are running at server 1 instead. Well,
All right.
actually,
So no resist. Okay, so a Rashida and a Tranquility.
okay,
So
that
that's a
that's
trash.
that's better than Spin Doctor, honestly.
Yeah. Right. So down to 4 credits on soccer, but of course this 12 counter fermenter ready to go. So 6 counter fermenter ready to go for 12 credits.
He knows that HQ doesn't have the money to res right now.
Right.
I don't know if he's gonna, take take that into consider. Well, obviously he's taking it into consideration. I just don't know if he's going to take that route. See, this is the cool thing about us streaming Sokka's games and Sokka streaming Sokka's games is we can go back and watch them later and realize just how wrong we were. Just absolutely off the mark entirely. No idea what we're
That's true.
talking about.
I mean, so worth noting that I mean his soccer is strongly prioritizing uh digging very deeply into his deck. We see draw steel skin after the Deuce's Wall. So it's very intense. Going to be discarding 6 cards at the end of this turn, and that's already with a paperclip in the bin and a Black Orchestra on the field. So I mean, it could be just trying to get uh his Maw possibly or MK Ultra in preparation. But I mean, Rip Runner. I mean, he has this turn if he finds an Audacity, for example, uh, to really just close this game out immediately. And even if he doesn't, there is the chance that he may just decide to take this purge down to 3 credits on soccer. Right, drawing a card on his first click, 6 cards in hand and 5 credits. So Audacity definitely still on the menu. Not this turn, of course. And if you take 2 more credits, then Biotic Labor is live as well. Okay, we have it installed in server 1.
Okay.
Right?
Now there are definitely action before click Mavirus.
And it's almost certainly a virus. And there
Oh,
we
I
go.
didn't even realize before until that had ticked up to 7 from 6 that it was
Yeah,
that's 7 counters, not 7 credits.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
There was a lot of credits that soccer lost in that purge.
Yeah, not as
Yeah,
we saw I believe the king did something did the same move against, or maybe had it done against him. That one was what, 2 fermenters and a botulus, just absolutely
yeah.
disgusting. But
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
even though this maybe hurts even more though because
14
of the
credits.
fact that
Yeah.
14 and the fact that you're on 2 right now against a 5 agenda point sports medal player. I mean, soccer's got to be feeling under the gun right now.
Yeah, he does at least have the benefit of, being in the top bracket right now, so he can take this loss and still come out on top, but yeah, it doesn't. This is not a great position to be in. Because let me see here. Yeah. Audacity, Vitruvius, and 1 credit is the game, right?
Yeah.
Well, plus the cards
Oh.
that you got to discard to Audacity, but that's just 2 more pieces of cardboard.
So soccer, last click show gamble. Okay, discarding another Banha. So we notably do not have MK Ultra in the heap as of yet.
Oh.
Oh, and there we go. Is it? Would it be? Nope, it's another bifurcation.
Okay, gonna de-res a magnet? No? Okay.
Nope. All right.
Alright.
So
If you're
back
sure.
up to 3 credits, and now the third bifurcation is also the game for RIP. Still needing to see at least another 3 agendas on soccer, and I mean, he is digging extremely hard. I mean, is this gonna be the Maw install? You imagine Maw or MK Ultra? What's he searching for?
I would think maybe Ma is good for the discard for the control. I'm wondering Hippo? Do we have any available? 1, 2. There's probably a third.
Yeah. So I mean, so yeah, actually
Bahrain
shout out
Move,
from
Ma, and Stargate.
for, yeah, Stargate, pretty good shout. Especially with this Banhao on the board. Okay, Botulus is not amazing, but a decent install, especially if it stops your paladin from taking over. But still, every turn that you don't find your key disruption card is one more turn that rip.
There it
And there we
is.
have it. GG.
The Mega Pre. Win hard or lose hard.
And there we go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
I
a
mean,
fast game. Turn 9 still pretty quick considering what 5 points by turn 5 on Rip's side. Just
yeah, and I mean, soccer. He did snipe that GFI off the top on turn 1, but I mean that was kind of it as far as excesses went for the rest of the game. Like Rip just iced up his centrals. I mean, sure you can Banha through, but the soccer clearly he felt the need to more importantly to get to those key disruption pieces which he never even saw the game. The Maw, Stargate. Yeah.
yeah, I don't think that I mean for what he had available for, the context that I have seen, definitely good plays. The Rashida Tranquility Call, just get into that server
Yeah.
because 2 things in there, whatever they are, can't be good. I feel like that was an important piece of tempo, but yeah, I'm still just
And yeah,
in the game here. Rip
that
says had
that
Bionic
perch.
and Audacity in hand pretty much the whole game.
Yeah, the perch by Rip on that critical turn when that fermenter ticked up to 7. I mean that was pretty devastating for soccer as well, losing those 14 credits. I mean, trading 3 credits on Rip's side for 14 on soccer and bring him to 2 credits and forcing him to reboot his econ base all over again. That was pretty impressive.
Okay, so let's see here.
And I do believe what that means is Rip is our first circuit breaker invitee.
That is correct.
Because he is in the grand finals.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure Sokka already has an invite, right? I'm pretty sure this would just mean that Have Fun gets an invite, unless I'm mistaken.
I'm not sure if soccer has an invite yet. Has it won a CO this season or some other event?
Not entirely sure. It's mostly why I'm, positing it as a question. Did the not like so much as a question, but just like I don't know, maybe he won Worlds. Do you get an invite to the CBI for that? I don't know.
That's a good question. Okay, but it looks like there's some kind of a judge decision being made in the lobby. I'm not sure what's going on right now. So we will, of course, keep you, our loyal viewers, informed of any developments.
Yeah, thanks to everyone who's stuck around, who's chatted, even the lurkers. Shout out to the lurkers. Uh, y'all are here just vibing and enjoying some card games, and even if you're not much of a talker, that's fine. You're still cool. We still appreciate you. Um,
Yeah, putting the numbers up, that's always important.
yeah, we
And
have to we have to appease the algorithm.
and also shout out to those who, even though they're not here, they're still supporting one of the many other COs and events, and I believe even the national Swedish nationals happening over this weekend. So shout out to them as well.
Yeah, there are so
Uh,
many people who definitely would have been here if there wouldn't have been 1 million other events this weekend. Oh,
and
goodness, there are
let's not
so many.
yeah, let's not forget the our unsung hero River, who, despite the fact that they had a CO on a flight going to a CO today, they jumped in to make it to a 20-man event, such that we could get two CBI invites instead of one. I mean, and of course, they had to drop after a couple of rounds, but that's to be expected, given that they have to chase their flight. But definitely still the hero we needed, the hero we needed.
Yeah, you love to see just a second invite. Yeah, I could play a couple games. I gotta play a couple games in Netrunner. Aw, dang. Aw, beans. Aw, I can't believe I gotta play some Netrunner. All right, well, I'm keeping this hand.
All right, so they're still having judges discussion down in the lobby voice chat. So we'll just be chilling here for a while whatever it is gets resolved. Right. Um, and I mean, I guess, okay, we're not actually sure when the next game is going to be played.
Yeah, I think we're waiting on whatever
If there's
this
a next
this
game,
this judge
obviously,
meeting
I'm
is.
not
Yeah.
actually sure.
Well, we'll find out soon. Hang tight. I suppose we are kind of, you know, if we are playing more games, we've got what, two max. So let's see. Thanks again uh, to Jeff and everyone else at Null Signal for letting us take the reins tonight to make sure that we still had a cast for AMT. Always a pleasure, and especially Jai, my good buddy here. Uh,
Right.
Glad to be doing it with you again.
Yeah, yeah, pretty cool. We've done this is the second one we've done together, and hopefully there'll be more to come.
Yeah, maybe eventually I'll play in one, but we'll see.
Yeah,
Ah.
I mean, everyone knows talking about them is cooler than actually playing.
Yeah, exactly. See, like I can just talk about the game, right? And then like nobody can ever say that I was wrong because nothing provable ever happens, right? I
Exactly.
never played that card. I just said I would have. And it would have turned out differently that if I'd have played it. But but yeah, definitely a lot of fun. Just as someone who um, only really recently got much exposure into standard, seeing just such creativity by well established players for just from all across from all around, just coming up with cool decks and new ideas just every month, every time we see them.
And I mean, of course, speaking of cool decks and new ideas, let's not forget that Null Signal did announce a new the name of the newest cycle earlier this week. Let's see.
Yeah, you know what? Let me
Yeah,
find that
we
and
can
pull
pull it
that
up, I
up
think.
here. Okay, apparently I closed that tab. Very cool. Um, the Liberation Cycle. Oh, hold on.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, so
oh,
we interrupt this transmission to bring you a important proceeding. Uh, so let me transcribe the combination from our Judge Kroll. Apologies for any confusion as to the Top Cut proceedings. There was a miscommunication as to a single/double elimination, but we resolved that all players involved thought it was single elim and are happy with the results. So, congratulations to Bryce. That will be, of course, Ripnet Runner, Soccer224, and Alex Have of Fun for placing first, second, and third, respectively. Okay, so that's one way to end the event.
yeah. I mean, that's honestly, it's getting late, and you can't be expected to at the end of a long event. We've essentially had our again our invitations decided, and the players are satisfied with it. So I think that's fine. We've been here. How long's the stream been going? 7.5 hours. I
Yeah, no biggie. No
I don't,
biggie.
I don't mind, cutting like one or two games off. That's fine. But yeah, since we brought it up, let's just talk about something really exciting here. Liberation Cycle has just been announced. Set in Brazil. Uh, may be abbreviated as AI. I couldn't say. I would just make that assumption. Um, a lot of very very cool things. I'm going to have to learn how to do some pronunciation of Portuguese, uh, just because there are some of these characters. What is this?
How do you pronounce it?
I'm
I
not
mean,
going to pretend right now. I'll look it up and then I'll get back to you next time. Um,
right.
we've got, let's see, new 3-point agenda, sort of, for every corp faction. This is enticing
I
to
mean,
me. I don't know what this means.
I think it's so. I think it's important to remember that this is a rotation for the standard format, but not for the startup format. So all these new 3-point agendas will be available. I mean, all these cards will be available for all our startup only players, and I think this could be very cool. I mean, I would say that startup right now is kind of suffering from the fact that there's only really one 3-point agenda option, which would be send a message. So I think each corp having a new 3-pointer is will be pretty cool in like promoting like deck diversity and new agenda combinations.
Yeah, I'm always excited to see the new cards come out and shake up. Like I loved what Borealis did, like the focus with especially sabotage and Mark and just the various trash effects, just the real archives matters like theme of it. I'm really excited to see what liberation is going to bring. Um,
Mm.
they said they're going to push it back slightly Q3, so in the next couple months, and they said they'll have another announcement for us soon. But Yeah.
So Q3, you're expecting possibly August or September, maybe. Yeah, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I don't know who determines what Q3 is and where it starts. Like, do we gotta wait for the solstice or like what's up? I'm not entirely sure.
Mm.
All right. Well, since the games are all over then, congrats to our top players. We had let me see. Rip
So
Netrunner which I'm sorry, you had an alternate name for Rip. I'm sorry, I missed it. Bryce, help me out
Bryce,
here.
Bryce,
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 Bryce.
Bryce.
Okay, Bryce, cool. And Asaka and Havre Fun. Um, in addition to
So,
those three great games by everybody that we saw today, and by everybody that we didn't, almost assuredly, like Netrunner's a great game for a lot of reasons, and I'm always upset that I don't get to see, all of the other games behind the scenes. Like,
yeah, and of course, congratulations to Bryce and Soka for qualifying or earning the invite to the circuit breaker that's going to be happening, well, at some unforeseen point, probably early next year, if this year's one is anything to judge by. But congratulations all the same, and hope to see you all there.
yeah. Um, Thanks again, Jai, for co-hosting with me, making this a
My
lot less
pleasure.
awkward. And for you and for everybody for bearing with me as I threw together the something presentable here. I'm fine with it, so hopefully Null Signal is as well.
But yeah, I mean,
But yeah.
if they never invite us back for another cast, we probably know why.
Okay, well, at least if they don't invite me back, we know it's because of this. If they don't invite
Right.
either of us back, then I have no idea. But
I'll keep you posted.
we'll see. All right, well, thanks again for tuning in, everybody. Great time, great to see all of y'all. Have a great night. Stay safe. Love each other.
Always be
Kiss your
running.
pets, and always be running. That's right, baby.
All
Good night,
right,
y'all.
peace.
Stop my mic.